Mikks, you have just subscribed for 14 months.
Hello, hello. Why am I so tiny? Why am I so tiny? Hold on. What is happening? But hello. Let me fix that. That should do it. Seriously, why am I so tiny? Let's try that again. We might have a bunch of... Okay, I'm going to have to disable, like, all redeems. I'm going to have to disable, like, all redeems. They are all broken today. Okay, that's very annoying. Wow. I don't want to do a stream that is literally just me learning how to use Sammy for the first time, but, But Streamerbot is borked pretty badly right now. So if anybody's redeeming anything, you're not going to get any results whatsoever. But hello. How is everyone doing? How are people doing? I am Almantas, a former professor of sociology, currently a VTuber. I'm an old man, I love old things, and today I am having a really annoying day. Hello, O stuff. There we go. I think I got the right number there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay, it looks like I'm logged in there. Okay, channel point rewards should work now. They might just be busted. Hello, Pixel Sakura. Hello. Hello, Rifter ZC. Hello, Seribot. Hello, Mikks UAV. And thank you for the 14 months. Thank you for the 14 months, Mikks UAV. And hello, of course, to Matthew Rice Seeker. Okay, don't care about that one. And hello, Gringotts Underwriter. Hello. Sorry, I'm just having a very annoying moment here where a program that had been working very smoothly for a very long time is broken. Like, it's broken. I just need to learn a new one. That's it. Like, I just gotta learn a new everything. I think I can do this relatively quickly for okay. Server IP off disabled, auto connected startup, reconnect and disconnect. Force. Cool to have to do a whole bunch of tech. Alright, cool. So I'm gonna have to disable a bunch of channel point rewards because they don't work right now at all. It looks like the toggles should. I just test one thing here. Okay, the toggles should, but small and tall I'm going to have to disable because they're broken. Cool. Is there anything else on here that I need to disable because it's going to be broken? Oh, flip the camera's also going to be broken. That's annoying. Yeah, flip the camera's also going to be broken. I think the rest of these should be okay. Anyway. Terrible start. But yes, folks. Today, I guess that's kind of like the closest thing I've got to an update is that Streamerbot broke, so I no longer have... I think it's now currently held together with glue, but it broke in a way that I heard back from the devs 5 minutes before stream they have no intention of fixing. So, I guess I won't. Yeah, they pushed out an update that's bad. They pushed out an update that's bad. They basically updated it from Windows XP to Windows 11 is functionally what happened. So, it has gone from a good program to a bad program. So I'm pretty cranky about that because it's a program that I really like. So to go from the good version of a program to the bad version of a program is really frustrating. And looks like I'm learning Sammy, but I'm not going to learn that live on air. So it's going to just have to wait a minute. And I guess that's what I'm doing tomorrow, is learning Sammy. But yeah, that's kind of what I've got in terms of an actual update. I had a very, very busy weekend that's a lot of writing, a lot of editing, not as much reading as I would like. I'm definitely still kind of struggling to come to terms with the knowledge that the type of writer that I actually am and the type of writer that I think I am are very different. I think that my skills as a writer are primarily in research and like description. Not necessarily. Also, hello, Horror Loving. Sorry, I didn't see you there. And hello, Die Tigress. Did not catch you guys. And hello, Kaipa. Different, not necessarily, just different. Different. Not good, not bad, just different. Like so like I think that I am much more of a my skill set is primarily in nonfiction. My training is primarily in nonfiction. I come from a very like research heavy background. That's definitely like where I think about myself. It's how I rate other writers. It's the type of writing that I tend to read the most and feel the most strongly about. And then it seems that I think I'm just only okay at it, to be honest, is I think the result. I think after decades of practice, I have landed at mediocre. I have landed at mediocre. Not at highly skilled, and my writings that are impressionistic and comedic tend to be better received than my actual research, which is a bit of a kick in the nuts. Not like I shouldn't say kick in the nuts. A bit of a kick. It's a bit of a little bit frustrating. Might be the best way to put it. It's a little bit frustrating to spend a very long time working on something and end up being worse at it than at something that you don't put work into. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? That like I think that all of us kind of harbor the secret fantasy that we might be super talented, but actually kind of encountering evidence that you might have a talent and it's not something that you worked on or even valued very highly is, like I said, a bit humbling. A bit frustrating. And yeah, that's kind of, I guess, where I'm at on that. Like, I spent a long time doing a lot of crafting over the weekend, and I mean, I'm getting published, right? Like, the publication, this one's going to get published, is going to get published soon, but it's not a piece I'm very happy with, and I am pretty confident the actual reception from my audience is going to be muted, even though it's a piece I put a lot of effort into. I think it's going to wind up being a pretty unremarkable line item on the CV that is probably not going to get widely shared or cited or remembered, unlike some other pieces I've done that I thought that I did pretty sloppily. It's frustrating. Yeah, it's just a little bit frustrating. I don't entirely know what else to say about it other than, like, you know, you work on something for a long time and then it doesn't. I should get used to that, right? Like, I'm sorry to be a downer, but it's something that, like, I don't feel like in life I have generally succeeded at the stuff that I put the most work into. So I should probably just kind of get used to that being, like, the way that things go. That my successes are kind of arbitrary and my efforts are unrewarded. That should be something I'm kind of used to, but still, I understand hoping for the change. Maybe I read too much shonen manga. Largely comes to the conclusion that all success is largely arbitrary. That might just be the case. That might just be the case. That might just be the case. I mean, I literally had this conversation earlier today that I feel like my calligraphy skill is not even the main skill that I worked on when I learned calligraphy. If that makes any sense at all, if that's like remotely coherent as a series of things to say, that like I learned calligraphy as a subset of learning academic skills, and it was just kind of a side quest while learning academic skills. To use a very cringe video game metaphor, it's kind of a bit of a moment of, you spend 90% of the game acquiring your +3 sword, and then you do a random side quest that gives you a +4 sword kind of feeling. Which is goofy. But yeah, I guess that's also just like the case, right? That like success in life is chaos. Success in life is chaos. Things are just going to happen the way they're going to happen. Accept the good fortune you get in life, I guess. If that... I don't know. Maybe that helps somebody. To just accept that life... Sometimes good things happen in your life, and sometimes bad things happen in your life. And... the connection between these things has little to do with your inputs. Things just kind of happen. Anyway. Higher Intuiz bonus later in life. I don't know. Maybe. No. I don't know. Speaking of learning, speaking of things that I actually put effort into, let me ask before I get started, is this large enough for you guys to see what I'm doing, or do I need to go... like that? Or is... I may as well do them bigger, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, I prefer to work smaller when I'm on my own, but... so you guys can see more, and it's good for me to get the business in, not the business, the practice in with using the bigger strokes. So Bewitched. It's not that one. It's there we go. There we go. Yes, Ayashi. Prefecture. So it's not Ward. This is Ward, which I did in the wrong stroke order. And county is Kimi City Walls. Prefecture is something weird. Lacking in big Almantas. It is something amusing to me, Orc Florist, that I kind of figured that people would, like, never see what I look like in real life, and... Is this prefecture? and so I figured I wouldn't get called on it. More than my model. What I was going for is that it's like people have seen my hair color, right? You can see my hair color right here. I'm clearly not graying very quickly. And so it's a kind of funny thing. It's been kind of funny to me that if you were to base my age on my hair, my model looks older than me. But like you can see, like I've got liver spots. And you can't really tell so much on here, but I do have a fair amount of wrinkles. If you were to judge based on my skin, my model looks like 20 years younger than I do. In terms of skin. Just if you were to isolate the skin, I should say. If you were to isolate the skin, I think that's very sweet of you to say. But it might also be the camera being kind to me, an unusual feature. But no, my model looks like a baby, skin-wise, because it's an anime boy. It's an anime boy. Expand is... I believe it's this. I do wear sunscreen IRL. I also don't go out very often. Something like late 20s. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. People in their late 20s look like children to me. Oh my goodness. Like when I hear people saying like, oh, it's not really like an age gap once you're over the age of 25. Everybody over the age of 25 is just like the same age in terms of dating. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't think I could date somebody under like 35 or 40. Like, I don't know about that one. Maybe I need to talk about like the music I grew up with more often or something. The worst part is I was thinking about this too when I did this. I literally drew it boat projectile when it's boat lead. When people freak out about age gaps around me, will be like 20. Yeah, I know, Mikks. It's a funny thing about being online. And then I talk to people like in their like 50s and they're dating people who are like in their 30s, and it's like, is that really that big of a deal? It is weird when a guy my age is dating like a 20-year-old. That is a little bit strange. That does kind of make me think a little bit. I grew up with I grew up with the Beatles, so I was more of a I did prefer the Stones. I did prefer the Stones. I did prefer the I didn't really prefer them, but like it was but like the Dead were really popular around me. Yeah, 23-year-olds freaking the fuck out about 20-year-old dating an 18-year-old. Yeah, that's goofy. That's goofy. I do get that like there's such a like legal boundary at the age of 18 that makes everything feel very specific about that age, right? Like there's something that feels very, very specific about it. But it does feel quaint. When you're kind of used to watching like 40-year-olds and 60-year-olds dating, it does feel pretty quaint. It's only a few years apart. Yeah, it's only a few years apart. Flock is Kimi. And then Long Sheep. This is true, Mikks. That's interesting, Kirill. I hadn't heard that one specifically, but that is like a very traditional sort of age gap to have. The like early 20s woman to early 30s man is like very classic, right? And it to me, what is hitting me about you saying it like that is that like that just feels like such like a new version, like a new excuse or rationale for something that's been going on for decades, which is the like basically that basically amounts to like guys in their 20s are immature. That's basically the gist of it, right? Is that guys my own age are immature. And it's a tricky business because I am certainly not about to come on here and say that 25-year-old straight guys are the height of emotional maturity. That is an insane thing to say. That is completely insane. But the flip side of that is that, again, this is something that's been going on for decades. At the very least, there are variations on this theme that go back all of Western histories. Because, you know, again, this is the actual history moment here. Oh, Plush X Fang, thank you for the subscription. Thank you. That's so kind. This is, as you all know, this channel is viewer supported. It is a public service broadcast supported by viewers like you. And so every subscription helps keep me on the air a little bit longer. Thank you so much, PlushXFang. But yes, so, you know, actual history lesson here is that pretty much all marriage norms, again, not dating, because dating's actually not an old tradition. Pretty much all marriage norms in Europe are older man, younger woman. And the variation in how big of a gap that is varies over time. Yes, I love Vovern. Hello, Vovern. We love Vovern around here. And so the kind of most extreme version of this is actually the most stable society Western Europe has ever produced, which is ancient Rome. Ancient Rome, the gap between a man and wife was typically 20 years. And the reason for that is actually really straightforward and coherent, which is that Roman men were expected to serve in the military for 20 years before they were allowed to marry. It's actually like extremely uncomplicated. Is that for women, you became an adult at like 18 years old in Roman society, and Roman men became an adult at like 35. So it's actually a relatively kind of peer relationship. It's just that men were expected to, because Rome was a society where a ludicrous percentage of people spent a lot of time in underarms. The Romans' militarization rate is extremely high, which is a lot of why they are stable in a way that a lot of other competing societies are not, because they killed all of them. And it's not worth thinking. I don't think this is, again, like a good thing. And obviously, PlushXFang and any other lurkers. I appreciate all the lurkers. I forgot to say hello to all of the lurkers. Thank you all for lurking. It's actually extremely important to me. I do love my chatters. I love interacting with chat, but I also really appreciate that people get enough out of my streams as a fun co-working space that I can do that with them. And it's interesting to me as a person who does struggle with co-working does not co-work well in person. I am way too 1950s housewife brained to co-work successfully. I just feel like other people are bored and I need to entertain them if that's happening. If I am co-working with people in real life, I'm actually a horrible person to co-work with. Hi, McAllister. Hello. But yeah, so Rome has actually a pretty extreme age gap between men and women. Oh, okay, that makes sense, PlushXFang. Yeah, there's a lot of historical leaders that are completely fucking crazy. I will confess that the two historical figures that I admire the most are also batshit insane, which is Simone Weil and John Brown. I will not pretend that those are sane people. Like, I am not going to pretend that those are sane, rational people. I just look up to them a lot. I think they're very impressive and remarkable people. So, you know, and I think the fact that those are two people who I really look up to tells you a lot. John Brown was extremely based, as was Simone Weil. Not entirely sure I agree with her takes on Judaism, but Simone Weil's hardcore at the very least. So, you know, I have a lot of admiration for people who are willing to live for the ideal, their ideals in a very strong way. Yeah, hello, John Brown. These are called Kalashnikovs. Yes, exactly. But it is also, just an aside, it is kind of funny how much more political I am on my streams than I am on any of the social media. There's something about putting it down in text that makes me feel anxious in a way that I'm comfortable being on, that doesn't bother me as much on stream. But yeah, so it's historically very normal in Western society to have these kind of age gaps, and in particular, age gaps in that direction. When I've studied Chinese history and other parts of Asian history, it tends to be a little bit more chaotic. It's not that there aren't younger man, older woman pairings that happen in Western history, but they seem more uncommon compared to when I see them happening in Asian contexts. There just seems to be a lot more... I don't know if there's actually more chaos, or if there's just so many more written records that I've encountered in Asian history that I just saw more things, and availability heuristic means that I remember those more. By the way, yes, I got this one correct. This is tree fir. Cedars are the furry trees, right? And cedars kind of are, if you've ever worked with cedar. Unclear. So, unclear. I think this is vague. Whoops, forgot up there. But yeah, so people have been making this excuse for as long as I've been alive, right? I'm not so old that I'm older than the concept of dating, even though dating is a relatively recent phenomenon. That women would prefer to date men who are 5, 10 plus years their senior because they are X thing, usually more mature. There's something to be said for, by the way, I like this one a lot. Unclear is sun love. That is to say, like the brightness of being in love makes things unclear. It's kind of how I've remembered it. Repent. Repent. I think it is... No, I don't think it's the feeling of being sovereign. I think I'm doing that wrong. I think it's the words of the sovereign. I think it's the words of the sovereign. I'm going to leave that alone for a minute while we talk some more. Because why not? Yeah, why not yap? Why not yap? So yeah, this is something that people have been saying for a long time. I do think that it's not often super well informed, right? The counter argument that you will hear that I think is actually pretty reasonable is that when men date significantly downward, the type of man who dates women who are much younger than himself is not a mature man. You hunted down for a 30-something, a guy in his 30s or 40s because you wanted somebody who was more mature, but you got a reverse selection bias, or I should say a second-order selection bias, where the type of men in that demographic who are receptive to your advances are the 30-something-year-old men who manage to hit their 30s without maturing. So that's... I don't think that is necessarily or even generally true. I think, though, that it is sometimes true. I think a lot of the issue here is that maturity is not straightforward and clean like that. I think that maturity is often a very messy conceit, and a person might be mature in one way or about one thing and not be mature in another way. And you know, that's something to be said. As an aside, I've brought this one on stream before a couple of times, but I do end up thinking about Leonardo DiCaprio in this context with some frequency. And it's something that's like really just like makes me scratch my head a lot, is that Leonardo DiCaprio gets made fun of a lot for dating 25-year-old women, which is a little bit cringe. I'm not gonna lie. That is a little bit cringe. But a thing that's really striking to me with the case of Leonardo DiCaprio is that he keeps dating 25-year-old women, and none of them are going to the press saying that he's a bad boyfriend. Everybody seems united categorically in their belief that Leonardo DiCaprio, all of his exes seem to be united in their belief, and he has many of them, that he's a fun guy to date. That this is a fun way to spend your early 20s is dating Leonardo DiCaprio. And I know that, like, yes, he's got a lot of power and he could be using that to silence people, but that usually doesn't work super long and it doesn't scale up very well. And I'm comparing it to, like, Brad Pitt, who has absolutely not managed to keep a lid on it. Oh, dang it, I got this one wrong. Yeah, with the case of DiCaprio, it seems like it's a pretty, it seems pretty transactional to me. It does not seem very romantic to me, right? I never get the impression that it's particularly romantic, but it does seem like it's fair. Or at least, like, as fair as anything involving, like, income inequality can possibly be. Because there's definitely an element of income inequality to it, right? Like it does seem like you're a pretty young lady and you get to date a universally agreed upon hot guy and go to his fancy rich guy parties and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, if he was being used, if he was like an abuser or a user, somebody over the last 20 years would have made a fuss about it. And so far, nobody really has. And at a certain point, there's a level of, like, absence of evidence that becomes evidence of absence. So I just think that was, like, an odd one. And again, like, I'm comparing, like, Brad Pitt, who is substantially more rich and famous and has not managed to develop and has managed to develop a reputation as a horrible partner. So it's with a much smaller, group of people arrayed against him, so I think he just, like, takes pretty girls to parties. I think that's kind of it. Okay, let me go back to this thing that Plush X Fang said, because it's interesting. I met one guy who was 36, he said it was 36, and said he would not date anyone older than 25 because at that point they're too set in their ways and I can't talk to them. Hello, Vexing Cat. Hello, Vexing Cat. Yeah, we're definitely having a relaxing conversation here about the perils and pitfalls of straight dating and age gaps. Has serious data crunching been done to approximate the allowable age gap formula? Not that I have seen. Not that I have seen. I would not be surprised if somebody did it and it just didn't make a splash. That would very much not surprise me. Yeah, being I think it could be transactional but fair is kind of what it looks like to me. That's kind of what it looks like to me with the DiCaprio thing. Is that it looks like a fair transactional relationship, which is kind of gross and definitely cringe and not romantic. But I don't know, man. But yeah, I don't think anybody's done... I do know, like I said, like, there's obviously a variation between cultures, right? Ancient Greek and ancient Romans actually have a fairly significant difference in what they consider to be acceptable age gaps, right? The Roman one, it's like 20 plus years. And the Greek one, it's... Well, the Greek one's really bad, but it's like 10 years. And... to a certain extent, Shark, right? Note that relationship doesn't need to be romantic for it to be worthwhile. True! True. I was using romantic in the bigger sense of, like... I don't know, I do tend to value romance itself. I do tend to value romance itself as its own kind of, like, thing worth... I know that you hate this, Mikks. You know, something being romantic is kind of like laudatory already, and usually we like to assume that that's the good thing happening in a relationship. By the way, I believe bond is person blame. Let me take a look. It might be thread blame. It's person blame. There we go. Excellent. Uneasiness. This one's been killing me. I believe it is Tiger Wu Dynasty. Women do date people for their own reasons as well. This is like a big thing, right? This is a big thing that often gets kind of passed up, is that that's a good question, Shark Ray. That's a good question, Shark Ray. Those are usually talked about as pretty exclusionary conceits. By the way, this one kicks my ass pretty periodically, even though it's pretty simple in its components. Sun, and then the number 6. Got it. I keep on wanting it to be closer to this. This is the mistake I make all the time. Is eyes... Oh, Cider Martin! Hello, Martin. Hello, Martin. Hello, Cider Martin. Hello, Shadow Pen. What were you up to, Cider Martin? And hello, Captain Coble. How was the Final Fantasy XIV? If I recall correctly, you are one of Kirill's friends, right? Am I recalling correctly that correctly, Martin? But welcome into the Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. Currently, I am a VTuber. I do a lot of calligraphy. That is my main thing. Here's the piece I've been keeping on hand as a demonstrator. This one I feel like is this is one of my better pieces that I've ever done. On an individual letter form scale, so I'm glad that I keep it in an easily accessible location. Right now, I am working on my kanji practice. I'm doing a little bit of kanji practice, and then I'm going to probably work on my insular. Ria_Deep Sea Dragon, thank you for the follow. I will say that, so I have played Final Fantasy XIV, spooky reading streams. Oh, so you also know Vex. Interesting. Excellent. I have not been shouting out my friends while I've been here. I'll finish talking with Cider Martin, and then I'll start getting some shout outs to a couple of my friends who I know are in here. Yes, I am doing some Japanese practice. And I am also, we've been talking a little bit about age gaps and their relationship with dating because, again, I am a former sociologist, and I actually genuinely find the sociology of straightness to be pretty interesting. And the changes that have been happening over the last 20 years to be pretty exciting as a topic of discussion, in large part because the data is actually not that hard to get a hold of, but the public discourse around that data is completely unhinged. People straights are not okay, but they're not okay in different ways than is publicly talked about. And I find that really interesting. It gives me an opportunity to do a lot of, actually, in a way that is, scientifically verifiable. And that's a incredible rush of power to be able to do that. So, so I find this to actually be a pretty fun topic. And, yeah, I was just kind of bringing up a thing that I always think is kind of interesting, which is that the way that age gaps have kind of worked historically has changed considerably over time. The one that I like to point out is kind of like a baseline for just, not even a baseline, as a defamiliarization point. Because a lot of people talk about things about human sexuality as if they were immutable factors of the human biology, and not that human sexuality is something that exists in cultural contexts that change to meet local conditions over time. But the human, yes, the general, the general zeitgeist about straight men. It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. People develop at very different rates at individual levels. Well, it's also, it's really worth saying that if we are talking about pre-20th century mating norms, might be what we might call them, what we're really talking about is nuptiality. We're really talking about marriage and child rearing. And those have to be understood as contextualized in terms of the social reproduction of the entire society. Not very much about the individual preferences of the people involved. And so variations within that are going to really reflect variations in the power structures of those societies and also the subsistence strategies of those societies. Changes in subsistence strategies and because remember, like 85%, 90% of our ancestors are going to be peasants. Right? They're going to be people growing their own food they're going to be subsistence farmers. And that means that you're going to be really limited by those factors and really defined by those factors. And so, yeah, mating norms. Mating norms is a great phrase. Yeah, I again, sociology, baby. I will use a lot of extremely clinical-ass terminology pretty freely because, I think it's really important to be able to have these conversations in a way where you can talk about the contents of it before you think about whether or not it's good or bad. Yeah, there's a huge question about freedom of choice, right, Sharkray? There's a huge question about freedom of choice. There's a huge question about inheritance laws are actually a really important part of this, right? Inheritance laws are a very important part of this. Consent is also a very, very important part of this as well. A thing that I keep on bringing up that is, notionally, both partners who get married today consent. This idea that both partners should be consenting in a marriage was a political issue that was a defining feature of the early Christian church. And it was a lot of the fight to keep the Christian church from spreading in its early days was because the early Christian church had a belief that both partners in a marriage should be consenting. And if you were the head of a household in an ancient Greek family, I remember ancient Greece is a lot of where the early church fighting is happening, neither the man nor the woman are consenting to marriage. Hello, Noise Marine. Hello, Noise Marine. The ways that marriage worked in ancient Greece were extremely non-consenting. There was not even a pretense that women were consenting to being married. There was not an attempt to pretend that the men were consenting to being married. The person who was consenting to being married was the head of household, which is an extensive concept. These are highly extended families. These are not like, we're not talking about like your dad. We're talking like your great uncle is the person who decides who you marry. Your great uncle talks to somebody else's great uncle and they decide without consulting you who you're going to marry. Like that's very different, right? And so the ancient yes, that was the Roman. I wouldn't say introduced Ditigris because like we're getting to the limits of the written record even once we're in ancient, even though like ancient Rome is like well after the development of writing, we literally have no writings from the first like couple hundred years of ancient Rome. But like geographically, right? Like we have written records that are older than ancient Rome, but like in the Roman context, like we are pretty much reliant on like the Republic onwards. I think we might not have a single written record from the Roman kingdom. Who can track their lineage back to or damn near the Roman era. Yeah, I mean, if you're Middle Eastern, that's also a lot easier, right? If you're Middle Eastern or Chinese, you can do that a lot easier. There is a guy in China who, you know, there's a whole family actually in China who in Taiwan specifically, who track their entire lineage back to Confucius himself, to the historical Confucius. And like, you know, that's like 2,600 years. Right? Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. But yeah, so the Roman way of doing it was that the man getting married consented. In theory, the woman consented as well, but an absence of objection was taken as consent, which is gross. Confucius did fuck, which is funny because he's canonically ugly. Like, he is canonically, in the Confucian records, a very ugly man. Getting in some friendly shoutouts. Mikks is a lovely, primarily chatting streamer. He usually streams once a week. I try to drop in when I can. The last time he streamed, I was only able to catch him when he was deep in the new FromSoft. Oh no, Cider Martin stealing my content. Cider Martin was stealing my content. Yeah, Mikks was deep in the new FromSoft, the new From discourse when I managed to get around, and it's like I can leave that alone. I don't need to interrupt this conversation. But he is a dear friend. He is a dear friend. Nab is, I believe, Fingerfoot. And Vexing Cat. Vexing Cat. Vexing Cat is a reader. She is a reader. I believe you have one more 1984 stream left. She's been reading 1984. She's been reading a lot of quite relevant books. Like The Machine Stops. You think two? Okay, you think two? Okay. It may have been two last time we talked, and then you didn't get another stream in since then. That might have been what happened here. Vex also plays a fair amount, does quite a few. I feel like I shouldn't use this term because it feels rude, but also it's the only term I know, but she plays quite a bit of friend slop games with her gaming crew, the Underrealm group. I feel like that's a rude thing to say because I don't tend to play them very often, but it is the term that I know. You know, Peak and Repo, and those sorts of games. Oh, we are into ads. I'm going to use the bathroom. I will be back in a minute. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. I was a little bit hungry. So I got a little bit of food. So hold on. I did see before I left somebody saying it's funny how we call it how party games have become friend slot. I actually think they're very different. I actually think it's very different. Well, here's the thing, right? Is that like a lot of the party games tend to be a lot more. Like, I would say that party games covers a lot of games that, like, I think would be kind of interesting to try to do in a streaming context. But I don't think... I don't know how they would play out very well. Like King's Cup or something like that. Oh, and thank you for undressing me, Noise Marine. I didn't notice it. Let me just catch up on here. Friends Club is multiplayer games that have a goal, but the real goal is fucking around and being good at mechanics. Yes, Jazzahol I think is kind of about where I am on this question, and the thing I would say about it is that a lot of the reason why we're able to recognize them as a genre, and it feels much more recognizable to us as streamers, is that these kinds of games, and that I think Among Us might be a good start point for it, but I think the really critical one is, what's it called? Lethal Company. Lethal Company feels like the really critical moment where the purpose of the game is, like, the design of the game is designed around being good for streaming. Like, the purpose of a game, like, it's not about being shovelware, ferret in a box, but it is about being simple enough. It's about being a game that is structured in such a way that 2 to 4 people can show off on a stream their friendship. Yeah, it's a low overhead. It's about feeling in a funny way. Yeah, all these things are true, but I think that this is like the thing that's kind of like the big common design structure is the being designed to be good when done on stream as a collab. I think that is the thing that's like really defining about these games. And I don't think it's maybe not defining, because that again implies definition, but it is kind of the biggest through line, the most clear through line of it from how they're produced. Also, welcome in Jake Creates Stuff. Okay, so no friends, brutal of over. I mean, but yeah, I do kind of wonder now about SkyRishBear. SkyRishBear. Hello, SkyRishBear. I'm going to give you the shout out as if I don't actually know that you were playing Abiotic Factor. How was Abiotic Factor? I know I was making fun of you while you were streaming it to your face in a very rude way, but I'm assuming it was going well because I just kind of assumed that you're good at games, and I knew that was happening. Hello, Karatsun. I am not surprised that you love Abiotic. And hello, Skellingtons. Unplanned, amusing. I don't believe you. Ridiculous. You just independently. Thank you for the 10 months, Kara. Thank you for the 10 months of knowing how to dance. Thank you for the 10 months of knowing how to dance. Wow, I always plan when I do double raids out. Crazy. That's crazy. That is nuts. Yeah, well, I wasn't even thinking about survival so much as I know that Skyrish likes to play games where game knowledge is really important. Skyrish likes to play games where there's a lot of things to learn, like a lot of facts. A lot of different facts to learn about the game and big things to plan out. As much forethought. True. These are both baby. Both Kara and Skyrish are baby. True. But yes, SkyRishBear, as I was saying, SkyRishBear is Scottish and Irish, and he is knowledgeable. He has played so many freaking games. He is so much of a gamer. He is incredibly a gamer. And it amuses the crap out of me because he is so young that he was like born after most of the games that I consider like the ones that people actually need to play and not the ones that are just kind of like footnotes in the actual history of important gaming. So that's always amusing to me. Kara is a dear friend. She is a very funny lady. She is a crow. I find her to be one of the funnest people to tease on this planet. She has a voice that I think most people that I've described as like a sexy older coworker, which is pretty funny given that I'm like twice her age. But I find her to be an absolute delight. I love her stream a lot. Her ADHD redeem is one of my favorite redeems on twitch.tv. And the two of them are part of a unit, and they play a lot of games together, the Nest. They play a lot of games together. They're playing Abiotic Factor today, but they often play Peak. They play a lot of Peak. They play a lot of Divinity Original Sin 2. Yeah, Scott. I think that of all of the things that would, all of the games where I could go and firmly get my ass kicked, Brood War is gotta be the worst one for me after fight. There's not a fighting game. Like I think if you boot up Brood War in 2025, you are going to die like so badly. High skill ceiling Brood War is terrifying. But yes, for the Raiders, and for anybody else who may not have noticed, I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, currently a VTuber. I'm an old man. I love old things. I am working on my Japanese right now, very, very slowly. I mostly do calligraphy. Oh, that's because it's upside down. This is what my calligraphy looks like when it's very good. I have been working on my left-handed calligraphy, which is a lot worse. There's still a lot of new people in the lower end of matchmaking. I can believe that. I'm still terrified. Brood War has been dead for like 20 years, so anybody who has stuck around is like hardcore as hell. I do watch competitive Age of Empires 2, and I know what low elo players are like. I've done Age of Empires broadcasting, so I know that even though Age of Empires is like 25 plus years old, and like a person who is 1000 elo in Age of Empires 2 is actually pretty terrifying. But like I've seen what happens when people are like 300 elo. Yeah, Brood War is in StarCraft. Yeah, I was talking about Brood War. I was talking about StarCraft Brood War. I think StarCraft Brood War players who are like any good at it and still playing it are terrifying. Ferret. Okay, actually this is like a fun little moment here. The period of video games where the first video game that I actually played and took seriously and didn't just like play for 15 minutes and then put down and go, that was cute, was Age of Empires 1, and the last video game that I was seriously invested in was Rise of Legends. I am a strategy games guy. I made the incredibly goofy decision to spec into strategy games. You know, as opposed, I had the opportunity to be an FPS guy. I could have spec'd into Unreal Tournament and Quake, but I didn't. I did not take those at all seriously, and I could have been a good gamer, but instead I spec'd into Rise of Nations and an Age of Mythology. And Kaipa, kind of. Age of Empires 2 kind of frustrates me. On the history grounds. There are ways in which it does make me pretty mad, and then there are ways in which I'm pretty accepting of it. I do like to tell people that we have more evidence of the Aztecs and Mayans have a better claim to having gunpowder than they do to having trebuchets. Gameplay-wise, there is at a gameplay level, I actually really dislike Age of Empires 2. I think Age of Empires 2 is extremely inferior to Rise of Nations. at a core gameplay level. And what I have learned is that what people like about strategy games and what I like about strategy games are not the same. They are not the same. Yeah, turn-based strategy RPGs. Mikks, I did actually run into some people being really mad that there are too many turn-based strategy mecha games, and I made fun of them for being babies. So, I do think Age of Empires 2 is way too micro-intensive. That is my big thing. I think Age of Empires is way too micro-intensive. I do not like how micro-intensive it is. I think they might just be talking about BattleTech. They might just be talking about BattleTech for all I know. I'm like, there's BattleTech, there's Mechabellum. Mechabellum's really good, by the way, folks. If you like strategy games, Mechabellum is really, really good. I struggle to name a better strategy game of the last, like, 10 years that is better than Mechabellum. Mechabellum is, from a mechanically speaking, Mechabellum might be the best game that's been made since, like, Doom. Like, Mechabellum is super good. There is Into the Breach, which is technically a strategy game, but it's one of those strategy games that's so tight that it's actually just a puzzle game. Belong. I don't remember the Desert Strike mod from StarCraft 2. I did not play a lot of StarCraft 2. Skyrish, if you've not played Doom, come on. Come on, Skyrish. That's just ridiculous. Play Doom. You would like Doom a lot, Skyrish. Like, I just... Of all of the people in this chat that I know the gaming taste of, I think every single person except maybe Vex would be in love with Doom. Play Doom, folks. Doom actually does deserve the reputation. Yeah, the original. The originals, the Doom 1 and Doom 2 are the best ones. Yeah. Yeah. No, play that one. Play it. Mikks and Vovern, back me up on this one. Like, he's going to like it. Like, yeah, Jazzahol. Like, Jazzahol's been playing Doom 3. Yeah, Jazzahol's a Doom 3 defender. The rare Doom 3 defender. Skyrish, you'll really enjoy it. This is not like a bit or anything. Like, you will like Doom. You will like original Doom. Doom 2016 is fine. Yeah. I think this is Belong. I might have added an extra... Nope, I was wrong. I added an extra mouth to it. Hover over. This one's pretty easy. It's Grass Shredder, which I immediately do wrong because I was about to write Cocoon. Shredder. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. The thing that really shows you how insane Doom is really funny to me as a community, because Doom has such a vigorous modding community. Oh, geez, Skyrish, if you do a blind Doom playthrough, I will be so happy. If I get to watch you play Doom blind, that would be crazy. I think it would be better to play on your own, to be honest, but, blind Doom playthrough is a crazy conceit. That's crazy. Doom, the thing that's the funniest to me about Doom is that Doom has such an active modding community that there are multiple competing top 100 lists each year of mods. There are multiple different people who publish here are my top 100 Doom mods that were released in 2024. That is how vigorous this modding community is. Absolutely insane. Play Ashes 2063. I have played very few Doom mods, to be honest. Yeah, no, Doom rocks. Doom rocks so much. like 1/3 of Professor Bloom's streams are just like Doom mods. Can it run Doom? I mean, remember that Foon got Doom to play on a pregnancy test. Foon is too strong. Foon is too freaking strong. Did I give the shout out to Vex? Did I give the shout out to Vex? Yeah, I should pick Bloom's brain about that. I don't think I gave the shout out to Vex. Oh, I did give the shout out to Vex and Cat. I gave the shout out to Vex and Cat. And I don't know if he's still here, but shout out Orc Florist, and then I'll get Jazzahall. Orc Florist does good photography. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Yeah, Foon Turing is so powerful. Foon Turing is the strongest content creator that there is. Not my favorite because that's almost certainly any Austin, but yeah. Orc Florist knows a lot about indie music. They know a lot about Canadian beer. He's very gay. He's very big. It's a good time over there. Armpit, I believe, is muscle and then triple power. Yeah, muscle and triple power. Best regards is, I think, yeah, I got it. And anything else I can think of until then, something. Give Doom a shot. Like, I'm not kidding when I say, like for your taste, Skyrish, I think that Doom will be a good time. I try not to give people... Also, hello, Horror Lover. I try not to give people recommendations for things that I don't think that they'll like. And I will admit that I have, full accountability here. I have not always been correct about this. I thought Ronan would really like Metal Gear Solid 3. And I was wrong. Cruelty Squad rocks. Cruelty Squad fucking rocks. Clothing blanket was Incur. Shouldering, I believe, is Finger Daybreak. Yeah, I got it. Well, I don't think that Ronan would like 2, to be honest. The thing about... It was probably the best one. Of all of the Metal Gear Solids, 3 was probably the best one for her. The problem with it, and I actually, having streamed Metal Gear Solid 1, I don't know that she would. The problem that she had with Metal Gear Solid 3, and I recognize it's more a problem when streaming. I'm going to be blunt. I am now looking less forward to streaming 3 than I was before. It's a streaming-related problem, which is that the game doesn't fucking shut up. Which... I get it. Streaming 1 was genuinely a lot less fun than playing 1 for this reason. And 1 is the least chatty of the Metal Gear Solids. I thought that the incredibly complicated and I thought that all of the various ways in which you can torment and inflict physical pain on Solid Snake, on Naked Snake, I should say, the loving detail they put into taking off leeches and stuff is something that would have turned her on a lot, that she would have been very happy about, because she does have a bit... She's a sadist. So, I figured that would, be compelling to her, and then, no, it was just... The game just talks too much. Which, again, if you're just playing, you don't know... I didn't feel like I noticed as much, but when I was streaming, I was going crazy. Nourishing, yes, is, by the way, is wets... Is like water for newborns. Water for newborns. I like that. I like that one. You don't play games on stream? Yeah, I've been changing my philosophy of what to play on stream has definitely changed over time. What I have kind of come to conclude is that the games that I like to play on my... This is equestrian. I'm using the wrong word here entirely. That's equestrian. What the heck is parking? What the heck is parking? I know it's horse something. Is it... Horse spool? No, it's horse lord. This one's been an absolute pain in my neck for the last, like, a week. This one's been a real toughie. What I have learned about games that I stream is that I kind of want to stream... I am kind of best served to stream games that I find kind of boring. Because, like, talking to chat and... hanging and like responding to chat and responding to the game out loud is suits my streaming style. But yeah, I mean, Jazz a whole, it depends on your streaming style. It depends a lot on your streaming style. And I'm a very yappy streamer. And so if I am playing a game that is very yappy, then me and the game are now cross purposes, right? Now me and the game are competing for a resource. And that's not good. Like, it's not me and the game aiding each other. It's me and the game fighting each other. It means like a military post. Interesting. What's parking in Chinese? Because sometimes there are these differences, right? Sometimes there are these differences. I'm gonna need a BuzzFeed quiz. Wait, hold on. So stop car spot. Hold on. So let me try to guess at how you write that. Is it because this would be car stop spot? Oh no, you're fine, Kaipa. You're fine. You are fine. It is worth noting that I'm not learning like words, I'm learning like kanji components. A lot of words are multiple. Which streaming style are you? Take this test and find out. I kind of do want to work on that as a theoretical conceit. I don't know that I would make it as a quiz format, or at least not at first. I feel like I've got a philosophy question underneath that to address. Of like, what are streaming styles? Like, what are they? What streaming styles exist? Quick questionnaire, 1,000 questions. Like Zord. Is artist, gamer, and furry so true? I mean, this is again one of those things I find funny to talk about. Me and EG have talked about it a few times, and I've always really enjoyed it. Like, for me and EG, games are a... Yeah, can't forget about the Hitler show. Can't forget about the classic Standby. I feel like the, I don't know that that's like the most important. I'm trying to think about like what the, I'm trying to figure out like what the most important divisions are. Because again, like to me and EG, it's always been very funny that like for us, games are a category that competes with like art and writing and chatting. And like all games, whereas I think most people in streaming and VTubing in particular, they would look at they would want guidance on what games they should play, and that's a lot of what we've been talking about, right? Yeah, variety versus non-variety is actually really important. Like that, this is actually like the most important division, right? Is what Mikks said right here. This is one that me and Mikks have talked about a few times. Is that there is something of a binary between variety versus non-variety. That is like actually kind of a legitimate binary. Yeah, I think that you're correct. I think that you're correct. I think it's the most fundamental division in doing a typology of gamers. Not gamers, a typology of streamers, a specialist versus non-specialist. Or specialist versus variety. Decline. I think it's plow. This one I think I mess up a lot. Plow tail. Nope, I get this one wrong all the time. Hello the crows. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a philosophical question, right? Of like, what type of artist you are, and that one actually drew pretty well. It's variety from the normal content, yeah. Well, and Dietigress, that makes you a variety streamer. Like it just does. Like an actual game specialist or an actual like EG is primarily a specialist. EG is not really a variety streamer. EG does art, and they primarily do character design. Functionally every stream that EG does. Skyrish is also a variety streamer because when we're talking about like a game specialist, we're talking about people who play like 9 out of 10 streams would be Valorant or Apex or Repo or whatever, right? Like they are like really playing a video game. Yeah. Skeletons gets it. And it is a very big distinction. It's a very, very big distinction in how you approach the space and how you relate to other people in the space. Yeah, there is something to be said about like horror specialists are recognizable as a category. I do consider horror specialists a recognizable category. But yeah, like fighting games or a community streamer. I do feel like in the case of horror, it is kind of a specialty, but that's just because horror is a bit of a zone of exemption in the normal streaming space. I do feel like there is something kind of special and different happening with the horror gamers. Fragrant is grass heavy fire. Yeah. I don't super like this kanji. It's too many vertical lines in a row. I don't really like any kanji that is like lots of vertical lines or lots of horizontal lines. Again, my least favorite kanji. Yeah, Skyrish, this is something that I've talked about before. Is that like when I very first started streaming, I'm actually kind of curious how many people know this piece of Almantas lore. What was my first plan? What was my first streaming plan when I started? And Sign of the Tiger is... It was not surveys. Surveys is something I still haven't actually done a ton of. I should probably do one this week. That would probably be a good idea. I like doing surveys. No, it was not. It was Paradox Gaming. By the way, this is one of like the best strokes I've ever done. Overall, like as a kanji, I did a kind of weak job on this one. The balance is off. The D&D one a bit ago, yeah, that was a good one. Competitive Streets of Rage 2 flair, hell yeah. Competitive Streets of Rage 2 rocks. Skyrish, Streets of Rage 2 is like 5 years older than you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Streets of Rage rocks. That was like my first. That was one of the earliest beat 'em ups I played. There's a remaster. Oh, okay. I thought people were just emulating it. Oh, Kyakusama. It's 10 years old. That's what I thought, Skyrish. That's what I thought, Skyrish. But hell yeah. It's from the age when nobody feels any guilt about emulating something. Which is the perfect age for a game to be. That's better. That's better. But of course. How does but of course work? I'm gonna have to admit defeat here. Yeah, but they can't release old games. Then people would know that that new games are bad. Yeah, 10 years PB, pre-bear. This is Wet Older Brother. I usually get this one right. You can see this got a 1.9 month timer. That's usually a good sign that I find this not to be a difficult kanji, so it's a bit embarrassing that I screwed up here. Love 90s JRPGs. Obituary. I believe it's Tree Magic Wand. No, it's Words Magic Wand. Boo. I think it's Tree Magic Wand. I say I just do it wrong again. 4 months. 4 months on that one if I had gotten that right. Boo. Yeah, the reading quiz I thought was very funny, so I might bring that one back. That one we did talk about that one before, but no, I was planning on being a Paradox game when I started. Delusion is Dead Woman, which I did in the wrong stroke order. I'm so mad that they implied I had Nyanomancer books. But yeah, the person who indirectly, I didn't like talk to her about it, who indirectly convinced me to become a streamer was Cleo IT, who's a Paradox specialist. She doesn't do as much. She don't play like other strategy games, but I mean, I played Paradox. I was playing Victoria 3 yesterday, so it's not like I never stream it. It's but I didn't think that calligraphy or writing or handcams was going to be a particularly important part of what I do. And here I am. Hell yeah, that's a perfect experience. That is perfect Jazzahall. That is the right way to play Crusader Kings. Crusader Kings rocks. I'm not gonna lie. I think Crusader Kings is the actual best one of them, even though like Victoria speaks to me a lot more, and I want Victoria to be the best one, but I think Crusader Kings is actually the best. Hearts of Iron, I'm assuming you've only played Hearts of Iron 4. Hearts of Iron is some shit, man. I played a lot of Hearts of Iron 2. Yeah, 1000 Skeletons. I've been playing Victoria. I play Victoria 3. It's my most streamed game. I will say Orc Florist, of all of the Paradox games, I actually think Stellaris it requires the most patience. Like, I am not going to say that the other ones don't require more. The other ones don't require a ton of patience, but I really feel like Stellaris is the one where you have to spend the longest amount of time just doing nonsense to get to the gameplay loop. Whereas, like, Crusader Kings in particular, you can hit the ground running really fast. Stellaris is the one that's the most video game-like. It's the one that's the most a video game. I personally don't like Stellaris. I will be, it's the one that takes 48 hours to start playing. Exactly. Exactly. It is kind of funny how many space games are like that. It is genuinely kind of funny how many space games are also the games that are like EVE Online is actually kind of the game that I think is the most emotionally similar to Stellaris. Overthrow. Yeah, right? It's weird. It's weird. Endless Space 2 rocks. I love Endless Space 2. This is the thing, right? Like science fiction, it's so strange that we have this division, and I'm wondering how it relates back to the fiction that, like, inspires people to get into science fiction. Well, but, like, things happen in Factorio all the time, which is one of the most, like, engineer-brained ass games that's out there. I mean, Kaipa, that's because the Endless devs are better. Like, Civilization, the Sid Meier's developers are not good. They are not good. Oh, Orc Florist, I've got one for you. Hold on. Well, it's not intergalactic. I'm sorry, it is technically not intergalactic. It is interstellar. But I've got one for you. It's a visual novel, but it is also a space opera. This game's crazy. This game's crazy. Oh. I think that Firaxis has genuinely does not make good games. I just flat out think they do not make good games. And I think that Amplitude has a lot of weaknesses as a game studio, but at least they give a shit. I really feel like Civilization in particular has fallen into being a game series that is obsessed with giving the fans what they say they want. Yeah, Humankind was not like a good execution. I'm not going to pretend that Humankind was a good execution. It just wasn't. I liked the conceit, but the big problem happening in Humankind is that it involved Amplitude giving up all of the things they're actually good at to focus really hard on things that they're frankly not very good at. But Endless Space 2 and Endless Legend are amazing. I should probably... maybe that's what I'll do for one of my non-handcam days this week, because the Endless Legend 2... the Endless Legend 2 beta is out. I might do that. Yeah, that's... I mean, yeah, at least Endless has an interesting world. You should play Endless Legend with Americans? As in... Oh, you can't connect to the surface. Okay, I was like, I was wondering if like you meant like there's like an American an American culture that could. Yeah, Civ 3 was I played Civ 3 when I was younger. I played Civ 3 when I was younger. I think though that the only really good Civ is shocking, very shocking thing I'm about to say. The only civilization that I think is particularly good in the only game I think is particularly good in the Civilization series is Alpha Centauri. That's the good one. There's a good one. It's Alpha. Yeah. See, this is Skyrish. You are part of a culture that I do not understand. You are part of a culture I do not understand. I understand where Rifter is coming from. I understand the Civ 4 partisans. I don't really understand preferring Civ 5 strongly over Civ 6. I don't think that they're different enough. You thought I was going to say Civ 2. That would have been funny. If I had said Call to Power, that would have been more on brand. But no, it's Alpha Centauri. I love Alpha Centauri. Fun fact, Alpha Centauri introduced me to my favorite poets. Praise, Roof, Safeguard, Cloth. Yeah, Call to Power is cool and fucking sucks. Call to Power is so cool and it sucks so bad. That is extremely accurate, Jazzahall. It's the Empire. That's so accurate, Jazzahall. That is so accurate. That is so accurate. Hello, Tohu Vohu. Skyrish, I think Civ 4 might be worth checking out because it's so different. Smack is actually just really good. Like, Smack is actually good, which is a weird thing for me to say about a Civilization game. But it's Smack rocks. Don't play it with the expansion. Play it without the expansion. Rare game where the expansion just makes it bad. I kind of enjoy that there's basically synonymous words. So this is with child, and this is pregnancy. So pregnant is woman, like shepherding. And then with child is woman and sign of the dragon. Wants to play Civ 6 so you can install the Gilgamesh Hairy Chest mod, and that's it. Kirill out here using Civilization in the way that some people use gacha games. I think Civ 4 was probably the last game that I was actually competitive at. But yeah, it's 4:49 a.m. on a Tuesday, exactly. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Salutation. So hold on. So here's best regards. Salutation. Salutation something weird. Yeah, I wasn't gonna get that. I wasn't gonna get that. Shrine fishhook. So many gay gacha games have questionable content. I'm assuming not as in the webcomic, because that would be very strange. That'd be tolerable. Woman plus factory. Hold on. This is hold on. Sign. I don't know if there's a single character that I know for factory in Japanese. So Sign of the Dragon, which I did poorly there. Sign of the Dragon. As opposed to Dragon, which is, this is going to drive you nuts. Any Chinese speakers? Nuts. If Blue's here, this will give her a conniption. This is the Japanese for dragon. Which is nuts to me. That is absolutely crazy to me. And what's really funny is that the old school form of dragon is still in Japanese as a radical. So like you still use the more traditional form of dragon, but only for attack. Like this is still dragon. It's just we just only use it for half of the character. It's crazy. Dragon's so complicated. Many of them have bad gameplay loops. I can believe that. Skyrish, please have a good night. Thank you for even staying around this long. I'm assuming that Kara already went to bed. What would factory be? Because I know, like... This is warehouse. But you're enjoying the convo? That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Powerful. I cannot believe that people just like end streams and just like fall asleep. That's nuts. I have no idea how long I'm going to be up for because I slept for like 20 hours today. Oh, I should actually change the name. This is not my left hand. I'm not doing left hand. I'm not doing left hand. We're doing kanji practice right now. We're going to go over to left hand later. Archibald. But I'll show off my left hand because I do think my left hand's actually pretty good. This is my left hand. This is left hand handwriting. This is left hand handwriting right here. Yeah, I was, yeah, I have horrible insomnia. Yeah, there are even some, Tohu, I've been sick. I've been sick. I had to cancel, Saturday stream because I was sick. Actually, I had to cancel Thursday stream as well, but it just wasn't on my, own stream, so you didn't probably think about it. Relatives. I can kind of write kanji with my left hand, but I haven't practiced it nearly as much. I did a little bit, but brush is really hard with my left hand. A potato chip bag full of money, so ridiculous. What a ridiculous moment in my city's history. See, I'm already making a pretty bad mistake right there. Let's try that again. Oof. Yeah, quite a bit worse. Quite a bit worse with my left hand than with my right hand, particularly with the brush. I'm getting a little bit better with the calligraphy marker on the left-hand work, but it's still pretty shaky. There's a pretty like fundamental stability issue with my right hand, and that becomes like way more obvious with a brush than it does with a marker or a pen, because there's so much more like fine variation with it, right? Tai is thread and good fortune. Yeah, there we go. Burn's cute. Burn is a cute character. Which I wrote pretty badly. The ratios here are pretty bad, so I'm going to try it again. It needs to be thinner and taller. Made it too short and squat. There we go. Yep. Fire is burn appropriate. Burn is fire appropriate. I like that. temporarily is, I believe it's this one. No, that's gradually. That's gradually. Temporarily, I believe, is this one. Decapitation Day. Heck yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it. Paddy Ridge. Half rice field, if I get it right. No, I got it wrong. It's rice field half. This one's been killing me. That's such a small mistake, too. Precipitous. I like precipitous as a character. Yeah, Kawashi. Numb is grass. Committee. Got it. And then raise. This one. I've made a lot of mistakes with before. Infancy. I'm actually having a lot of doubts about this one, but I think it's this one. Yes, I'm wrong. Cocoon Power. I feel like I draw power really badly with a brush. I feel like I need to work on that one specifically. Hakuna Matata. But it's Osanai. See, I'm curving it way too much. That's way too much curvature. Do I need to like pull it up slightly? I feel like taking a pause, like actually taking a pause. Maybe just angling it a little bit more. All right. Well, vow. Fold words. Fold words. There we go. We are going into ads. I will see you all in a few moments. Need to use the bathroom, refill water. I'll see you all soon. And I'm back. Not gonna lie, I am kind of thinking about upping the ad time to 5 minutes, just because in practice, I am almost never back in the actual expected 3 minutes. 3 minutes is not enough for me to really go to the bathroom and have a snack and everything that I want to do. I pretty much never complete that. I am partially inspired by the fact that Vine, who I've been watching a lot lately, and I really like their work, Vine spent the entire weekend running absolute maximum ads. Well, part of it, Kaipa, is that, given the rate I drink water, it takes me about an hour to need to use the bathroom. So it's, so that, like, in that sense, I have a bit of a biological clock helping me out here. I am very hydrated. I filled up another 3/4 of a liter while we were up. A little bit cold. I fairly frequently have like a full liter. Like a racehorse. I was thinking like a water clock. That guess like a racehorse. I guess that's one old man thing that I've managed to, yeah, I've got a weak old man bladder. I will say I'm at least getting good water pressure out. I am very grateful for that. I am still getting good water pressure on the out end of it. Oh yeah, absolutely, Kaipa. Absolutely, Kaipa. Absolutely. Abandon. This one kills me. Ah, this one's killing me. Well, oh, a second, there we go. But yeah, that one kills me. Shrine hook. Oh yeah, but Mikks is here. Mikks, I was thinking about this while I was up, and I don't know. This will amuse Mikks, or make him very angry, and but I think it's a good conversation point for the whole chat in general, which is that good old Peven Stinker was complaining. I think he was trying to complain, but it was just kind of evidence of his ignorance. That good old Peven Stinker, Steven Pinker, he's a psychologist. He's a reactionary psychologist. And political activist. Probably he's a fucking hack. At this point, he is probably most famous for his associations with Jeffrey Epstein. So, that should probably give you a sense of the kind of man we're dealing with here. And he's more coherent and intelligent than Jordan Peterson, who is his Canadian equivalent, and this has generally made him less successful. Because he's trying to do the same thing as Steven Pinker, as Jordan Peterson, but he is not stupid and incoherent enough. So he was complaining, I think he was trying to complain. Pinker's Canadian, nice, I thought he was American. I thought he was at Cal. But, whoops, my bad on that one. But yeah, Steven Pinker doesn't have complete, well, because Pinker, made a post on Twitter that was amusing to me, where I think he was trying to complain that, if you look at the open syllabus project, where professors just submit their syllabi, and it's just a giant database of syllabi for random courses. It's not even really a database, it's just a giant pile of syllabi. Judith Butler shows up more than Aristotle. And it was like Bell Hooks shows up more than Aristotle, and Judith Butler shows up more than Kant. And this was admittedly kind of funny to me, because I know what he was trying to do. He is trying to do a reactionary dog whistle. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I should talk with him about that, because I think that's cool. My understanding was that it's open syllabus is pretty much random submission. If you want to like get in here and explain more, I'll finish this thought and then I'll open it up to you. If you've got the time. If you want to get to sleep, this is this is very rude of me to even offer. But the reason why this was very amusing to me, let me finish this thought, is that there are two very solid reasons why Judith Butler would show up more often than Immanuel Kant in just a list of course syllabi. And reason number one is that Butler is more broadly applicable than Kant, and Bell Hooks is more broadly applicable than Aristotle. Like, you just have more different courses that have a reason to use those authors. And in the case of Pinker in particularly, and also new Annie Austin, also Nyanomancer, also new Jacob Geller and new Annie Austin. Annie Austin did employment rate for Fallout New Vegas, baby. Oh, Nyano, you're gonna love Annie Austin. Nyano, you're gonna love Annie Austin. He's such a guy. He's such a guy. He's incredible. But let me finish this thought about Pinker. For Pinker in particular, it really amused me, because if you told me you have a psychologist, right? You have a psychologist who is doing like contemporary. He does like ab psych, right? Like, isn't that Pinker's thing? Isn't Pinker like ab psych? He's a psychologist. If you're a psychologist, it's really hard to justify making your students read visual psychology. Okay, then even more so. There's very little reason, if you're a psychologist, to have your students read Kant. But there's a lot of reasons to have them read Butler. Like, Butler's really applicable. Yeah, it was linguistics. Yeah. Also Butler. Again, Butler, very applicable. Kant, applicable. Like, even if I wasn't a Kant hater, like, Kant's really abstract, and like, yeah, and this is the other thing, Mikks. This is my other point, is that, so first of all, Butler is more broadly applicable than Kant, and the other thing is that there's more 200 courses than 100 level courses. You assign Kant and Aristotle in Philosophy 101, you assign it in Great Books 101, you assign it in just like 101 courses that are like foundations of Western knowledge. The only reason why you're going to read Kant after a 101 general ed course is if you are specifically doing continental or analytical philosophy. Butler is so applicable. Butler is so fucking applicable. And Butler and Hooks should be applicable to his work as well. Like, if you were to tell me this is a psycholinguist, and here are 8 courses the psycholinguist produced, I would assume that Kant shows up in 0 of them and Butler shows up in 3 of them. Like, and just on American patriotism grounds, like, come on, man. Mass Alex X, thank you for the follow. If you're an American, you should be trying to assign Butler more often, because Butler is like the most important American philosopher we've ever had. No American has contributed more to philosophy than Judith Butler. Sorry, James, but you have been dethroned. You can say like Donald Trump. I'm gonna say Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd's British. William James is the one that people usually bring up. Oh, that's a brutal way to put it. That's cruel. That's cruel. I will say that Anne Rad is actually a kind of good skater name. I think that Anne Rad is a pretty good skater name. This one. There we go. Got it. Oh. Okay, Tohu. Let me put it this way. If we're not talking about sheer popularity, if we're talking about like pop culture importance, then yes, Ayn Rand is more important and influential. If we're talking about a philosopher you can actually use in like to change how you do science or to change how you do history, like Ayn Rand is not very useful. Oh yeah, as a political philosopher, I think as a public intellectual, she might be one of the most important, which is frustrating. But I think that in terms of like informing research in other fields, I think she's very low influence. I might be sounding a little bit too much like a fucking positivist right here, which, I mean, logical positivism is one of the funniest philosophical projects that ever existed, but it is also still kind of fun to talk about their mission statements and to understand philosophy through the lens of their mission statement, even if they are perhaps the funniest launchpad disaster in all of intellectual progress. Yeah. Yes, Bell Hooks is incredibly influential. Bell Hooks has a pretty good, if extremely depressing, guide to romance. Like, Bell Hooks is such an accessible writer. People should read Hooks. Yeah, hold on, I can link it. I'll just go link it. Into romance and being depressed. Sure, why not send the good? Why not send the Goodreads link? I found it depressing. I think most people I know did not find it depressing. Have a good night, Matthew. It was a pleasure having you here. Sleep well, my dude.
The very premise of love is depressing.
Welcome in. That is not the reason why I think that's not my thing with Hooks. I felt yeah. Hello, Ayanamnishka. Yes, Bell Hooks is great. I think Bell Hooks is a great writer. I think she's very accessible. Unlike Judith Butler, who I think is the horrible intersection of being correct about the world and being like the worst writer on the goddamn planet.
Butler cannot write worth the damn.
This is one of the,
so bad at writing. I would personally say, Butler. Well, probably the reason Butler is assigned so often is because if you read that outside of a curriculum, you probably wouldn't have any idea what the fuck was going on.
True. So true. Yeah, whereas like I like there's a couple of authors where if you read them like outside of curriculum, it's like completely incoherent, and there's a bunch that like if you read them like no matter what, like it's just like easy to read. It's like Edward Said is just like not hard to read.
Yeah. No. Well, like another, I guess, you know, more of a novelist, but definitely like a philosophical novelist is
Bent Beans.
Bro, no.
Is bountiful. Bent Beans, I got it right.
Hesse, by the way. Herman Hesse.
Oh yeah.
Hesse is incredibly easy to read. Also, every teenager should have read Hesse. Like, I'm dead serious. Every artistic teenager who liked nerd shit in the 90s should have read Herman Hesse's Steppenwolf, right?
I haven't read that one. I have not read that one.
You haven't read Steppenwolf?
Then again, I was not like an artistic teenager at all.
Yeah,
like,
that's fair. You've mentioned that, actually.
Yeah, I was sciencey. I was sciencey, and I was very athletic. Those are my things.
Let me see if I can find a specific quote. There's a specific quote. Ah, there it is. I am in truth the Steppenwolf that I often call myself, that beast astray that finds neither home nor joy nor nourishment in a world that is strange and incomprehensible to him.
Nice.
It's like the most, oh, this makes so much sense if you're a teenager who doesn't know what the fuck is going on.
Hell yeah. You know who I read as a teenager? There was the artsy influence on me, and has not really influenced me very much beyond that. Blake.
Oh yeah, Blake. Yeah. My grandmother liked Blake a lot.
Blake is fun. I don't know if I can defend him as good. But...
Well, that's definitely why she liked him. My grandmother, for a woman as sophisticated as she was, certainly did like her writers who were fun. Right? Hi, Nyano. I thought you'd be popping in there. I don't know how long I will stay, by the way.
That's fine. That's fine. It's late o'clock.
But clearly, I'm not sleeping.
Yeah.
Also, Nate, you don't. You were the athlete. You don't say.
You don't fucking say. You don't fucking say. Me being an athlete is a little bit more surprising because I have maintained only.
Right?
I ran. Yeah, I mostly ran. I got back to it as I got older.
Nice.
But I was not a particularly good runner. I was only ever an okay runner.
Long distance or sprinting?
I tried. I was better at sprinting when I was younger because I liked lifting. But it turns out that sprinting is not particularly useful for like dealing with mental health problems, and long distance running is. So
yeah. But
this is true. This is true.
You had something particular you wanted me to talk about here, right?
Yes.
About fucking...
Open Syllabus Project. What is the deal with it?
Okay, so Open Syllabus Project, I don't actually know, like, tons about Open Syllabus Project, aside from, like, what you've actually talked about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is kind of just a thing that people just throw stuff on, but part of the point of Open Syllabus Project is to share information and curriculum between teachers and create a lot of research-driven resources, right? All I know is like my brother does a lot of stuff relating to educational curriculum databasing for a lot of different places. One of his like, I don't know how much of it is like paid work and how much of it is volunteer work, but I know for a long time something that he was doing a lot of work with was digitizing textbooks, right? In order to provide them to students without charging them $50 fucking for them. Right?
That rocks.
And others, no, my brother's fucking awesome, right? Younger brother, by the way, for those of you who are curious.
I have a lot of admiration for him. I think that he's
really cool. He's a good kid.
Yeah, I think he's a pretty. If I had been I don't know, more committal and more focused, I think I would have been a lot more like him.
You two are pretty similar, actually. Yeah, you have a lot of common, right?
Yeah, I have a lot.
Your sense of humor is also quite similar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did catch up. I did catch on to that. But Noonster, the Noonathon.
Hi, Noona. How you doing?
Noona is the most guns.
Yeah.
We build the gun, we shoot the gun, we happy.
Yes. This is the Noona life. The Noona life is gun. Noona's living that gun life.
Yeah. No guns life, except all guns life.
Gun life, gun wife. Which is not true at all. I don't think the Noona's wife gives a shit about guns. But yeah.
Metaphorical guns also.
Metaphorical guns. God bless guns. The most American man around. Yeah, I didn't think she did. She gives a shit about like crochet. I don't know her super well. She made the mini Noona, right?
The mini Noona is cute.
The mini Noona is super cute.
I would punch that creature.
Thank you for the gifts up to Noona. Noona gets to dance and have a little tank now. Give me the mini Nuna flushes. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Good for her. Good for her. She rocks. Yeah, Nuna's very fun to kind of talk with because I like my knowledge of military hardware is very much through a lens of enjoying history. And so like I know a fair amount about military hardware because I know I like history, and history nerds really like talking about equipment, and so like you learn about equipment from that.
My knowledge of military hardware extends exclusively to swords.
Swords.
Yes.
I liked swords a lot when I was a kid. I thought they were very interesting, right? So I learned a lot about swords.
Those Oakshot charts are crazy. I cannot understand.
They're fucking
they give me a headache. I look at how you actually classify swords in like a rigorous sense, and like I just like my eyes start going cross-eyed. Like those charts are nuts. But it's fun with me with Nuna because Nuna is like very specifically like guns, like small arms guns. Small arms like Nuna's talking about pistols and assault rifles, and it's just, and like I've tried to talk with Nuna about like tanks or aircraft carriers, and Nuna's like, no thank you. I do not care.
This is like talking with one of my friends and trying to talk to him about clothes and not talk about vests and cloaks. That's what he likes historically, right? It's extremely specific. He's very interested in vests, and he is very interested in coats, or cloaks, and to a lesser extent, coats and neckwear. Doesn't give a shit about boots. Not interested in talking about textile techniques unless they involve cloaks or vests. On the other hand, I like wearing vests. So he's a very useful resource.
You do like wearing vests, and it works very well for you. Nuna, it's very funny, and it's what really tells me that in your case, it really is just an autistic hyperfixation and not like a weird chud like obsession with how to kill people.
Yeah. I think tanks are actually pretty neat, right?
I think tanks are neat.
I think the way they move is neat. I think they're horrible. They're horrible devices, but that's how I feel about most weaponry and most vehicles of war, right? So,
I mean, you grew up Quaker, and a thing that I have always found kind of interesting is that a lot of the people who I know who are like the most knowledgeable about modern military hardware are Quakers.
Oh yeah,
that's like a very common thing. That like Quakers with the vow of peace often have a kind of like interesting fixation with like an interesting like grotesque fixation with it.
Well, I can tell you what came out of it culturally for me, right? And this is a combination of being Quaker and being from a very learned family, let us call it, right? Educated people value intelligence, value history, value knowledge, right? When you don't like something, you better be able to explain why.
Yeah.
And you better be able to fully understand what it is that is dangerous or wrong or bad about that thing, or you should probably keep your mouth shut because you're not going to do anything to help.
Yeah.
You're just spreading basically like negativity and that sort of stuff. And that's something that I've taken really to heart in my life. And a lot of it is probably just natural inclination, so to speak. My parents are similar, right? My father more so than my mother. My mother doesn't really engage as much with like the things she doesn't like and knowing about them. She's perfectly happy to just say this is trash and throw it in the trash. Unlike my father and I, we are much more of a no, I'm going to sit here and stew in my anger about the world by increasingly doom scrolling more and more and more until I want to punch a hole in my computer monitor.
Oh no. I mean, you know, my most unpopular take is my most unpopular stance is that I'm vegan. Like, and that's
Are you sure?
what I've learned over the years is to just kind of tell people that my feelings about it are mostly motivated by very emotional reactions, because it actually gets really exhausting to have repeated conversations with people who know less than me but feel much more strongly than me about a topic that I it's very annoying after a while.
I'll be honest, right? And I mean no offense to my to you know our dear friend Nagi by this, but I don't get people who are like stridently anti-vegan. I get being against a certain kind of vegan person who exists because they are.
Oh yeah, finding
really,
people
really
annoying is fair. Finding people annoying is very fair. I find most vegans very annoying.
There's a lot of vegans who are annoying, and there's also a lot of vegans who are like actually kind of harmful in their own way.
Yeah.
Because of how ignorant they are of things like nutrition.
I mean, she's live right now, but we know a streamer who is very much the result of that exact form of ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
True.
And it is an interesting one to me because I came at it from very much a stance of just like, I don't want to hurt animals, and I think that I mean, Mikks has seen this in action, my desire to not hurt animals.
When you're moving the tiny little spider or whatever it was.
It was an inchworm. It was an inchworm.
It was an inchworm, yeah. At least it's an inchworm. Like I hate to tell you, but if there was a spider in my space, it's dead because I can't do that, right? If it's elsewhere, it's fine. It's fine. As long as it's not where I need to eat or sleep. I cannot have spiders in my space.
I'm going to go insane. I can't get Sama correct. But yeah, I have a very like immediate, like, I don't want to hurt others thing. And then there's a fairly large number of vegans who believe in truly magical things.
Yes, and I think you've probably realized, but that's what pisses Nagi off about veganism.
Yeah.
She doesn't like it when anything is like in any way magical. It very much bothers her. And also, Nano, you should just say what you want to say. Interrupt me. I told you the other day you should start interrupting me.
Well, see, the thing is that in truth, you can get rid of all the negative vibes of like meat just by stuffing yoni eggs in orifices.
Exactly.
Yeah, basically.
Exactly.
I mean, just listen. You put like a 2-pound egg of malachite inside a turkey for Thanksgiving. It's purified. You're good. It's vegan now. It's green.
I thought you were going to put that 2-pound egg somewhere else, and I was like, oh no.
No. That's for self-purification.
Oh.
We're talking about turkey purification and meat purification.
Okay. Anyway, this was a bit of an aside. I was also just going to one thing that was kind of interesting. Well, Tohu was talking about one of my a piece of military equipment that I think is a really good one for illustrating what I like to think about as scale gaps, where like in general people have a lot of scale gaps because Tohu highlighted the Mark 19 grenade launcher as a fuck that hill weapon. And this is an interesting one because a Mark 19 grenade launcher is not going to show up in Call of Duty.
No, it's not.
There's no way. I think there might have been a Call of Duty that had a Mark 19 in a single player campaign. But they're not going to put them in any like FPSs that you actually play because what a Mark 19 grenade launcher is in a fully automatic belt-fed grenade launcher.
Yeah, also known as the average firearm in Warhammer 40,000.
Yeah, the average firearm in Warhammer 40k. Yes, it is the experience of going up against somebody using a Mark 19 if you were like to fight that as a person is not like it is. They thought you were maybe somewhere within 100 meters of a location and you just died.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Wikipedia page and oh my god, like there are 2 Marines using it. They're both grinning.
Yeah. Oh no, it's so
They're
cool.
having the time of their lives.
It's so cool. It was a fun secondary weapon that certain vehicles would use in Wargame, and I always really liked it. It's huge. It's huge. Well, it's throwing grenades. It's throwing grenades. And so on the one hand, it's like massively outside of the scale of what you could realistically put into a video game that's about being an infantry, the poor fucking infantry, and not just getting obliterated pointlessly without any understanding of what's happening, also known as Arma 3. And then, like, on the scale of weapons that are actually used by the US military, the Mark 19 is genuinely a tiny weapon.
Yeah.
Like, it is genuinely very, very small.
I have... I have some concerns with this variety of military game existing, actually.
Yeah. Like, because they're fucking they're convincing poor stupid 18-year-olds that signing up for Marine infantry is a good way to do anything other than die
They
pointlessly.
also are furthering the idea that weapons designed to inflict death and destruction on living beings are fun toys.
True.
Right? Like Nyano just said, right? These guys are grinning, they're having a great time. They shouldn't be, is my actual opinion on this. I'm not going to knock anybody if they enjoy guns, okay? I'm really not. I don't care. I don't think anybody here or anybody who I know who enjoys guns is like, yeah, I can't wait to shoot another human being and kill them dead with my gun, right? No, they want to shoot at targets or play video games without any real people in them, right? Whatever. Right? You're allowed to have your fun. It's not really a problem. I just have some sociological concerns, I suppose, I would say, with the entire way it sort of shapes the perception. In the same way, I have a lot of sociological concerns with the way cop shows shape the perception of police.
Yeah, true. It's a kind of interesting and distressing thing that so much of the artistic tradition that we live under is about pretty psychopathic people glorifying the pretty awful things that they did. I am thinking about my classics of, like knightly literature, Bertrand de Born type guys.
The chivalrics, yeah.
The chivalrics, yes, exactly, the chivalrics. Sideways is, I believe, tree yellow. I think I got this wrong.
I love that Don Quixote's just making fun of those guys.
I love the Don Quixote's just making fun of those guys.
Good novel. It's such a good novel. I feel like I say this every time I'm here. I just really love Don Quixote.
Don Quixote rocks. It's really kind of interesting to me that it is the first novel, right? The first Western novel. And at the same time, it is also doing a bunch of things that people keep on thinking are novel every single year, like doing metatextual format critique.
Yeah, well, this is because this is almost universally the case for genre originators and early examples of medium, right? Because usually the people who... So...
I know this is one of your big angry ones.
It's yes, but I'm not trying to get angry. I'm trying.
I can tell. I can feel you.
The energy to get angry right now.
I can feel you. You're trying to figure out how to put it in a way that's not just you being frustrated.
What I'm specifically trying to say, yeah. So I'm actually curious because you guys are people whose opinions I trust, and I trust most of your chat's opinion as well. My curiosity would be whether any of you all think, as I do, that for the last 40 years or so, we've had video games, right?
Yeah.
And video games do not work like other mediums do.
I'd say games non-controversial so far, yeah.
Games in general do not work like other mediums do, in that oftentimes they start out very simple and become more complex as they are iterated upon. This is not the case for most other media forms. Films weren't simple at their start. Literature was not simple at its start. Comics were not simple at their start. Radio was not simple at its start. Music was not simple at its start, right?
What's your definition of simple?
Lacking in nuance and complexity in regards to narrative element. So the Don Quixote example, right? Don Quixote is a very early example of what a novel is, what we think of as a novel. Don Quixote is satirical, it's metatextual, it's self-aware of social trends, it's extremely ironic at many points. It has multiple layers of analysis going on within its own text. And it is a story that subverts many of the things that would later become genre conventions on its own. This is extremely common in originators in literature and comics in particular. And for some reason, people don't seem to be able to grasp that this isn't just a linear march towards things being more complex. In fact, it's often things get watered down and simplified the more they're iterated upon in most fictional mediums. Right, video
I
games
do think
being
that
a weird exception.
There is an element. I'm just gonna like, this is like a quibble more than
Mhm.
like a real objection that I don't even know if it's a quibble, but there's a bit of a formal issue with what you're saying where you're comparing video games, which is a medium, to genres. And so the more apples to apples comparison would be like comparing FPS to Doom.
Okay, probably a better way for me to phrase it then, because that's not what I was intending to do.
No, I'm like I said, I don't think this is actually like the substance of what you're getting at. I don't actually think this is like the substance of it.
My point here is not actually that video, like the thing is, right? Okay, most people on the internet these days, most nerds these days, most people who talk about fiction, they play video games, they like video games, they grew up with video games.
Right, true.
Gross.
My point here is that video game genres don't work like the genres in other mediums.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I mean, I did mention Doom, but Doom is actually more in line with what you're talking about, where like Doom is actually kind of the best FPS.
In a lot of ways, yes.
And then, but that's not true of that was not true of RTS. It took RTSs a long time for them to mature.
Not true of RPGs.
Not true of RPGs. I don't even know what the hell to say about RPGs, man.
Right. It's not true of platformers.
I know both of you have way more to say about
fighting games. It's not true about shooters as a whole. Actually did get better after Doom. It's the single player Doom-like boomer shooter that has rarely been equaled by Doom.
Yeah.
Because they're all just trying to be Doom, but different. Right.
I mean, but we do love Ultra Kill around here.
I was going to say, we've got examples like Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill is clearly building on the formula of Doom. It is many times more complex than Doom is. It has far more going on with its gameplay and its themes.
Oh, no, Doom is thematically very simple. Doom is very thematically simple.
But so what I'm trying to get at here is that, like, at least in most genres that I'm pretty deeply familiar with, right? The originators of the genre are oftentimes significantly more subtlety, thought, and what's the word I want? Breadth, I guess, to what they are trying to accomplish than their derivatives do. Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser has so much fucking nuance compared to, like, The Witcher.
The one that has driven me insane over the years is RUR. Yes. Like reading RUR makes you so mad all the time. Yeah. It's so frustrating to go from RUR to like Blade Runner.
Yes.
Like it's infuriating.
Cinema is one that I don't feel fully equipped to discuss.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the idea that old movies are simple and silly and, morally uncomplex is insane. People push this a lot, but it's insane.
Those are people who have not seen Cabinet of Cagliostro.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they just haven't. They just haven't actually seen old movies. Like it's wild.
And like when you get into like one of my main mediums, which is comic books, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the actual early comic books, we're not talking about the Silver Age after they all got censored to death, right?
Yeah.
The first thing that Superman fucking does is break down a wall and beat the shit out of a guy for beating his wife.
Yep.
That's the first thing that happens. Those in the third issue, Superman catches a kid who's robbed a convenience store and then goes to his trial and says, "This young man comes from a place where he does not have any option other than to steal. We need to fix that. Don't you dare put him in jail." Right?
You put him in prison, I will break him out.
Yes, exactly. It's like literally the third issue of Superman, and people act like these comics were morally simple. Right? That they weren't dealing with real societal issues and they were just about silly adventures of costumed men fighting supervillains, right?
Ridiculous.
They when they really, really weren't. They were a bunch of very angry, mostly Jewish Americans being very angry about social injustice. That's what most of these early comics were.
Yeah. And it's and
it's really baffling to me how this like ahistoriosity of these genres of fiction as a whole plays out in like common conversation. Like if we
I
talk
think
about,
okay, go ahead.
No,
yeah.
I was
'Cause I've
just,
got theory, but yeah.
yeah. So I was just gonna say, like, I was just gonna further elaborate. So it's probably better if you just speak.
My hypothesis is that it is the result of the dominance of Whig history in popular discourse. That like
Whig history?
Whig history, WHIG.
I know.
Yeah. Whig history. Whig history, for people who might not be familiar with it, Whig history is the pretty derogatory term among historians for the belief that history is just a series of things getting better over time. There's just the future is better than the present, and the present is better than the past.
Because
and
of course things.
And this is just like true across the board. This is not because there are a lot of ways in which the present is better than almost any point in the past. I'm not going to be out here saying like I wish I had a time machine to go back to the 1500s. I really appreciate having dentists and flush toilets. I don't want to go back. But the thing is that when you take Whiggish history too seriously and it becomes too important to how you view history, you wind up believing that the reason why people in the past, didn't use electricity or didn't use steam engines or didn't use water mills, if you go back further, is because they were just stupid.
Yeah. I think you were talking about this before.
I say it all the time.
Yeah.
Our ancestors were poor, not stupid.
Yeah.
And
yes.
Yeah.
That's a huge sticking point for me too.
Yeah. Oh, I got this fucking character wrong again.
Oof.
I fucking hate this character. Transition. I get it
just
wrong.
makes me livid whenever people talk about, oh yes, our primitive ancestors didn't understand. They could just do these things.
And this is a huge percentage of what like motivates a lot of the worst isekais.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's like, oh yeah, I totally know how to generate a power plant based on my knowledge of having played video games and not having ever done electrical engineering. I can just go to the past to like building a power plant so easy. I can just do it with my level of knowledge. Like, no, you fucking can't.
This is why probably my favorite isekai that's airing right now is like Isekai Doctor. Because that dude's basically reinventing the medical system from scratch, and it's really funny.
How many times has he killed his patients?
So far none.
Okay.
But it's mostly because he gets lucky.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I know there's a lot of problems. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. There's a lot of critiques to be had of the extremely unwoke and in many ways very cringe Scrubs, but I did really appreciate the episode where like all of the doctors just admit that they've killed their patients.
Yeah.
And JD is like really disturbed by it, and he's asking the other doctors, and like all these doctors are like, "Oh yeah, I killed a guy like last week," and then like even like his best friend is like, "Oh yeah, absolutely, I killed one of my patients. You know, I was doing a surgery and he bled out on the table, and it's my fucking fault, and that's just the thing that we have to live with as doctors."
Mm-hmm.
Brutal.
People look down on textile arts partially because of that, but also enormously because textile arts are very feminine, and that's just a horrifyingly awful thing to be said about our culture and how it values and puts prestige on gendered objects and studies. Textile arts actually rock.
I mean, it kind of ties into the whole thing that that I came on right after, which is fucking Peters.
Yeah. And
his dumb fucking mindset of like, oh, they're not studying the great men of history who are great.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
It's like, and these guys tend to
It's really funny to me that all these great men are just absolute fucking assholes.
Kant is such an asshole.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on Kant, please.
A couple of them aren't, right? A couple of them aren't. But, like, it's very strange to me how this can sort of exist in this, it can sort of exist for people to both believe that there are these irreplaceably great people in history who are enormous figures of existential, like almost supernatural weight, right?
Mm-hmm.
But also things always get better forever, and everything now is better than everything that used to be.
I mean, in the case of Pinker, like
he's just dumb.
He is simultaneously dumb, and I think the fact that he specifically selected Kant and Aristotle, this might be a little bit subtle, the point that I am raising, but Aristotle
I think you pick it up what you're putting down.
I think you're picking it up. Aristotle's a very foundational writer for a lot of Western philosophy. So it's understandable that if you are studying Western philosophy and Western history, you are going to need to pick up Aristotle at some point. Kant is also kind of the foundational writer for all of analytical philosophy. So if you are going to study analytical philosophy and epistemology, you do need to get around to studying Kant at some point. I think he's selecting these authors, and he is not selecting, let's say, Marcus Aurelius and David Hume, who are similar levels of important figures, because these were exceptionally racist figures.
Yeah.
Calling Aristotle racist is a little bit confusing, but Aristotle is arguably worse than the average level of racism, because one of Aristotle's big beliefs, and it's probably the one that most people dislike him for when they get into Aristotle, and then they kind of get turned off by Aristotle, because almost everybody does. Aristotle was a big believer that the advancement of knowledge and the advancement of philosophy and the advancement of science are all contingent upon the maintenance of slavery.
Oh, yeah. No. And
Kant was also just incredibly racist, even by 18th century standards.
Yeah, no.
Just making sure that people know that. He was super racist for a guy in the 1700s.
Yeah, no. This is one of those things.
Wild.
Yeah.
It's like, notably, like, if you read Kant's contemporaries and anything that that's documented that they've said about him, they were all pretty much just like, that guy goes way too far. Like,
there's fucking weird.
There's a thing that I like to point out, which is that H.P. Lovecraft was so racist that people thought his own friends who were themselves pretty fucking racist. I'm not trying to say that Howard was not a racist dude.
Howard was super racist.
Howard was super racist. Howard thought that H.P. Lovecraft's level of racism was weird and off-putting, and specifically, like he's pretending to be an 18th century poet, he was talking about Kant.
Yes, he was talking about
that's what he was talking about.
And I wouldn't actually be surprised if Lovecraft's racism came in part from Kant by, like, association, basically.
Yeah.
His aunts were definitely, like, Western elitists, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's definitely how they were, right? So I find Lovecraft just a fascinating figure, right? Like, I don't really have a tremendous amount of admiration for the guy or anything, but...
Have I ever told you the funniest thing I've ever heard about Lovecraft?
What?
Okay, so look up a picture of Lovecraft. Folks, you can just Google image search for H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh.
You know what he looks like.
I know what you're doing.
Nyano's heard this one before.
It's pretty good.
Doesn't it look like he's hiding a baby bird in his mouth?
It really does.
We wish we could be that brave.
It's so good. Why is he holding his mouth like that?
I mean, I think it seems pretty obvious to us, like, today, that Lovecraft was probably quite neurodivergent.
Oh, yeah.
Probably OCD. Like, OCD seems like the most likely thing to me.
It would be surprising if he did not have OCD.
Yeah.
Like,
it would be extremely surprising.
It would be surprising. I could believe that he had some combination of autism and anxiety.
Oh, no, he was anxiety, definitely, right?
Yeah, hard to say he did not.
Yeah, but it's possible that the anxiety, like, the main thing is, like, did he have an anxiety disorder, or was his OCD just that bad?
That's true. I don't know enough to tease that out.
This is what I find fascinating about Lovecraft, right? One, he's been dead for like 100 years. So, I mean, not quite, but he's been dead for a very long time. And because he's been dead for a very long time, the harm that he has done to the world is extremely limited, especially because most people are still surprised when they learn that Lovecraft was super racist. They think he was just really scared of fish, which, to be fair, he was.
Yes, he was. I have generally felt like his racism was less was a kind of he named his cat.
He did not name his cat.
He did not.
Oh, he didn't? Okay.
No.
He is not the one who named the cat.
He adopted that cat, I think, from his mother.
Brutal. Oof. deck stacked really against him there. Deck stacked really against him there. But
yes, the cat. This is an interesting H.P. Lovecraft fact. In fact, the famous quote that people give about that cat, where its name is mentioned, is him talking about how, despite the fact that people have shamed him for keeping the cat and leaving the cat alone, he loves the cat because it was his mother's. Right? And he will not change its name because of that reason. Right?
Still afraid of fish. I tend to think that a lot of my impression is that a lot of Lovecraft's feelings and theories, and particularly like his theories about race, were misguided attempts to exert control over a world that he felt was too unpredictable.
Totally. The most core thing to Lovecraft that you have to understand, right? The most core thing about Lovecraft that you have to understand is that he was educated, and his greatest fear was that education did not prepare him for anything.
Which, hole in one on that one, buddy.
Yeah, hole in one on that one. It's actually even sympathetic. The output isn't entirely sympathetic. Now, to be fair, Lovecraft, for the most part, wrote books that are can be read in a racist light if you analyze them that way, knowing what you know about the author, as opposed to, like, I don't know, going and burning things down, right?
Yeah.
He was too afraid to leave his house to do anything like that.
Also,
the man was not politically active, let us call it, right?
Yeah, this is a character from his time period that I think is comparable is Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson did a lot more damage.
Yes.
Blue, thank
Wilson
you for the 10 months.
A lot more damage. Hi, Blue. Always good to see you.
Hello, Blue. God damn it.
Blue. It's kind of difficult to take seriously the idea that Lovecraft is a worse influence on the world than Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, some people like this is kind of what I was saying.
Hypa, not. I mean, they do kind of look like each other. I didn't really think about that. I am saying that because they were contemporaries, and they are both people who people say, "Oh, this person was just a product of their time," and in both cases, no. Both cases, both people were lambasted fairly frequently and fairly loudly for being exceptionally racist for. Well, I mean, they're like 10 years apart, but like for their era, they were considered exceptionally racist, and then people often defend them as like, no, they were just products of their time. It's like, I mean, we in the trivial sense that all human beings are products of their time, yes, but in any meaningful sense of like, they were not considered normal by their own contemporaries.
I think we definitely get really weird about that concept, right? The conceit of something being a product of its time, right?
Yeah.
Because we are both far too permissive and nowhere near honest enough with ourselves about it.
No, that's true. That's true.
Especially those of us alive, like, so I can't say for certain. I mean, with my family being the way it was, I probably would not be a total chud if I had been born 40 years earlier. But I doubt I would be as together as I am on certain subjects.
Oh, yeah.
If I was born 40 years earlier, because I would not have had access to the internet and the range of experiences that has informed many of my positions on things like identity. I know as a teenager, I had far stupider opinions on people's personal identities.
Oh my God, I absolutely did as well. I had some
I think all teenagers do. I think that's part of being a teenager, is having dumbass opinions on other people's identities. But that doesn't change the fact that I might not have grown out of it if it hadn't been for living the life that I have lived, being exposed to so many people from so many places. Like, I certainly would not have as positive of an opinion or as realistic an opinion of places outside of the United States that I hadn't even been to, right? I do now.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Right? So I would probably have some more nationalism in my blood and some more xenophobia in my blood because of that, right?
Given the type of family I am from, and actually I don't know, because I was about to say I think I would have believed a lot more like magical stupid thinking kind of things, but I don't think that actually showed up super frequently in my family, even though it We do have a couple people. We do have a couple people in my family like that. But
I probably would be a really obnoxious liberal, is what probably would have happened to me, right? Specifically. Bill Mayer levels of obnoxious liberal, right?
Oh.
Because let me tell you, the shit that Bill Mayer says sounds like me when I was like 14 or 15.
That's
Not
a level of honesty that I'm not even sure.
A 60-plus-year-old man is like that.
He's so obnoxious. I'm going to use the bathroom, but I'm going to keep it rolling. I'm going to be back like super fast.
To clarify what I mean by that specifically, I don't mean his racist anti-Palestine shit. I mean the smug way he talks about how everyone who isn't the way he is and does not value the things that he values is a dumb loser who is basically a stupid little child who needs to be corrected, right? Those of you who have attended my streams at any point or have talked to me to any great degree know that I sometimes slip into this idea that people who value things that I don't value are stupid little children who need to grow up or be corrected. So you can see how I would have been vulnerable to that in my younger days.
Oh yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I just never liked him.
He's a fucking asshole. Like I've never really
it's the particular way he speaks.
I mean,
just like the way he like just stresses certain words in his speaking patterns, that just kind of like signals to me that, he thinks he's the smartest person in the room, but he's probably like the bottom third.
Yeah, no, it's the smugness, right? Bill Mayer is the model for the smug liberal that the conservatives point to and get mad about. The thing is, he's way more.
Oh, I saw an interesting study about that, actually.
Yeah, he's way more sympathetic to that, right?
Yeah, or at least tangentially related. You know how like conservatives often complain about liberals talking about like privilege and stuff like that, right? And like, I think there's like a meta-analysis of like emails sent out by Republicans versus emails sent out by liberals. They found that Republicans complained about liberals talking about privilege more than liberals actually talk about privilege.
Yeah. No, that's right.
Really funny.
Liberals don't talk about this that much. It's mostly a leftist thing.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Sorry. Where were we?
Or even in like leftist circles, it's mentioned more by conservatives that people talk about, oh, the woke and blah, 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 blah.
Leftists mostly use it to yell at each other, so...
Oh, did you actually? Actually, I did see. This reminds me. I may as well grab it. There was a really interesting piece of analysis that somebody did.
I was just talking about it.
Oh, you were talking about that one. Okay. That's where we're at. Yeah. Yeah. Like a lot of this language that supposedly like the woke's coming for us is conservative language. It's conservative portrayals of. It's the conservative imagination. If you've ever
read a single strip of Mallard Fillmore, you know exactly what it is. Like, it is entirely
true.
Just, oh my God, can you believe that these people, they're going to come for us and take our things because I'm afraid they will?
It's
why must we punish our most productive citizens with taxes? Oops, I forgot to tell you.
I don't know. Why do we overly tax the bottom 50%? They're both
exactly. They're the ones doing everything.
Because if we didn't do that, then there'd be more rich people, and then the rich people wouldn't be special anymore.
Good.
But by the way, this is a favorite old economics theory. Oppression of labor. Are you guys familiar with this one? This is a fascinating. Oppression of labor is a fascinating little economic theory. For people who may not have heard of oppression of labor is a mercantilist. Not even theory. It's a mercantilist practice, because mercantilism isn't really a theory. It's a bunch of practices that were assigned the concept of being a theory ex post facto. And the theory of oppression of labor, the practice of oppression of labor, is you find your most productive people and you pay them less because that makes them work longer hours.
Yep. It's fucking insane.
It's a fascinating, and like you can see the logic to it, right? Like,
yes, you can see the logic to it. It is a logic that says the purpose of workers is to make me money.
Yeah. Well, and in the particular case of mercantilism, right? These are mercantilism is a series of doctrines that were developed by ministers in the 16th and 17th centuries to try to run individual government departments better in a state of like incredibly intense interstate warfare and competition. And so it's like, okay, so the limitation on our guns is our gunsmiths. So you have two theories of approach to this, and one theory that would be the more liberal theory in the very classical sense would be increase the wages for gunsmiths and make protect apprentices of gunsmiths, like scale up education for gunsmithing and increase the wages for gunsmiths so that we have more guns. But the mercantilist one is much more short-sighted and much more short-term, and it's, let's get our gunsmiths to work longer hours, and the fact that this means that there will be fewer gunsmiths in the future because more people will look at being a gunsmith and go, that fucking sucks compared to being a tailor or a shoemaker. That's somebody else's problem, right? That's the future's problem, and I don't have to think about the future either because I'm not going to be in office in the future, or very bluntly because of the nature of 16th and 17th century politics, if we don't have the guns today, we might all die.
On top of that, it's also, well, okay, if you don't mind me being a psychologist here for just a second, transactional mindsets tend to be very short-sighted in the first place.
Yeah, because how do you know that there's going to be somebody in the future to make the deal with you?
That's true, but it's also because transactional mindsets tend to be very outcome-oriented, and it's not long-term outcome-oriented. It's immediate outcome-oriented, right?
Yep.
What they want is to get this deal done. It's... I won't bore everybody with all the specifics of this, but there is a certain sort of neural framework that builds up. When you think of everything as a transaction, that leads to you being very concerned with what's happening to you right now and very unconcerned with what's going to happen to you tomorrow. Right? It's why stockbrokers are the way they are, for the most part, right?
So that's probably part of the explanation for why there's such bad long-term outcomes for the bribing students to do their homework policy that people were doing 10 years ago.
This is actually why I know about this.
Okay,
I believe it. I believe it.
The reason I know about this is because this comes up a lot in educational theory, which is that forming a transactional relationship with your students between them learning and some sort of reward does not lead to them becoming better at learning or having more of a desire to learn. It leads to them expecting rewards for learning. Right? And the problem isn't so much that they expect a reward. The problem is that being concerned with the reward rather than the process is harmful to learning. It is harmful to the exercise of learning, and it is harmful to the philosophy of teaching. You are not training your students to accomplish a task. You are teaching your students, and I'm speaking to a former teacher. So, I've never even really taught. I've been a teacher's assistant, right? So I'm a bit of I'm being a bit of an asshole right now. But the philosophy of teaching is to pass on knowledge that can be later used for further growth as a student. Yeah. Right?
Yeah. It is to the crudest way to put it, when you're the crudest way that I think about my teaching, my philosophy for teaching, which I mostly put in these terms because I find it useful for countering certain very stupid anti-education. There should be a gray box because that is Anki, and I am thinking about it shouldn't be black, it should be gray, and it should say congratulations, you have finished this deck now, and I am currently trying to debate whether I just review more kanji or work on my calligraphy or paint a model. I'm debating those things internally, and I would appreciate input because that means I have to think less hard.
I was about to ask you if you wanted a poll, but then I remembered I'm not a mod for you.
So. I do you want to be a mod? I'd happily make you.
You can make me a mod.
Yeah, I'll make you a mod. How do I do
I can't promise I'll always be here, but
I mean
when I am here, I can do my job.
My mods are very inactive, so it's not like I really will miss that. It's not that big of a change.
I'll make a poll for you, is what I will say.
You have been my mod in the past. How do I do
I was
this?
your mod for a brief period, and then you decided you didn't need any mods.
No,
So-
you decided you resigned. you resigned single-handedly.
Did I?
Yep.
I don't fucking remember this, man.
Yeah, no, you resigned single-handedly. How do I can
Okay,
ban
well-
you? How do I do this?
Well, first you ban me, and then but please don't ban me. You have to reapply every single permission you've ever given me.
But yeah, I can also just put it away for the moment. I'm not going to ban the birdie. That would be very funny to be on a stream that you're banned from.
Incredibly fucking funny.
Oh my god! So now Twitch is running incredibly slowly. But anyway, my theory about it was I wanted to change my students' minds, not individual opinions, but to change the way that they approached the world and that they thought about concepts to be better equipped to deal with more complicated and more demanding topics going further.
Banning your friends for money is tried and true practice, Tohu.
Okay.
It's incredibly funny.
Okay. Yeah, I've modded you. But yes, the nature, but like the reason why I try to put it in this terms is because quite a few people think that the purpose of teaching is to give students job skills or to satisfy them as customers. And
I was about to speak about that first piece in particular, your first part of that statement.
Yeah.
Because you can see that with why people are engaging less with education in general now, is because they view it as like the reward is good job rather than the reward being learning something.
And it's definitely there's a lot of misunderstanding of what is happening, and this has led to a very interesting perverse outcome over the years, which is that history graduates actually have better job prospects than programmers as a degree. How about
the University of Illinois? Wait, where's Idaho?
There are 3 universities.
Indiana.
Oh, the Bloomington one makes me so mad. I'm sorry. I'm so mad.
The University of Indiana is absolutely rolling in their graves now because they just act like pretty much their entire history department.
There are 3 universities right now. There are 4 universities right now, actually, that are behaving in ways that I would not have predicted like 2 years ago. And that is Bloomington, Chicago, Columbia, and Harvard are all behaving in ways that shock the hell out of me. Chicago might fucking die, which is crazy. Like, holy shit.
That's actually, if the University of Chicago dies, that's a fantastic thing for the universe. Do you know why? Because it means finally we can put the Chicago School of Economics to rest.
Okay, so I have to put out 2 things here. The first is that UChicago stands a very real chance of being, depending on how you measure and what subjects you care about, being the best school in the world. That's actually a pretty realistic claim. That depending on the thank you, Mikks, for using your announcement powers. That UChicago it's a private school, not a public school, that is outrageously, insanely good at sociology, at anthropology, at history, and they have also simultaneously produced the single most evil academic department in the last 200 years. I don't want to say all of world history because there's some impressive stuff. I should say last 100 years. There's some very impressive stuff that happened in the 18th and 19th centuries. But the single most evil academic department that has existed, certainly since Nazi Germany ended, certainly since the end of Nazi Germany, which is the University of Chicago Economics Department, which is the only economics department that I am aware of. Rifter, thank you for the 3 months. The only economics department that I am aware of that was able to do national level experimentation on their theories. And the results from that were catastrophic. So they get to go down in history as one of the most evil organizations that has ever existed. So why is UChicago? I'll just run down the dramatis persona that I just gave out. UChicago, Bloomington, Columbia, and Harvard. All of them are under fire from the combined forces of STEM lords and the Trump administration. And Bloomington's Columbia's behavior has been to surrender in advance to the Trump administration. Chicago and Bloomington have both gone and just shot themselves in the head, and Harvard is waving the rebel flag in the name of freedom. It is baffling. I would not expect any of those. I fully would have
Harvard appears to be close to capitulation.
I hope they don't. They wanted to. They're talking about taking it to court, which they would probably win.
They probably would.
Yeah,
win.
but they've been
also.
There've been some back channel talks that have been reported where they are going to comply with some of the administration's demands, from what I recall.
Well, at the very least, they're fucking negotiating. Whereas Columbia just rolled over and gave them everything.
Yeah, Columbia just rolled over.
Yeah, that was shameful.
Well, and of course, in the case of Columbia, in the case of Columbia, I would say don't go to Columbia. If you are looking at undergrad options, do not go to Columbia. Columbia may not exist in a couple of years.
It is hilarious to me that Columbia, aside from Harvard, was the foremost, and maybe Yale was the foremost law school in the entire United States.
Yeah, I would say they're number 3 after those two. Yeah,
and they couldn't think of a fucking way to fight this shit.
And it's Columbia is a particularly funny one because it's actually really obvious if you look at what the Trump administration has done with Columbia, that what has happened is not actually the stuff that you see in the news, but that there are members of the Columbia Alumni Council who are in the Trump administration who are just really fucking mad about stuff from undergrad.
Yep.
And have just never gotten over it. Because it's so specific. It's they need to reopen this part of the dining hall. They need to close down this dorm. It's are you fucking kidding me?
Yes.
This is you have taken the most busybody crank.
It's just motherfucker, you don't go there anymore. You don't live there anymore. Why do you give a shit?
This is just busybody crank alumni council stuff that has gotten escalated to the level of being a national crisis.
This is what alumni do.
This is what alumni do. It's very annoying. It's very annoying.
Thank God I'm not an alumnus of anything.
Yeah, don't be an alumnus, people. Get your degree, but don't accept the title.
You want to know
of
something
alumnus.
crazy? Actually, I didn't tell you guys about this, right? It looks like General Calligraphy has one.
General Calligraphy has one. Okay. I will finish.
So now you will write the entirety of
the Epic of Gilgamesh.
No. Sun Tzu's Art of War, because it's the General Calligraphy, right?
General Calligraphy. Yeah. So Chicago is baffling, and it's actually really fun. Okay, have a good night, Tohu Vabohu. Chicago winds up being really funny because the reason why is not actually because of political outside pressure. It is because they ran out of other people's money.
Yes, sirree.
Chicago is, I believe the numbers I heard were 10 billion in debt on a 20 billion endowment.
Yeah, that sounds extremely correct.
Chicago managed to run out of money. They
you know what else? Their policies that influence that ran out of money.
It's a sham. That's how.
They tried to do what Harvard is very famously a hedge fund that happens to have a school attached to it.
Yes.
Chicago thought they could do that.
Yes.
Turns out they
could not do that.
Turns out they can't. Turns out that the number of people who are actually that good at running hedge funds is 5. And they are already at other jobs. So...
Yeah, why would you jump ship on your hedge fund to go to a different hedge fund that doesn't offer you as much, right?
Yeah. But yeah, they've been kept afloat by their South Asian Studies departments and their literature department and their sociology department, and they're cutting all of those, not cutting the econ department, which is the one that has cost them all of this money. Because again, this is the problem. I think again, bureaucratic problem, right? Bureaucratic problem. All the people who are causing all of the problems are the people who have the ability to shield themselves from the problems.
Yep. As it often is.
As it often is. The people who are immune to, the people who cause the problem are immune to one of the first things that you do when you get a lot of power is make sure that all the consequences of your misdeeds fall on people below you.
Yep. So crazy thing, by the way, this is just a little bit of tea. This is my fucking life, right?
Yeah.
I learned last week that I live in the same neighborhood as my undergrad psychology professor.
Nice.
He has lived here
Yo.
for 40 years, and I did not know this. He lives a block away from me. I have lived here for over a decade, and I did not know this. Because I am an American, and we do not leave our houses.
Living the online life, baby.
It was very weird, right?
Did you go to undergrad near where you live?
I went to Maryland State, so yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it feels like, because I do know a professor who flies over 1,000 miles each week to see his kids because he's married to another professor who who teaches at a school on the other side of the country, and so their kids grew up in one on the East Coast and on the Midwest, and one's in the Midwest and one's in the East Coast, and so he just flies back and forth all the time because professorships are that important.
This gentleman isn't like an active professor anymore. He's now a research psychologist, right? So he mostly focuses on addiction, I believe, and works with addiction counseling.
Nice.
At like a research
literally a professorship.
Yeah.
They're dating.
Cute.
I didn't know Kari was in this call.
I'm channeling the shrimp.
Yeah. No. When we needed her, she appeared.
So somebody needs to make up for the fact that I can't make good dad jokes despite so many of my demographic attributes.
It really is a horrific failing on your part,
right? It's the uncleness, right? You unfortunately are the Roman Empire uncle, right?
I thought you said I'm the dorky uncle. I'm the one who gives you history books. Not the one who sells you weed.
Not the one who sells you weed, or who just randomly gives you a $5,000 guitar. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely not that one.
That's one of my uncles. Never for me, but for my siblings, definitely.
That is pretty funny. Because knowing your siblings, I don't think of your siblings as having particularly expensive tastes.
I mean, my sister's a photographer, so she can't afford to have an expensive taste because everything that she does professionally costs like $500. So
yeah, I was about to say you can spend a lot on that.
End.
You can spend a lot on photography equipment. Yeah.
Nyano, trust me, right? I know. Because remember, the other woman also likes cameras.
The other woman.
I know what these things cost very deeply. I'm just glad I never picked up this particular habit. So, the lenses are really, really expensive. It's actually the lenses that are much more expensive than the camera bodies.
Mm-hmm.
A good lens easily goes for $500 to $2K, right?
Yeah.
Easily, right? Yeah. If we ever get to a point where 3D printing glass becomes a feasible, viable thing that people can do fairly easily, that will probably tank that market entirely because nobody's ever going to buy another one of those motherfuckers.
I'm going to go ahead and say,
the real question:
if we can't figure out the problem with 3D printing metal, we're never going to figure out the problem with 3D printing glass.
Oh yeah, no, of course.
I think that the bigger question for that would not be figuring out 3D printing glass. It would be figuring out how to make good enough polyacrylate lenses.
That's fair as well.
Because that's what has happened to these guys.
I will tell you.
These are $7.
It's not. Yeah. It's not just about the quality of the lens, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's about the properties of the lens for the photon direction and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things that go on with a camera lens that are not just about it being high quality, right? You need it to be able to be refract the light in a very certain way for a lot of techniques. You need it to affect the film in a very certain way for a lot of techniques. That's why a lot of these are very expensive, because they are incredibly specialized. And the people who are buying them will pay for them because they can't get what they want anywhere else. Right?
So if I was enough of a sicko, if I want to be an absolute sicko, I could dedicate my life to developing analogs of those techniques that work with polyacrylate.
Yeah.
Lenses.
Polyacrylate
would be a good thing to do.
Problem is, I'm just like not that inclined on photography, so I'm not there's a lot of reasons why. Like, this is the thing that like happens with me with like some amount of frequency. Like, it happened just the other day where people were like, I like mused about learning how to draw medieval style, and then people are like, oh, that would be so cool. I'm so excited for you to do that. It's like, I just actually don't really have a lot of inclination to do that. That's actually just like not.
You're not
super
much of a
interesting
visual arts guy, just in general. Like, it seems like painting is like acceptable to you because of the calligraphy element, right? Because of the inks and the paints and the materials.
It's right? A lot of the. I enjoy working with the tools and the feeling of working with the tools.
It's the brushwork that appeals to you.
It's the brushwork, it's the tactility of it. And also, I'm not going to lie, with miniatures painting, part of it is that I also, like, part of why I enjoy doing it is because I'm not taking it very seriously.
Very fair.
Whereas I know that if to become, like, the kind of illustrator that won't, like, just drive me completely insane, would involve a level of dedication that I'm not willing to exert.
How do you feel about, like, blueprinting and architectural style of stuff?
I've wondered about it. I still feel like I've got a lot of room left to go on my calligraphy and my miniatures painting. Course. So I'm not like hurting. Blue Eyes hit on the one that would actually probably enchant me the most, which is like drawing like medieval marginalia style.
Oh yeah. No, that is cool stuff. That is genuinely cool stuff. I hate to blather on and then bail, but I think I should probably go to bed.
Try to get some sleep. You got work in the morning.
Yeah, I am. I know. I'm pathetic. I'm a loser. I'm terrible. I'll see you later, chat. Bye.
The fuck was that?
That was me not actually editing my stream info when you guys were here.
That's crazy.
I'm very rude. So let me give the shout out to Mikks. Mikks UAV. Check out
3D
Mikks.
printing will never be a solution for everything. There are some things that are just better cast, goddammit.
It's the future.
I mean, unless we could, like,
the future is stamping.
Unless we could, like, fuck off. Stamping has its own problems. Stamping has many, many issues that you do not understand, you modern male.
But you can do it at room temperature.
You can do it at room temperature, but you know what else you can do at room temperature? Make extraordinarily brittle pieces of metal.
I thought you were going to say goon.
Actually, I prefer sub-ambient, but that's just me.
Yeah. Hello, Tori Gates. Hello. Welcome.
Wonderful time to trip in.
Yeah. I mean, my understanding as a person who only knows a bit about manufacturing in modern contexts is that different techniques work with different materials and will produce different properties. And it is actually something of a miracle that we are even able to cast steel at this point, because that was not true for a very long time. Even casting iron was very difficult for a very long time. 3D print chain mail. What does this mean? Because like that would mean 3D printing with like pretty springy
Okay, the thing
iron.
about it is this. So consider this. What is a chain? What's a piece of chain? It's a very, very small piece of metal that interlocks with other pieces, right?
Yeah, it's a ring.
That can probably be done via 3D printing, like metal 3D printing techniques, because individually, the chains don't all need to be like the exact. They don't need to have the same crystal structure. They don't need to all have the same like strength to them. They just need to be strong enough in order to stay bound together and deflect, project. Well, not deflect, but absorb impacts at least reasonably well, right? Whereas if you get a sword, for example, it is impossible to 3D print a sword via these like laser 3D metal 3D printing techniques, because you need relatively uniform and predictable crystalline structures for a sword, and it needs to be pretty even the entire fucking length of the blade.
I forgot that Almantas. Do you know Almantas? Nyano?
Me?
Yeah.
What Oh, sure.
Okay, she's super cool. It's frustrating to have a chatter who's like dramatically cooler than me.
What do you mean? I'm right here.
You're not a chatter.
You're right.
You're my co-star. Yeah. The long search for the DILF. There's a couple other DILF friends that I've got hanging around. John Ken, for example.
You mean like 6 years?
Yeah, 6 years. Nyano in the future Nyano. Never use it with plate mail; it will break. Yeah. That's. I mean, this is the thing that like is kind of interesting that people that I've learned from people who work in like reenactment and creation stuff is that like a lot of the armor that we see in movies, particularly in like sci-fi stuff, is armor that is like foam, basically, and this means that it's insanely too thick. Oh, by the way, Nyano, did you ever see the incredibly horrible elven armor from Rings of Power?
Yes.
It's so bad.
I kept up with that show's
Oh,
production
you fool.
only to make fun of it. Only to make listen. The only reason I did it is because I saw it every like couple of weeks, and I was like, every time I saw an update, I was like, really? This was $1 billion?
Oh my god.
Good God in heaven.
Let me see if I can find a picture of what I'm talking about for the folks.
Please do. I have an image of it in my head, but
this one might actually this picture.
It's about as bad as the armor in the Warcraft movie.
I didn't see the Warcraft movie, but I actually struggle to imagine somebody making more armor than just any concept.
Oh, dude, I watched it in my hotel room at MagFest this year. And I was watching with a buddy of mine who has a Horde tattoo on his left hand, on his left arm, and the the Alliance on his right arm. And he was just roasting that movie the entire time. It was really funny.
I thought you were describing Nate there for a second.
No.
Nate would have an Alliance tattoo.
No.
It was extremely bad, but at least it was extremely Warcraft. That's very fair. You have to remain true to your source material, which is to say, bad. This thing is a little you idiot.png.
Yeah.
So let me zoom it out here, and I should screen share to Nyano like a good host.
I'm on my phone, so it would be pointless.
Oh, okay. Thank you for telling me that. So in case people, so I'm trying to get people to look at here. What I'm trying to get people to look at here is this guy's armor right here, the scale mail armor. Yeah, also I do know that you'd be Horde only. This scale mail right here. People, do you know what that material is? What the scale mail is made out of?
Yeah. It's made of ass.
It's a t-shirt with a pattern on it.
Yeah, it's ass.
It's a t-shirt. This is just a jersey shirt. It's just a long sleeve shirt it's a long sleeve shirt with a pattern on it.
I completely refuse to believe that Video Workshop was involved in this production at all.
I'll see if I can find another one where it's like very clear that these are just shirts.
Yeah. $1 billion fucking dollars, by the way. $1 billion fucking dollars. They can even be asked to,
No. Actually, this one arguably makes it a little bit clearer. We might need to zoom in a little bit more. Do you see how you can? This is scale mail that is hanging in such a right way that you can see it clinging to the muscle form underneath.
Mm-hmm. Need I remind you, $1 billion? And look at the armor on the horses too. It just looks so fake.
It's so bad. It's so
this is just
bad.
This is just, by the way, Colin Space Twinks.
I love Colin Space Twinks.
Never heard of that guy. That's a bit of a whiplash moment.
Colin Space Twinks is, you know Colin Space Twinks, right? Or do you not?
I don't know anybody.
Okay. Colin Space Twinks is he's a Twitter personality who's now a Blue Sky personality. He's probably mostly famous for one of my favorite one-liner jokes of all time. So you know the joke about Pagliacci, right?
Yes. Oh!
So the joke about Pagliacci, I guess I gotta fill in the audience as well, because that's being a good streamer. The joke about Pagliacci is, man goes to doctor, says he's depressed, says everything in life feels pointless. And the doctor says, treatment is simple. Great clown Pagliacci is in town. Go see him tonight, you'll feel all better. And then the man bursts out into tears and says, but doctor, I am Pagliacci. Classic old joke. The Colin Space Twinks variation on this is, Pagliacci goes to a second doctor for a second opinion. Doctor says, treatment is simple. Great clown Giacomo is in town. Go see him, you'll feel right as rain after going seeing his very funny show. And then the man says back to him, what about Pagliacci? And the doctor says, Pagliacci? Yeah, Nate quoted it here. Pagliacci, what a shit-ass clown. Worst clown I've ever seen. It's just...
I know who you are.
It's a very good joke. Space Drinks is mostly a furry who does a really cool thing where he goes through Steam sales and he has actually played a pretty large percentage of all of the games on Steam, and he gives you recommendations for like little like $2 and $4 super weird indie games. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good.
I to inform you that I'm reenacting that scene from that one GIF where the dude's like standing alone in the woods at the camera, slowly zooms in and he nods. Mm-hmm. That's me right now.
Yeah, hold on. I found a possibly better illustration of what this awful Rings of Power armor.
I just fucking hate this shit, man. I just fucking
look.
I cannot stand. Dude,
look at the arms. Look at the arms. That's t-shirt.
That's painted. T-shirt. That's just painted. That's just painted. You don't do that.
Ultimate Pantheon. Make your flip fall off.
Like fish.
It's so grim, man.
Also, I really hate to say it this way, but like none of those like dudes in the armor, none of them have elven physiognomy. They're not Orlando Bloom.
You can find twinks at your friendly local gaming store.
No, you don't understand. Lord of the Ring elves are not fucking twinks. Orlando Bloom is not a twink. He's a twunk. They need to be twunks.
Okay, maybe my standards for twinks are fucked. Maybe my standards for twinks are all. The fade of the color can be seen on the same points as they're wearing the same thing. Oh yeah, brutal way to put it, Vovern. Oh. But yeah, they're just printed shirts. It's awful. It's so bad. Agent Smith, Hugo Weaving. Also, hello, Gamma.
No, he's a twunk too.
I don't know if I acknowledge twunk as like a real conceit.
It doesn't matter if you acknowledge it or not. It's real, buddy.
It's real to me.
Don't say that. I fucking love that post, though. that entire interaction. I don't give a shit if it isn't your real to me, damn it. I love that guy.
I'm gonna see if I can see how bad I am at insular with my left hand. I've barely touched insular in like months.
But also just like manufacturing this stuff, like good looking armor these days is so fucking easy. It is so easy. And the fact that they spent, I keep on having to say this, but $1 billion was spent on the first season of the Rings of Power. $1 billion. Where did it go? Do you know what the total budget of the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy was?
350 million?
No. Let me look it up though, just so I'm right.
Yeah, they'll say I'm throwing out a pretty random number. That Spirit Halloween Lord of the Rings is a $1 billion.
All right, here's the budget. All right. The budget for 3 films, right? For 3 films was less than $300 million.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't feel that bad about 350 mil. That is not that far off.
No, it's not.
I was less than 100
But the thing
million off,
is,
that's not that bad.
the thing is, for basically the same amount of footage, because I think the Rings of Power season was like 10 episodes long, and they're like an hour long each, right?
Yeah.
And the extended edition of all the it's over like 12 hours or whatever, right? For the same, for a literal third of the cost, they made some of the best looking films in recent memory, with pretty good armor, really good set design, and stellar casting.
Mm-hmm.
And Amazon, with 3 times the budget, couldn't do the same.
Not even close.
The thing is, Blue, I didn't even think, even assuming that the budget was $500 million, the $500 million dedicated to marketing alone, that doesn't make any sense, because what the fuck does Amazon need to spend on marketing whenever they control the largest online shopping platform in the universe, and they could just have the Rings of Power show up whenever anyone types in Lord of the Rings to their search bar? That costs like $2.
I do wonder what's going on with marketing in this world, because man, the ability I have to evade ads in this day and age.
Mm-hmm. See, the thing is, it's because all of these old marketing firms and advertising firms are still kind of stuck to their old methods for the most part. And they refuse to do what all the smart advertisers are actually doing, which is you pay influencers on YouTube to advertise for you, and you include it as part of the reel.
Yeah, paying influencers is pretty easy.
And you can pay an influencer pennies what you pay to these advertising firms.
Do you know how much shit I would do for Pilot if they gave me $1,000 a month? Do you know what this stream would look like if Pilot gave me $1,000 a month?
Yeah, I do. You would absolutely 100% have Pilot everywhere. You would have
honestly, it wouldn't be that big of a change because the Pilot is on the screen all the time. I do basically advertise for Pilot all the fucking time, so it wouldn't change me that much. But
dude, all I'm saying is that I'm really surprised that no VTuber yet has just added corporate logos to their design. I'm surprised that Aston Martin hasn't done so.
It actually interferes with Aston Martin's verisimilitude.
Mm.
Yeah, I'd get a Pilot sweater. I'd get the Goku streetwear thing, but covered in the word Pilot over and over again.
Supreme. Instead of Supreme, it's Pilot.
Yeah.
That's good shit right there, actually. And then your shoes, use the Pilot vanishing point, fucking special ink cartridges.
Yeah,
and you slot it into the back, so whenever you take a step, there's an ink footprint left.
Hello,
it just says Pilot.
Yeah.
Right?
All of my Faber-Castells just disappear. You just never see them again. It would be so cheap. It would be so cheap. And Mont Blanc spends that much on just paying for coffee for their store at the Oculus. This is nothing. We are so cheap. The part where you get really screwed on advertising that I have learned is Google Ads. Google Ads is the one that really fucks you.
Yes, which is hilarious because they're the single largest advertising platform on Earth.
Yeah, and it seems to all be a scam.
Yeah.
Multiple different companies have A/B tested just cutting all of their Google ads, and they did not see a change in revenue, which is really bad for something you're spending an enormous amount of money on.
That also kind of reminds me of this one dude who was trying to make this AI YouTube channel, where just creates AI content 3 or 4 times a week, right? Did it for a month, and he spent $200 on Google Ads and basically saw no return on that investment. Really fucking funny.
I think I showed that to you. It's brutal. It's so rough.
Yeah, you did. You did.
You spent $200 on advertising to get, I think, 20 views.
Yeah. That's how you know they're premium viewers. Also, it's just the fucking entitlement. Like thinking like, oh yeah, I spend 30 minutes a week on this, therefore, hundreds of millions of people should tune into me.
Ridiculous.
I mean, it's just all about like just the they're all just fucking like artistes and posers. And they have no frustration tolerance.
Very low frustration tolerance. And I mean, I've said this many times before, but don't try to become a content creator because of the concept of being a content creator. Like, that's dumb. Like,
yeah,
I want to be in front of a stage. Like, I don't want to, like, the idea of just like putting up a bunch of AI videos to replace me being here is, it's not even grotesque because it's so distant from anything I would want to do.
I know what you mean. It's just like a complete, it's... How do I phrase this? Right. It is just this idea that like the engineer brains and programmer brains and the weird STEM heads have, where if you could have the output without the process, then that's fantastic. Whenever most people want to do the process because they think it's fun.
Yep. Hello, Haz. Haz, you may actually be hearing from me in DMs in a couple of days. Because the newest update for Streamerbot fucks it up really, really badly.
Oh shit, does it?
Oh, don't update it. Don't update it. Hold off on updating Streamerbot. It basically went from a Windows 95 interface to a Windows 11 interface.
That's my favorite part of it. Why did they do that?
It was the main reason why I used it.
It was like, so simple. Everything was in its place, except for a couple of things that really should have been organized better. That's all I need to do. Just have a dedicated tab for like, okay, here's what all like your dependencies are. Like all your accounts are just in this spot, and then just organize it that way instead of doing it the way they did. And the way that they did it was just bad. I gotta see the new UI. Hold on, Streamer.UI update.
It's.
How bad is it? It's 1.0? Oh my god!
It's 1.0, and it's and I literally asked if I could get a reversion, if there's some way to revert it to the previous way, and it got closed without comment by the developers, so I don't think they want it back, so I guess I'm going over to Sammy. I don't like Sammy's UI.
I hate Sammy's interface.
I don't like Sammy's interface.
I fucking hate it. It's awful.
But...
Shut up, weirdo. Not you. This dude. Oh, is the... Oh, no, that's OBS. My mistake. Oh my god!
It's awful, right?
It just looks like a fucking web page.
It's really bad.
What the hell? Why would you do this?
I don't know. I'm very frustrated because I really like the old UI.
Well, old UI was its primary purpose was to deliver as much information as possible in the fewest amount of pixels.
Mm-hmm.
And that's still something that I think really needs to be focused on these days, because now there's just so much fucking wasted space. Like I pull up Twitter on my fucking iPad or whatever, or Blue Sky, and look at, and like a third of the two-thirds of the screen is just empty. There's nothing there. It's worthless.
It's pretty frustrating, yeah.
Like I go to a news website. What does it do? Nothing. It doesn't even load because I block all the ads.
Lol.
I pull up, or this is one thing that really irritates me. So Procreate is the program I use on my iPad to draw and shit like that. It, in the interest of maintaining a simplistic UI, hides so many useful features behind so many layers of menus that it is frustrating, and it leads to people, or at least rather, it leads to me just never using those features.
They want you to use the worst features.
No, they don't want me to. They just want me to draw. They don't give a shit.
Okay, fair enough. They do. Just
And I'm like, and I'm like, motherfucker, I paid you $15 because they raised the price. I paid you $15 and you can't even give me the ability to predict exactly how my pen will work, exactly how a brushstroke will look, because you edit it after the fact for some stupid fucking reason that I don't understand why. Even when I turn all stability and everything else off.
We've got an Ibis Paint Defender in the chat. Hello, Celeru. Hello, Celeru.
Hi, Celeru.
But yeah, I...
Oh, my back.
Turned off my camera by accident, which is probably for the best.
You gotta stop slapping your hog on stream, dog.
Well, it was just getting
I could have phrased that a lot differently. But I won't.
There we go. Okay, hold on. That's kind of wanted to demonstrate that I can do right-handed decently. I mean, go for it. Go for it. It's him. It's him. Not me. I didn't say that.
Literally him.
But yeah, when I was choosing between learning how to use Streamerbot or Sammy, I chose Streamerbot because I liked having a clean Windows 95 ass text-based interface.
Yes.
I am a text person. I like working in text. You can see me doing calligraphy right now. Not drawing characters. Not drawing backgrounds. Not doing miniatures. I am doing calligraphy because I like working with text. And a more graphical interface is worse for me. It is something I want to deal with less. And so moving it to a system that is less text heavy, that is more biased towards working with, you know, nested graphical menus, makes me, I would just say, feel unwelcome. Would probably be the least complicated way to put that.
Again, the UI should be as out of the way as possible and should get you to where you want to go as fast as possible.
Like
I guarantee you, anyone who was primarily concerned, okay, actually no. There are only a few exceptions to this, and they're all basically Atlas games, where their UIs are both functional and gorgeous.
For a video game, I kind of feel like there's a bit of a different question, because a video game is a toy and an art object and not a tool.
Don't let the Dwarf Fortress players hear you say that.
I am the Dwarf Fortress players.
Right.
I like Dwarf Fortress. I haven't played it in a minute, to be honest, though.
Me neither. The last I played it was on my old laptop, and that was 2016.
It's incredible how that game still leaves an impression on everybody who plays it. What a game.
It's such a banging ass game.
Rare game that I've just actively overpaid for just because I like the product. It's like them.
Yeah, same. When Wonder came out on Steam, I bought it at full price. I was like, yep, I love these guys.
Yeah, these guys, we just need more game developers like this. We should reward people who develop games with this ethos, just because that'll get more of them. Yeah, things like Dungeon Crawl, unfortunately, and even, what's the really goofy one? Caves of Cud, fail to appeal to me, at a really basic level. Celeru is doing art, hell yeah. At a really fundamental level, because they don't like it's the part where you're like making a group of where you're like doing management. This is the part that I like the most about Dwarf Fortress. I love the I like managing. I like city building.
Well, I mean, Case of Cut is more akin to.
It's more of an adventure game.
It is no,
it's more rogue.
It is literally a roguelike.
It's an actual roguelike, yeah.
Yeah, it's an actual roguelike. In all manner, shape, and form. God damn it, could you finish processing, you piece of fucking shit?
It is funny that of all the roguelikes, I think Rogue is actually still the hardest one.
That doesn't surprise me. It's like, Don Quixote.
Rogue's just like evil.
Yeah. I think everyone should play Wizardry 3 so they understand modern video games.
Should play Bard's Tale so I understand modern video games.
Bart, no.
Should play original Phantasy Star.
I don't wanna. EverQuest!
Are there still like EverQuest 1 servers going?
Probably. Because I know that at least as late as 2016, my history professor in college at the time, she was still active in an EverQuest server. I think they've been going on since 1998 or something.
Incredible. Love that for her.
Yeah.
That's online.
Is that it? Are you big fucking kidding me?
I mean, the advantage Jazz Hall about Putt Putt Goes to the Moon is that it's still just a recognizable game. I don't know like how recognizable of a game Ultima Online is at this point. I think one of my favorite videos that I've ever seen is the one about playing WoW Classic by one of my kings in video essaying, foldable human, Dan Olsen.
I don't trust that guy.
Because he's Canadian?
No, because he's bald.
That's what I thought you were going to say. As soon as I said it because he's Canadian, he's like, he's going to say it's because he's bald.
He's too close to God. That's why friars like shave the bald patch on the top of their head, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. That's the game where they killed Lord British. Yeah. Yeah, Putt Goes to the Moon, where you killed Lord British.
Wait, really?
No, it was Ultima Online.
Oh.
In Ultima Online, they killed the guy who owned the game in game. He was very mad about it. I think he might still be mad about it to this day.
Wasn't that Richard Garriott? What a
Correct, that was Lord British.
Weird guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Genuinely just a strange man, makes odd video games.
Yeah, he was he insisted.
What's he done recently?
I've got no idea. I only think about him in Ultima Online. I've got no concept about him as a person after Ultima Online.
Oh, right, he's an astronaut now.
Really?
Yeah.
That's insane.
He spent 12 days in space.
As like a commercial, like did he like pay for it or did he actually have like a mission?
Money.
Oh, that doesn't count. I feel like
I don't know, man. Listen. I would easily pay like $5 million to go into space for like 6 days. I'd do it.
I mean, I'm not saying that I wouldn't pay for that. I'm not saying that wouldn't, but I also don't feel like I don't feel like we should conflate the people who are going up there as tourists with the people who are going up there as an important part of advancing the scientific endeavors of the entire public.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like those are very different breeds of people.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, at the very least, he's worked on software that is on the ISS, so that's cool.
Nice.
Yeah, what games has he made? What's he done recently?
You're either Buzz Aldrin or you're Katy Perry. Yeah, I feel like we should continue to maintain a distinction between Buzz Aldrin and Katy Perry.
Oh, that's really funny.
But yeah, Richard Garriott was like very insistent that EVE Online should be like non-trivially a like giant living shrine to his own ego. Like he was doing the you know, like the DMPC who's like cooler than all the players.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, he was doing that in his own MMO that he owned.
What a freak.
And they were holding a parade where he was like leading a parade, and the whole thing was about like how cool Lord British is. And he was invincible, right? Because obviously. And while the parade was ongoing, somebody managed to crash the server. And that resets the flag for him being invulnerable. So when the server came back up, somebody managed to explode him with a fireball.
Let's go.
He was extremely mad about it. Yeah, the invuln bit wasn't turned back on. I don't remember the exact details of like why he wasn't invuln again. It was firewall. Yeah. Thank you, Hazmat. Thank you, Haz.
The firewall.
Hazathan. Oh, and I mean, like, the thing is, like, every impression I've gotten from people who played Ultima Online was that they did not like him. That, like, unsurprisingly, the guy who owns the game insisting that, like, he's the coolest guy in the universe and, like, and everything is, like, not well liked by the players.
Ooh. So, yeah. Prior to 2018, his last title was Tabula Rasa, that really awful MMO.
Nice. Okay, yeah.
And then in 2018, he released Shroud of the Avatar, Forsaken Virtues, which has an aggregate score of like 58. Yeah.
You are correct about that, Haz. I mean, there's a reason why, like, this story has stuck around, like, longer in my brain than EverQuest, a game that I actually played. Like, all of EverQuest combined is, like, less of a thing to me than that. I caught his ass before it could kick. Possible. I'm kind of, I don't really, again, I don't entirely remember what all the details were, because I, like, my brain is like, if you're trying to run this kind of parade thing, then, like, being invulnerable doesn't really probably convey that properly. What you kind of want to do is, like, have a, like, nobody is allowed to cast spells effect over an area. Because even if people are, like, not hitting you with spells, it's still obnoxious. Well, I mean, haha, Mikks has gone to bed, so I don't have to worry about him yelling at me for this. My take on RPGs, and this is not a take that means a lot in the video game sense of RPGs. This is me talking in terms of, like, tabletop RPG development and RPGs as an interpersonal phenomenon. A good written RPG doesn't need to have any characters and might not even benefit at all from having any actual named characters. The goal of an RPG should not be a piece of art in and of itself. It should be a set of paintbrushes. Metaphorically speaking. It shouldn't even be a game. It should be a set of paintbrushes that enable and direct the creativity of the players. And so an RPG should not take as much inspiration from something like World of Warcraft or even Tolkien, nearly so much as it should take from, like, Steering the Craft. Right? It should be taking from, like, artist prompt books and, like, exercise books, because the actual thing that I want out of a TTRPG is that the players can sit down at a table and have a conversation in the roles that they chose to play. And everything about the game should be facilitating that. But this is a philosophical conceit about like what is an RPG book as a game? What is an RPG as a game?
They don't exist.
I think it's an interesting philosophical quandary, right?
It is. It is a nebulous enough fucking. It is a nebulous enough fucking thingamajiggy, so as to be completely meaningless.
Nonsense.
I play a role in tennis.
What role is that, loser?
You're treading thin ice, buddy.
It's entirely possible you would actually kick my ass at tennis. It's actually pretty... I haven't played tennis in a very long time.
No, my role in tennis is heckler.
Ah. That is a type of game.
But only the referees.
So you measure success in how fast you get ejected from the game?
No, I base it purely off the color of the ref's face. How red it is. Or rather, how flushed. If there are veins popping up on the forehead, even better. That's how you know you got him. Or her. Sitting up there in that fancy-ass fucking chair. With an umbrella overhead. No, they don't get to be comfortable.
Is tennis weird about women being refs?
No.
Okay. Because like...
Why, are other sports that way?
Oh yeah, no. It was like a real long time before they let like any women be umpires in baseball.
I was just thinking that in my entire history, I have never seen a woman umpire.
I have seen one, and it was because it was a news story that they finally let like one woman be an MLB ref, and it's like...
I mean, don't they understand that, like, on average, women's visual acuity is greater than that of men's?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think colorblindness is an adaptive feature for umpires.
Actually, I think so, because I think it helps them focus on the ball.
Imagine making, like, a crazy Technicolor ball to mess up people with good color vision.
I don't have to imagine. They do it already.
That was one of those things that, like, they banned in baseball that I always thought was really baffling and, like, a stupid thing to ban, and really, like, shows that, like, baseball does not have the same priorities as me in design. That, like, they don't let you play with a ball that's too dirty. Like, the ball has to be, like, a certain level of cleanness in order to be acceptable as a ball, because old MLB pitchers would, like, deliberately get the ball dirty so that it was harder to see.
Also to give them better grip.
Yeah, it's like...
But the thing is that they do that anyway. They have this special dirt that they rub on them from like a particular like clay formation in like Kentucky or something.
Ridiculous, yeah. Like I see. I the reason why I don't support that is because it's expensive, as opposed to scrappy. Need to. Number one rule of hand jobs: anti-lube. The special ball mud.
The special ball mud. I would eat that mud. You wouldn't have to pay me.
I'll say, I think it costs quite a bit of money. Subathon reward for Nyanomancer. He eats the special ball.
It's the $10,000 per 10 mud.
Yeah.
How many subs is that? Oh, you know, like 5.
You can't put a price on subs.
Okay, admittedly, if I was fabulously wealthy and I had nothing better to do, I would absolutely have just like the most bonkers like subathon rewards for just the lowest like sub amounts that you could think of.
Cooking a meal entirely with gold leaf.
Casting a Nintendo 64 out of solid platinum.
If I was rich, if I was rich, I'd eat Balma.
That's a quote. That's a quote.
Oh, that's super good.
I mean, hey, listen, I'd have access to the best medical care on Earth. I would survive. Even if there were worms in it that would infect my brain.
Not the brain worms.
You know, if the brain worms survive after death, do they get like a cut of the inheritance? Considering that they were partially responsible for the actions undertaken to amass so much money?
I don't think they have legal personhood, unfortunately.
I mean, they eat manure on, so they should.
Yeah, but like people have been trying to like do that with like their cats and dogs and stuff for decades, and like it's generally not gone the way they were hoping.
What?
You generally can't like make your dog like the executor of your state.
They can make a dog a mayor, though.
True. That's because the mayors don't have to make decisions.
What are you talking about? They're the executive.
True! They just have to execute.
That would be extremely funny. You put 2 bowls of food. You write on 2 bowls of food the names like pardon, kill. Just have the dog eat one of them. But you rig it and you put the best food always in the pardon bowl. See, you didn't expect that to go wholesome, did you?
You're a political enemy of Mayor Barks, and you come out and you notice that the good steak is in the wrong bowl.
Who did this? This man jaywalked in 1974. We have to kill him. I have the CEO of GM and Chevrolet riding my ass. We have to kill him.
Imagine if Echo Gummy took like a real turn into being super political and started identifying as one of the RFK brainworms.
I think she's moving away from the worm aesthetic, if I recall correctly.
She might be. She might be. I just can't name any other worm VTubers.
This man illegally downloaded Say Anger by Metallica. He had suffered it. True. I ain't even gonna argue against that. Ain't nothing to argue against. You know, at the time, wasn't like Metallica, like all the members of Metallica already just like filthy fucking rich?
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, Metallica got super rich super fast. Like
Oh, what was like the dude just afraid the coke money would run out?
I don't even think that was it. I don't actually really know at this point. Like, I don't even.
I mean, it's one thing if like you file this suit to like on behalf of like other artists who don't have like the resources that you do, right? To ensure that they get paid. But that wasn't part of it.
Well, you generally can't do that.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Like, the reason why you were undertaking this expensive legal battle to get this site shut down is become, one, you were harmed, and two, you're doing it on behalf of others who were harmed who don't have the resources you do, right?
It definitely would have felt more straightforward if you had managed to get together like a class suit.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, like,
he ran away? Did he really? That's really funny. I mean, admittedly, I would also abandon any Jeopardy show just halfway through it. I think that'd be pretty funny. Mostly because I think it'd be hilarious to have, like, you know, the ghost of Alex Trebek go, "Where is Nyanomancer?" And the contestants try to answer.
Ran away and that he won a lot. Okay. Dang.
Oh, that is way less funny. I'm sorry. I'm no longer as entertained, Nate. You have failed me. And for that, I must put your name on 2 dog bowls.
This is a story concept that like really does not have legs. Of like a town that is governed by a dog that makes the decision based on what's in the dog food bowls, and like the politics of like figuring out who gets to supply the food and stuff like that is the actual obvious, like that's obviously the actual like power is whoever has control over the food bowls. I think that this has like, I think this has the potential to be funny for like upwards of like 10 pages, maybe 15.
Nonsense. I could turn it into a 6-page book series, or not 6-page, 6-book series with the 6th book never coming out. I'll call it Game of Bones.
That's already been written and you know it.
Well, yeah, but that's the porn parody. This is serious.
One letter.
Don't get me started. One title that I chose for a work of mine has been used, and it's a shitty vampire novel, and it pisses me off.
I am sorry that you did not get to be I am sorry on your behalf that you did not get to. Sock should be available.
That's okay.
Well, Sock Montas is not available. Small Montas should not be available. Oh, I mixed up. Okay, I disabled Sock Montas, but not Tall Montas. So I'll enable Sock Montas. Tall Montas is disabled because of change, because of the Streamerbot problems.
How do they break Twitch or not VTube Studio integration?
No, this isn't the VTube Studio integration. I got working fine. The OBS integration's probably not broken, but I couldn't get it working within like 3 minutes at the start of stream, so I'm just going to treat it.
Yeah, it's probably tied to fucking it's probably tied to the newest update of OBS too. Yeah, it's 31 point whatever.
So yeah, I also
I ain't updating. I'm staying on 30.0.3 for the rest of my days. I don't give a shit.
I'm on 31.0.2, which is probably like the worst possible choice.
That's. I'm vomiting in my mouth a little bit. The recency of it. Oh.
As they say, kids, never update your software. Never accept the patch notes. That said, I'm going to use the bathroom while the sock is up, and I'll let Nyano be in charge of stream for a few minutes.
Oh, Lord. I'm going to be getting an elevator. So I'm going to be breaking up. Oh, I'm harvesting forks from the dispensary.
The dispenser here? Yeah,
I'm harvesting forks from the cafeteria while I'm going, so I can keep them on my desk. Also, I can't read chat.
You can't read chat?
No. I'll be narrating walking around the office. I'm heading back up, don't worry. I'm doing my best here, chat. I'm sorry. I can't read what you're saying. I can't hear you, but know this. If I could, I wouldn't respond. Because I'm the entertainer. You're not. Yeah, if I start breaking up in like 13 seconds, it's because I'm in an elevator. I infiltrated the National Archives. I'm getting the final receipt penned by George Washington to Thomas Jefferson for the sale of 37 cubits of wheat. On it is written a secret map to the city of Dublin, which is in miniature, located in Costa del Sol in the world of Final Fantasy VII. I'm in the National Archives, chat. I'm looking at the receipt. It turns out it was not 37 cubits of wheat that George Washington bought from Thomas Jefferson. It was, in fact, a copy of The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time from the year 2027.
What?
No one knows how he
who's
got
out
it.
here making 2027 copies of Ocarina of Time? What are you talking about?
What do you mean? Nintendo.
Ocarina of Time's from 96.
You know, no, it's not. It's from 98.
Thank you.
Dude, don't fucking pull this shit on me. I'll beat your ass. They had to finish Super Mario 64 first so they could figure out how to do 3D shit.
So they could figure out how to do 3D shit not as well.
Dude, can you imagine? Just like sitting down and being like, okay, game's been two-dimensional this entire time. How do we recreate a 3D world in a two-dimensional space? And everyone just stares at you. The year's 1964. Nobody knows what Pong is.
A game critic that I follow online has been just like playing through lots of they like to play through a lot of old games, and they've been going through racing games in particular lately. And like they are completely correct that the best games for the N64 are Wave Race and Episode 1 Pod Racer.
I don't know about that. The best game is Majora's Mask.
Have you played Episode 1 Pod Racer?
I don't play baby games.
After you said Majora's Mask.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Majora's Mask is not a baby game. I'm gonna go heat up my barbecue. Ooh. I'm sad and hungry.
Episode 1 Pod Racer is fucking crazy, man. That's some shit.
Nah, I've never played it.
You should we live in an era with pretty good emulation, so you should check it out.
No, we don't.
You're right.
I have to use real hardware. You know, I bought a broken Nintendo 64 a while ago, and it's just sitting in my garage.
Do you have any plans or ability to fix it?
I had the plans and maybe the ability or the time. Or resources.
Or interest.
No, I do have interest in it. But it's just, I go upstairs, I sit on my couch, I fall asleep, I wake up, it's 3 p.m., I gotta go back to bed.
That's hardcore.
Yeah. You know, I really hate that I'm living, like, the life of, like, a near retiree at the age of 31. It kind of sucks.
Yeah.
It's okay, soon that will change. In the new area that I'm moving to, there will be plenty of stuff to do.
Oh, I thought you meant soon that'll change in the sense you'll be dead.
What?
So you do after retirement. You die.
True.
Admittedly, that's what you do after everything. Generally, Garfield, get up, it's time for bed.
Yeah, that's actually what happens sometimes. I'll fall asleep on the couch. Someone will come home and be like, Nyano, and I'm like, yeah. You fell asleep on the couch? Yeah. Go to bed. Okay.
Blue is asking, because I know you said you can't read chat. She is wondering.
Oh, I'm on it now. Yes. I'm moving very far.
He's moving to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
I wouldn't.
Space.
Now, if it was crapitalism, then I'd move there. Easy. I would love to be fed to a gigantic crab just so that it gets larger. That's my hobby.
Omaha.
That's what's on barbecue.
Omaha's extremely been corrupted by capitalism. Omaha's actually an extremely rough city, Emperor's Armpits. I don't know if this is like public knowledge in most of the world, because even people on like the coast of the U.S. don't know this, but Omaha is actually really rough. Omaha is not a nice place to live.
What's wrong with Omaha? Wait a minute, how can Omaha be bad whenever they have that, like, what's that charity? It's like Omaha Charity, something like that, or am I Omaha International? I don't know.
I don't know. Omaha was like one of the worst hit cities by the meth epidemic, and the only thing that stopped it was that they got hit harder by the fent epidemic.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, Omaha's, like, nasty. Well, Omaha's in Nebraska, not Oklahoma.
I don't think Nebraska's a real state. I actually think that it should just be ceded to the Native American tribes.
Yeah, sure. Go, yeah. Yeah.
I think the same about
we can let the Osage and the Omaha and the.
Can I just fucking say this real quick? I hate the regularity of the state borders in the United States. I fucking hate it. Nothing pisses me off more.
It is so funny to describe a lot of the Western states as can be drawn with a straight edge and a time limit.
Mm-hmm.
It's deeply funny. I mean, being from the middle of my country, it's
arbitrary points on a map should not be the basis for state boundaries. It should be natural formations.
Oh yeah, no, I mean the way we did our borders is very silly, particularly in the four corners in Colorado and stuff like that.
The 38th parallel, nobody knows what that means. We and the Canadians could fight over it. Not lethally, but playfully.
It's we should round it up to we should round it up or down to the 35th or 40th.
No, if we round it up to the 40th, that means we get Ottawa and Toronto.
I think we should round it down. I think we should round it down the other way so that they get Albany.
No. We have to keep Maine. We have to keep Maine.
I'm just saying the Canadians are a better stewardship than the United States these days.
Well, maybe. Depends on if they go through with that stupid internet age limit bill or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
God, I don't know. I do not understand. Actually, no, I do understand why people are going hard about this. It's because they're a bunch of fucking Puritans in the government.
Oh, geez. 35th parallel is actually a lot further south than I thought. It's south of Las Vegas.
I was thinking the 38th parallel because that's the Missouri line.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I think it's actually like the 53rd.
I don't discriminate.
No, that's way too high. That's way too high. That's way too high. You know what? I give up. I'm going back to eating the beans. Hit him with the line, man. I'm feeling full of beans. I fucking hate Xenoblade.
I know you do. I know you really do.
But I love it. I love it. I don't. Such a contradictory viewpoint, such contradictory adoration and hatred.
Al just wants to give away chunks of the U.S. True!
I'd give away Hawaii if I could.
To whomst?
A trust that's registered under my name.
Oh, okay. Listen, I just think we're too big. I think we just need to lose some weight.
You know what I could do? Actually, no, wait, no. That's actually really offensive. I can't say that.
Okay, I will merely say, I think Nyano might know this little piece of Almantas lore, but I'm curious if he does. Do you know which Xeno games I've played?
Xeno? You probably played X, right? Xenoblade X?
Nope.
Oh, wait. You played Xenosaga?
Nope.
Xenogears?
Only Xenogears. None of the
Honestly,
others.
you made the correct decision.
I think so. I think I did.
except for like Xenoblade Chronicles 3's gameplay is really, really fucking good.
So what happened here is that my willingness to play JRPGs absolutely crashed with like Final Fantasy VIII.
You know what? I cannot even blame you.
I think Final Fantasy VII is the last JRPG I actually finished. That's not true, because there was I did beat Tales of Symphonia.
Mm. You know that game's D&D, right?
How so?
Well, there's a funny comic I saw, you know, the old, like, you know,
Oh,
Calvin
yeah,
and his
yeah.
dad being like, yeah, where it was, yeah, all JRPGs are either Gundam or D&D. Fire Emblem, despite looking like a D&D game, is in fact Gundam. Tales of? D&D.
That makes sense to me, yeah.
Trails? Gundam.
Yeah, well, that makes sense to me, yeah.
I told that to Mikks, and he was like, well, actually... and that's in a different Mikks series that inspired Trails. And I was like, yeah, you would say that.
What's Melodies of Steel?
Melodies of Steel? No idea.
I think it's Gundam, actually, now I'm thinking about it. That didn't actually take me that was not actually very hard for me to think
No,
about.
I don't know what Melodies of Steel is. I've never heard of it.
Oh shit, Melodies of Steel is pretty cool. I may as well just like, I think it's on Steam.
I'll look it up.
You've probably seen it. It's extremely fun.
EVGA. Oh, well, I just looked at that in on work internet.
Nice. Bamboozle.
What's it matter? I got less than 3 weeks here.
I baited him into looking up furry art on the work computer.
God damn it. God damn it.
The old spicy URL.
Where's my fucking chat?
But no, it is actually like pretty cool.
I mean, yep. I believe it. You know what? Honestly,
it's like her one non-Gundam game that she's played in the last like year.
I went through this. Okay, I went through this. You know, younger.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Disney movies, animal people were cool. Teenage years, fuck furries, right? Hate them,
Okay.
right? Older I get, the more I'm like, it's a cute aesthetic. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I can't feel strongly about it one way or the other.
However, still fuck furries, though. Not really. I just hate that they're mostly aircraft mechanics, and that pisses me off.
It is very funny that they are like so fundamental to the U.S. Cyber security infrastructure that like furry cons are like no-win periods when you have to be on like hyper alert
Mm-hmm.
with cybersecurity. I genuinely I wonder about the period of history, about like the alternate history where like we just like turn off the internet during fur affinity festivals. Like during FurCon, we just like shut it all down for like a couple days. It's just gone. Go outside. Everybody just have to touch grass. Download.
I think the world would be benefited from that.
If you need to be working with Excel during that week, make sure you've got all of your files emailed by that time.
No! I have to access my data cube!
It is,
All right.
thing, you just want to, Aeon Omnishka, the
You know that one scene in the Evangelion rebuilds where, you know, the funny octahedron, Raziel or whatever, is like screaming geometrically in the distance, right?
Yeah, the best girl, yeah.
Yeah, the best grill. Yeah. God, those angles. Anyway. And it's just roasting the shit out of Shinji, and they just blow the plugs and drop to the earth. Well, that's what I imagine happening to every single telephone pole whenever the internet goes down. Just shoot. Blow the explosive bolts! Get them out! And again, chat's broken for me. Stop this. It's just me work internet. It's being a bastard.
My...
I mean, I question what the U.S. military does to make so many people furries. Well, the answer to that question is that it breaks them. It makes them obedient.
Oh, and then they get into puppy play. Okay.
Dude, I'm eating.
Okay, I'm not going to make this worse, but if I were a looter VTuber, know that I would be making this so much worse. You are being saved by my desire to maintain a certain gentlemanly aesthetic.
That's why you bring me on, because I'm the rough, I'm the coarse.
Yeah, you're the you're Pygmalion here.
You're the straight man, and I'm the bozo.
True.
I'm
just saying that if I was there's a lot of people on here who would be yeah, breaking out the clicker, exactly.
The beginning, this will get late.
Yeah, one of the other things that I think about a lot with cybersecurity is that cybersecurity is really limited as a field. Like, the U.S. government wants to have the best cybersecurity because it's the government. But you're also not allowed to give security clearances to people who do lots of drugs, or even any drugs. Like, if you smoke weed like once in your life, you're just like a permanent security risk.
Oh shit! Really? Oh no.
Yeah, so that means that the U.S. Cybersecurity apparatus is just like fighting a constantly losing battle where the only people they're allowed to hire are extremely autistic Mormons, and they're just like up against like all furries on the planet. Like, seriously, you're trying to run a high quality cybersecurity apparatus, and you're not allowed to have programmer socks. How are you supposed to compete?
Like many things, I doubt the U.S. Really thought that through. Anything to keep the tobacco lobby happy.
God, the tobacco lobby.
Which honestly, we should be more accepting of the tobacco lobby, because they gave us modern civilization.
True.
All the worst parts of it.
Tried running and there's no escaping it. I mean, the thing is that like furries are a kind of interesting like semi-parallel to the most powerful group, at least with where I stand right now, on the more humanities side of thing. The most powerful group on the humanities side of thing is the Fujos.
Interesting.
You know it's true.
I mean, I'm not arguing.
Yeah. You play Metal Gear Solid.
Mm-hmm. I've seen the raw enthusiasm that a Fujo, provides, brings to the table, and I gotta say, I'm mildly envious.
Yeah.
I wish I could be that enthused about anything. That'd be great.
As Ronan has pointed out repeatedly, the thing about Fujos is they actually spend money on their stuff, so that's why they get what they want.
Much like the U.S. government.
Much like the U.S. government.
Fujos are the government. You heard it here first. Breaking news. Riots break out in Washington, D.C.
Donald Trump drawing Yowie.
Actually, I think it would be Stephen Miller.
Oh, no. Stephen Miller doesn't have an artistic bone in his body.
Yeah, that's why he draws Yappy.
Brutal.
Sorry. Whew. Don't tell them I said that. Don't tell them I said that.
Ion Omnishka, you know why they went after the twinks and a random Asian girl. You know why the Galompers targeted the physically vulnerable.
You gotta beat their ass.
Yeah, small, exactly.
Is it Aeon tall?
I actually don't know if Aeon's tall. I assume that she's not.
Hey, Aeon, how tall are you? No, the Who's a band. They're also on second.
5 foot nothing? Brutal.
Damn. Well, that helps in certain human populations. You're quite tall.
Unfortunately, she is Americano, so that makes... Which is what, like the 3rd tallest country?
She's a coffee? No, we're not the tallest country. What are you talking about?
I said 3rd. We might be going down in the ranks, but we're on the high end.
No, we are definitely going down in the ranks.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
But we are.
That's why they're so against immigration.
I mean, this, yeah,
because
that is actually part of it.
Are short.
That is like literally part of it. Like literally a justification that anti-immigrant psychopaths give.
Because they're short?
Well, yeah, that's what do you think is the dog whistle when they say like not part of our heritage? You think they actually are talking about like culture and like norms and stuff? No.
They're just talking about height? Because heritage starts with H.
Phenotypes. Yeah.
I'll show you a phenotype. Actually, you know what is really quite funny? Is how almost universally a lot of like white racists look very similar.
That would be really crazy if it turns out that like being racist was like a genetically like predictable thing. Like you could like screen a baby for being racist.
I'm gonna release like a gene bomb that will just like mark every baby that could possibly ever be born racist. They're just born with a mustache. No.
Got squashed into too many boobs. Absolutely brutal on Omnishka. I did not go to that many cons in general, and I definitely didn't go into that many. I went to like a handful during the era when like glomping was a thing, and didn't really happen to me because big fat white guy, which is a bit of an amusement, since like that means like I'm the person you could glomp and like have like little danger of like falling over. It means like hugging somebody violently without warning.
Was 2012 the height of glomping? I don't remember.
I would have guessed like 2006, but maybe that's just because like 2012 I was like extremely offline. Like I'm not even sure I had an internet connection that year.
Damn. 2012 was the first time that I went to an anime convention. I didn't even know they were real. That's mostly because I had like a...
Yeah, Shark Ray, that is the main reason why they have fallen off, is that they are perceived as pretty non-consensual.
Oh, yeah.
And so they're pretty unpopular.
It's actual battery.
Yeah. Actual simple assault. Yeah. Actual literal simple assault.
No, it's battery.
I'm not enough of a lawyer. What's the distinction you're drawing here? I just know
assault
it's not complex.
Is the threat of violence. Battery is the infliction thereof.
I thought aggravated assault was when you actually harm somebody, and simple assault was when you...
No, aggravated assault is whenever you're posturing like you're going to hurt somebody in a very agitated manner.
I don't.
Of course, in order to assault someone, you kind of have to threaten them. So it's kind of like part and parcel, right? That's why it's called like assault and battery. They tie it together a lot of the time. Also, I think it depends on the jurisdiction too.
There's so many jurisdictions, man.
You know, I'm convinced that we could like cut the national budget in half and like cause the GDP to soar into things that matter if we just, you know, got rid of all of like the arbitrary distinctions between the states, unified like a single codex of laws, and had a single unified series of standards that just apply everywhere. That might actually
collapse the GDP, though.
No, well, I mean, it would, because then the you know, the insurance industry would be like, you know, it would just vanish overnight. But you know what?
And lawyers.
That money would pop up elsewhere. You know, would pop up.
Jeff Bezos'
data centers.
Personal, like data centers. We're going to AI data centers.
Data centers, baby. We're gonna turn all the hospitals into data centers. We're gonna. What if? Hear me out, okay? What if? You know, there's a lot of computational power that's probably still left in a brain dead dude's brain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some parts are still obviously working if they're still alive.
Okay.
That's free real estate.
Okay.
I'm proposing we invent the Matrix.
There's something that's like deeply amusing about this, like falling in love with a person in a vegetative state.
Whose brain is running ChatGPT. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is
oh my god.
Right,
it's not even them. Dude, I'm writing this down. That's actually that's horrifying and brilliant.
Yeah, this is a pretty good Harlan Ellison short story. This is a pretty good Harlan Ellison story. What it is. Substantially better than average Harlan Ellison horror story. Substantially worse than average Philip K. Dick horror story.
Yep, I've written that idea down. I'm going to ponder over it, and I might outline it over the next couple of days. I kind of want to write this. It sounds terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty awful. Well, I mean, Shark Ray, like, centralization is a complicated thing, and this is like me functionally being mad at Paradox, but disguising it as a historical discussion, but it's actually me kind of being mad at Paradox games. Centralization is actually really complicated and not super straightforward, and the thing that kind of needs to be kept most in mind is that you always rule to a more or less extent by the consent of the governed. That's actually just kind of the nature of what power is. Orpheus VA, please do not say that while I'm doing my left-handed work. That is very sweet of you to say, but it also kind of physically hurts when this is what happens when this is the comparison. This is when I'm actually like working on my dominant hand, as opposed to doing mirror script. But welcome in. But this is me practicing my non-dominant hand because it's interesting and funny to me, but I am so much worse at it.
Hey. When will you just look in the mirror and accept the compliment?
Let's put that
You know, the next ad break, you get up, you look in a mirror, and you tell yourself, you know what, I'm cool.
I will pencil in accepting compliments into my schedule for 2100.
You realize I can make that happen, right?
Extending my life unnaturally by decades to get me to accept compliments.
Yeah. The second you go, okay, fine, I accept them. I'll just just die.
This is actually a different like a different horror story. This is more of a fantasy horror story of like you like a couple and like a romantic like a married couple, and one member is a necromancer, and she forces their partner into like having an unnaturally extended lifespan until like he works out his psychological issues.
Wow.
Just like back in the phylactery until you can accept compliments.
Mm-hmm. God, I wish my necromancer wife would do that to me.
Isn't that just more trauma? Yes, it's extremely counterproductive.
Well, I mean, without like, neurons and stuff, and you're just like a soul, right? Can you even really like suffer all that much?
I mean, what if you can only suffer? I thought that was like kind of like the big point of ghosts.
Well, a ghost isn't a soul.
I thought a ghost was a soul without a body.
Nonsense. Silly.
I'm not a wizard, I'm just an anthropologist.
Sounds like wizardry to me.
Fucked up.
What are you doing? I'm studying these bipedal apes. Why? I don't know. They're weird. Oh shit, my system time is off.
Oh, that's really bad. That's one of my favorite jokes from cybersecurity is the difference between how people react to this program had access to the system clock. Where people are like, you'll talk to like most people like me, and it's like, oh, this program had access to the system clock, and I'm like, okay, whatever. And it's like, this program had access to the system clock, and like the cybersecurity expert is like, you need to burn down the computer immediately.
It's true. It's true.
Not even a factory reset will save you.
No, it's over. It's dead. You're cooked. It is really funny how like I think that there are some viruses out there that will actually embed themselves onto like pieces of a motherboard's ROM.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, or they found some way to like edit the ROM. They're supposed to be read-only, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like some empty spaces, and they basically just direct it to reinstall itself no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that can't happen.
Hell yeah.
This is why if you get a virus, you should unplug your computer and remove your RAM for 15 seconds. Don't put it in the refrigerator. If you put it in the refrigerator, the bits will last longer. That's true, by the way.
Put it in the oven.
No, no, don't do that. I don't know about you, but I don't want my house smelling of roasted RAM. At least not that kind of RAM. Actually, I don't even know.
Just cook off the thermal paste.
Just cook off the Of course. You gotta cook that. It's like no, Al. You need to put more thermal paste on it. It's like putting butter under the skin of a turkey.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you gotta cook off the old thermal paste so you can put new thermal paste.
You know what? You're right. You're right.
You gotta cycle your thermal paste.
I'm so silly. This is why you boot up firmware. This is why you boot up CPU ID or hardware benchmark or whatever. And this is why you run all your devices at 95C for 3 days. That you cook off the thermal paste so you know it's good.
Like changing the oil in an old car.
Yeah, exactly. You just gotta rev it for a few years.
Put on your bad shitty overall so you can change your thermal paste now.
I would do that. That'd be funny. Show up to like a computer tech like interview. Everybody else is wearing like the stereotypical white shirt, black tie, pocket, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wearing like a blue jean jumpsuit.
Exactly.
And it's like, do you know what we do here? Yeah. Why don't you explain it to us? You change the electricity in computers, and it's messy. I came prepared.
So I'm wearing this to keep the electrons from getting onto my skin.
Yeah, electrons don't like blue because they're blue. So, therefore, this denim garment is electronegative, which means it will repel the electrons, and I'm safe.
For some reason, my mental image was always that electrons were yellow.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Protons are blue in my brain, and neutrons are red.
How are protons blue?
I don't know, it's just like what I saw in my chemistry textbooks.
You are from an earlier, less advanced age. This is true.
Yeah, we had the pudding theory back then.
The pudding theory? I'm sorry?
Yeah.
What's the pudding theory?
The pudding theory of element structure is that like electrons are like way less massive than protons, right? Like way less mass.
Yeah.
So like an atom is like there's like a pudding of protons and neutrons, and then the electrons are like little raisins inside the pudding. They'll just kind of like dot the surface.
Oh yeah, that's just horrifically wrong. That's funny.
It's just super wrong. Yeah, it's super wrong. Absolutely not how it works at all. Well, a little bit. It's got like a weird part that's like weirdly correct, which is
the part is that the electrons and the neutrons, or not the electrons and neutrons, but the protons and neutrons are kind of just in a soup together. Yeah.
The protons and neutrons are in a soup together, but also there are electrons in there. That's how beta decay happens. You know about this, right? Beta decay?
I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding.
Of what?
That electron that is emitted via beta decay was not originally there.
I know. But it kind of was there, because that's how electrons work.
No.
Electrons are crazy, man.
No, it wasn't there. It didn't exist.
But that's how electrons exist. Electrons are probability fields.
Electrons are probability fields in the same manner that every other particle is also a probability field.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Isn't it really cool?
But the thing is, you are correct that the energy of that electron was in there. That energy was bound up in a neutron.
Yep. Yeah, that is how it works, yes.
And then the weak force decides to go, and then it does.
No, this was the part of PChem I was actually kind of good at. It was quantum. I was way worse at thermo.
The thing is, the electron's not there, though. It's not...
You can act like it's there, though. Like mathematically, it doesn't actually change anything.
Shut the fuck up, Richard Fain. Then I'm trying to talk here. Oh, before that point, the energy exists, but the energy is not an excitation of that particular of whatever energy point that an electron occupies. It's just a total energy of the nucleus. And then it breaks, and then the electron goes.
Yeah. Electroweak force is very cool.
It's also not real. At least not at current energy densities in the universe.
Well, I am a few years out of having studied quantum. We dealt with electroweak force.
Well, I mean, electroweak, like the electromagnetic force and the weak force unite only at like temperatures that are like 10 to like the 15th power or something like that. Only at that high energy levels do they really go do that. But whenever like physicists discovered that, they kind of like stared at each other and were like, "What the fuck?" So, and then they were like, "Wait a minute, does this mean like a grand unified theory is actually possible?" And some dude was like, "Yeah." And then the dude holding Einstein's brain in a jar was like, "Actually, what are my gravitons? What are my gravitons, father? What are my discrete quantum gravity, father?"
One of my favorite jokes about science is there's two politicians having a debate on TV, and one of them says, when we say that evolution is a theory, we mean it's a theory like gravity. And then it cuts to a physicist doing work on a chalkboard, and he says, "Is she trying to say that we don't understand evolution?"
Yeah. Dude, I got bored the other day and I tried to figure out, why the Higgs boson was important to find. And I gotta be totally honest with you, I've got no fucking clue.
I thought the idea was that the Higgs boson was the information carrier for mass.
Yeah.
Or force carrier.
Yeah. Which just sounds really stupid to me.
Oh yeah, it is. It is.
I can't wait in like 700 years and they finally realize that, this is all bullshit.
It would be really funny if our entire, if the entire modern field theory was just completely incorrect.
No, I mean, remember, science is not necessarily about gaining knowledge. It's about utility.
Well, kind of. Depends a lot on the scientist you're talking to. It really does depend a lot on the scientist you're talking to.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I'm being silly.
The important part about science is iteratively developing more accurate theories of the universe. That's the important part.
So we can extract more value out of them.
For shareholders, of course.
If I can predict... Actually, it was really funny. I didn't know this. We can only predict the orbits of the planets in the solar system, I think, only up to about like 250,000 years. Beyond that,
nice.
The calculations become really unreliable due to like some weird like vibrational shit.
We are into ads. I am actually going to run us to ad breaks this time. So enjoy
Okay.
the fan art. We'll be back in a minute. All right. Nano's had some insight into political economy during the ad break.
I've had some insight. All right, you know, like the CCP has like a share in like most of the major companies in China, right?
Yeah.
And how, you know, that was like universally decried as being, you know, a bad thing.
Yeah.
And yet now the US government has a 10% stake in Intel and will continue, well, at the very least, the current executive states that he wishes to continue buying up stakes at other companies.
Continue your thoughts.
I'm just kind of shaking my head here.
It's funny because those are like, isn't it like non-voting shares too? Like it's just like a bet.
Oh, I have no idea.
A bet that like Intel is going to like go up. I don't think they actually like gained any meaningful decision-making power. So
No.
then we're just doing communism now. I mean, the thing is, like, this is also how like
this isn't communism. This is just market. This is just, you know, centralized managed capitalism or whatever.
You know, this is behavior that the least communist country that has ever existed participated in. The most anti-communist state of them all.
Yeah, the Netherlands.
I am referring to I understood you, Sharkray. I understood where you were going, but I needed to. It's an annoying thing that like partially like teacher brain, but also streamer brain of like I need to like over explain things and be like turbo literal. I do lean into it because it's I think kind of funny for the viewers to be smarter than me and to know that they're smarter than me.
You know, I must say that I, for one, am just happy that they're just doing it in terms of stocks and like ownership of companies rather than, you know, through very lucrative government contracts, which is how previous administrations have attempted to control the economy.
It's kind of interesting because like Rubio in the administration is a very active believer in like trying to revive like 60s style industrial policy.
Won't work.
It won't work because the things that interfere with it are like so fundamental to the shape of the economy that like tinkering at the edges isn't really going to like get us very far.
Well, I mean, it's just become pretty apparent that just Americans don't really want to work in factories.
It's and like individual preference almost doesn't matter, right? Because I mean, I've worked in factories, like I have. It's not like the worst job I've had by any stretch of the imagination.
That was teaching sociology.
No. Actually, I think the job I hated the most was waiting tables.
Honestly, yeah.
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 I actually hated that the most.
Yeah, the worst job I had so far. Well, I mean, this one's actually I don't deal with customers in this one, so it can't be that bad. But the worst job I had was working as a clerk in a grocery store who would go out and like fulfill online orders, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
And deliver them to like people's cars whenever they pulled in. And I can tell you the amount of abuse that I sustained and the amount of just stupidity and just non-comprehension of laws of the universe that I've seen from these people is hilarious. Like this one dude pulled in, he said he wanted 1.5 pounds of chicken breast, but he wanted 6 full chicken breasts. Now, I don't know about you, but the average chicken breast that we sold in that store was 0.5 pound.
So it's 3 pounds.
No. He wanted 1.5 pounds and 6 full chicken breasts.
All right. So he wanted 3 pounds that was 1.5 pounds.
He wanted 6 full chicken breasts at 1.5 pounds. That's what he wanted. And that's what he repeated to me over and over again. As I was standing outside of his, like, I don't know, Chevrolet Escalade or whatever that cost like $150,000. just constantly be like, oh, sir, 6 chicken breasts don't equal 1.5 pounds, but I want 6 chicken breasts. Well, it's going to be 3 pounds, but I want 1.5 pounds.
That man's cooked.
Just did not get it. Just did not get it.
And hello,
And the man had a
dip shitiots.
Oh, dip shitty. It was good.
Yeah. So you want chicken nuggets? I don't know, man. I don't have an answer for what.
I don't know what the fuck he wanted. And there was this awful woman who blew smoke in my face after we couldn't get like the yogurt she ordered. Just took a huge drag of a cigarette and went right all over me. If I wasn't desperate to pay off like my student loans at the time, I would have quit on the spot.
It would have been so tempting to just tell her, like, ma'am, people who do that go to hell.
And that's battery.
I would invoke like the Christian stuff. I'd be like, no, this is people who do this get sentenced to hell. You know what hell is, right?
I don't think she had enough teeth to understand what hell was.
Yeah, Blue being the most aggressive one here.
No, that one time, like my district manager, just like, oh my god. I'll tell this story later. It's a really funny story.
Oh hell yeah! All right.
Oh, but no, back to like economies and shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's just bonkers to me. It's just bonkers to me.
It is.
It's
pretty
so
bonkers.
surprising. Every day I wake up and I think to myself, there's no way authoritarians will keep on trying to do the exact same thing every fucking time. And what do? The exact same things every fucking time. And it worked out so well for every other person who tried this shit. Fucking dumbasses.
Oh my god, it's pretty frustrating. Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to sign an executive order saying that it's illegal to burn flags. Well, last I checked, executive orders do not overturn like Supreme Court precedent. So, but that was prior to the current Supreme Court makeup.
Oh, you got a call out here, Vovern. Have a good night,
right,
Mr. Vovern.
Bye, Nate. Yeah, I'm just kind of, you see, the thing is, Shark Ray, well, that would be kind of nice. The thing is that I've got a lot of debt. And I will be getting bailed out. But I gotta admit, I do really wish that I had thought of the idea first of like, so I'll make my personal wealth such a significant portion of the GDP that everyone will be incentivized to keep me happy, or else I crash the economy. I'd love to have that power.
I would prefer, I mean, maybe this is like telling a little bit too much on myself and my incredibly crazy, kooky political theories, but I think it's probably better for everyone if nobody has that power.
Well, no. It's better for everyone if I have that power. Specifically me. Because I'm not broken yet.
The Philosopher King Nyanomancer?
Well, no. I don't want to be a Philosopher King. I just want to be a Philosopher Thing, you know?
Oh, okay.
I mean, that and like immediately what I would do if I did like suddenly fall into like $1 billion is I would immediately try to buy all of Congress. That is the first thing that I would do. I don't give a shit. They're cheap.
They really are. American politicians are super cheap. On the question of Philosopher Kings and Philosopher Cats, there's a website, Nous, where, or Nous, or however you want to pronounce that, because I don't know Greek, that will publish like personal essays, like random personal essays by philosophers, and it's kind of like supposed to be a place for like commenting on and talking about being a philosopher as like a job and as an industry.
Yeah.
And there's one that I read, a few weeks ago that like really stuck in my head called To the Philosophers of Easy Virtue. And it's anonymized. The author anonymized it. And it's a woman writing about having sex with your colleagues as a philosopher.
Uh-huh.
And it is genuinely one of the most psychopathic things I've ever read. Like,
I kind of want to read it.
I can probably find it because I think I might have it open in the tabs.
Yeah, find it for me and DM it to me. I'll read it whenever I pop off for the day.
Yeah.
Because I'm really intrigued. It's like to the what's it called again? The something of easy virtues.
Philosophers of Easy Virtue.
Is an easy virtue not like fucking your colleagues?
Apparently, I may have,
so like, is the argument to fuck your colleagues?
Yes, no, very pro fucking your colleagues. Extremely pro fucking your colleagues. Oh, do they take?
Like, are we talking like, you know, like individuals in the same, like, you know, with like the same general like power dynamic level, like fucking each other? Or are we talking about like wildly different like power levels?
Unclear. Okay, it's fucking loading.
Okay.
I will let it load and work a little bit more on these lower. Oh, there we go.
Utterly bizarre.
I can link it to you. Or I can just link it in chat.
Yes, please.
I can just link
That
it in
too.
chat.
That works. I'll pull it up.
This is a fascinatingly weird and bad article. It's the last sentence of the first paragraph is the one that like really cements.
Oh man. This website is ass. Holy shit. It's a text website and it takes that long to load. What the fuck?
Yeah.
This dude, okay, yeah, I know. I'm not even reading it. I'm just looking at the pictures the dude posted. Yeah.
Again, this is a woman. We're pretty sure this is a woman who wrote this. This is very likely a bisexual woman. I am a player too. I have played some great games. Others have ended quite badly. So far, I have filed 2 complaints for work-related sexual misconduct. One of my victims was forced to give up their job due to me.
After 2 such doom escapades, I began to wonder whether my playerhood is contributing to my flourishing. This person... Yeah, I think sociopathic is pretty apt. At the very least, extraordinarily self-centered and utterly unconcerned with
there's
the impact.
Some of the comments are pretty good in here. Some of the the weird essay where the comments are better than the essays. Like it's pretty rare for that to happen. Yeah. Sure, but it's okay to slag on it for being cringe is a really good comment.
Not like this dude is trying to defend it. Yeah, it was like, I've seen people slagging on social media. It was like, and then the first response is like, sure, but is it okay to slag on it for being cringe?
That's really funny. I think that's a really funny comment. Is it okay to slag on it for being cringe is really funny. And he's just like, yeah, it is.
You know what? I'm gonna feed this post, this entire thing into an AI and figure out who it is. If I figure out who it is, I mean, I'm gonna get it totally wrong and accuse some random person.
The name that they gave is Alex Rails, which is a pretty funny fake name for an essay about having sex with.
That is really funny. So if nothing else, this person is like an amoral, completely self-centered, extremely funny person.
Many such
always
cases.
The worst sorts.
Yeah,
many such cases. You're speaking to one right now.
Unfortunately, I have to admit that that is our president as well.
Oh, and I can't be compared to him.
I know. That's why I did that.
You know, he's gotten less funny.
It's true, he has.
You don't know
I mean,
why?
he's sundowning like really rapidly. Like,
I mean, I think he thinks he's God. And gods just aren't funny.
oh, that might be it too. This is why Dagoth. This is how we know that Dagoth Ur was not a god.
Yeah. He was funny.
Yeah, he was funny.
All right, fair enough. Doesn't help me know Vec wasn't a god either. Also really funny.
So true.
I don't know. Did you see that? You see that post that's going around? That picture of like his hand caked in makeup.
Oh, Trump's. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think his health may not be very good.
You know, I am curious to see if JD Vance has the power personality necessary to keep everything together.
I don't think so at all.
I say no. I say no.
He has surprised me. I thought that he was going to actually, like, fully sink the Trump campaign with his incompetence. I genuinely thought that this was going to be, like, the ultimate, like...
He tried.
He tried, but the Democrats folded harder.
People I know thought that during, like, the Walls
Vance debate,
that Vance was the clear winner.
Yeah.
Because he was so erudite and he spoke so authoritatively and he just had this aura about him. Never mind that he was just spitting straight, like, falsehoods.
Yep.
God, is it that easy?
Well, I mean, Walls was really put on the back foot because for whatever reason, Walls was coached to abandon his entire strategy and all of his virtues. Like, how do you think that debate would have gone on if Walls had just responded to, like, half of the thing Vance said with, like, it's so fucking weird, man. You really want this guy in charge of the country? You want this guy? You want this couch fucker one heartbeat away?
I think genuinely, if that exact sentence had been uttered live on national television for like 70 million people to hear, that would have gone down as one of the most legendary moments in television history, or like just in media history of all time ever.
It would have
been
Harris
so
victory
fucking
plus 20
funny.
points. Harris victory plus 20 points in that universe.
I don't know.
Imagine like Vance be like, no, I didn't do that. Like,
I blame David Shore.
Did you like? Yeah, that's exactly the right person to blame. And then Walls pulls out a copy of a copy of Vance's book and reads the quote aloud.
Yep. You see, it's odd statements that are completely within context that I've definitely said, and they are recorded forever on the internet. This is why I cannot ever run for office for anything. County commissioner, it's over.
Oh no, it's like going to be like impossible for a traditional like super on. I mean, they're trying to do this with Mamdani, right? Like Mamdani was like a kind of cringe rapper in his early 20s, and therefore it's like they're trying to like sink his candidacy over that.
Yeah, but that just makes him relatable.
I know, right? This is the problem. This is the failure. This is the.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, what I would do whenever I was a teenager is I would harass Christian Facebook groups.
Based.
I would just get into really, really, really stupid basic like theological arguments, and they would just fail every which way. They would just ban me. I would do this over and over again.
Your parents raised you well.
No, they didn't. They would be very disappointed in me.
Yeah, but Uncle Al is proud of you. And isn't that what really matters? Oh man, I swear to God, I have taken such power, I have gone to such lengths to prevent like my really, really, really nasty self from like leaching out into like VTubing, right? Because oh my God, if I really want to be, I'm like one of the most
vicious individuals on Earth when it comes to just pulling that shit, right?
So what you're saying is that you like your real future as a VTuber is that we need to develop a PvP posting game that we can do on streams. And, like,
nobody would talk to me.
No, it'll be like Among Us. Like we confine it to the constraints of the game.
It doesn't matter. I mean, like, I rehabilitated myself away from being, you know, a total fucking asshole to being, you know, still an asshole, but at least I'm funny about it.
You rehabilitated yourself to cat.
Exactly. Actually, I got a funny story about that too. So I didn't know this, but when I was about 2 years old, I think either my grandmother or my mom took a Polaroid picture of like me holding like a really cute orange cat, right? And I love that picture. I carried it around with me everywhere.
Oh hell yeah!
Because it had a cat in it.
Yeah.
I've loved cats pretty much from the moment I could walk and talk.
I was half expecting you to like really pull my leg and be like, I didn't know this, but it turns out that cat boys are heavily sexualized.
Okay, now who's being crass now?
It just would have been very funny. It would have been
who's
very
being,
funny.
Who's being
you just pretended to
now?
not what you didn't know what a furry was until like this year.
Well, the definition is ever changing, I think.
I think that's a good bit.
It is a good bit. Wait, what? What do you mean? I said that you returned for Cat Boy. I think you're telling on yourself, Aeon. I think you're telling on yourself, Aeon. I'm sorry. Man, I won't be able to take my Forge to the apartment. That sucks. It's bleak, Al.
What's bleak?
I will not be able to take my Forge to the apartment.
Your Forge?
Yeah, I have a Forge.
I know.
I thought I told you this.
No.
Yeah. I never use it because I got bad wrists, but...
Yeah, I was about to say, Forges are a pain in the neck.
No, pain in the wrist.
Pain in the wrist.
Also in the neck, yeah, because you gotta like down a lot. That's why a lot of blacksmiths have like severe forward head tilt.
They've got. That's why they've got.
How big is it? It's about like I think it's like 16 inches by like 8 by 11. I think it's like 16 long, 8 wide, 11 tall, something like that. It's itty bitty. Oh yeah, on the cat boys. Well, actually, the cat boys are more often the predators in Final Fantasy XIV, but I'm not going to get into that. Which really upsets me because I made a character earlier this year.
Yeah.
Mikote, of course.
Okay.
And I thought it'd be weird if I played a girl. So I was like, okay, yeah, I'll just be a dude. And it turns out, instantly I'm a sexual predator. Sucks.
Hello, Dulcet.
I'm going to abandon this train of thought.
It is somewhat amusing to me, thinking, Aeon, I think that people stereotype you in weird ways. I have only known you a little bit, but I immediately peg you as a warrior player. That might also just be because I think warrior is the coolest class. So,
warrior. There's only one cool class in Final Fantasy XIV.
And that is?
I'm waiting for chat to fill in the blank.
If there's only one class that's cool in Final Fantasy XIV and you were to ask me, I would say it's Astro.
Now, see, you're just trying to appeal to my love of all things astronomical.
I know. Well, actually, I'm not. It's because I played Astro and I thought it was cool.
I mean, it is really fucking cool.
Yeah, I
love manipulating probability.
I say it's the working class. Yeah, no, Aeon, I think that people are stereotyping you in weird ways. Like, you don't seem healer main to me at all. You don't seem like a support main at all to me.
Well, I can tell you probably why. It's sexism.
I think it is sexism. I'm legit. I think it's sexism.
You see, I am a modern man. I believe that women should be able to kick the shit out of anyone they should, feel inclined to.
I see. I prefer that fewer people get their asses beat.
Some people need their asses beat, though, Al. That's a political philosophy that I'm holding on to.
I mean, I don't think that pure pacifism is a scalable, an eternally scalable philosophy. And I actually have no idea which Final Fantasy has the Ronso blue. I think it's actually kind of arguable that talking about Final Fantasy 14 and talking about Final Fantasy in general are just like different topics.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
Aeon, that actually does make sense to me that you get that.
Want me to name them for the
I am sorry, but I also understand why that happens.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question.
Mm-hmm.
Aeon, are you kind of shredded? Are you kind of ripped?
She's an armorer.
That doesn't mean you're ripped. I've seen plenty of non-muscular Smiths, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but the shreddedness. Because if you're shredded, it makes sense. It's weird, but it makes sense.
Stealth.
Okay. No, the stealth build actually makes it worse. I'm sorry. It's just over. It's over. There's no coming back. How does that make it work? It's the mystery. It's the mystery.
The people who are looking can see it. And they think they're seeing something special.
True.
I think that when people think about domness, they don't actually... People, unless they're very naive, people who are very naive think that the build is the important part. They tend to think much more in terms of vocal tone and posture and walking, how a person walks and moves in the world in a very simple way. It does seem to be the voice. Oh, okay. Hello, Vine. Hello, Vine and Raiders. Hello, Quinn of Paper. Hello, Halo Phoenix. Hello, Vine. Hello, Psycho Gamer 21. Hello, Wet Picky. Hello. That's a person's name, Wet Picky. I
thought you said Wet Hickey, and I was like, what?
No. Vine's got to run. My people, so Vine still hears this. Vine is a very cool bunny person. I've actually been enjoying watching their streams a lot lately. They keep on watching the Chit Show, which is very funny. And they play a lot of Peak lately. They did an adpocalypse over the weekend, and I'm actually really curious to hear from you how that went. But they did say they've got to run, so goodbye, Vine, and hello, Raiders.
I love
hello,
that cat rotating.
Pikachu, and hello, Bunny Beach. That's a very good rotating cat. I believe that is her cat. That is their cat. But yes, my name is Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. I swear to God, my calligraphy is usually better than this. This is my right-handed calligraphy. I am working on my left hand.
My calligraphy is usually better than this, and yet I can't discern the difference between the left and the right hand because it's both so good. Oh.
I really hope you can discern the difference between the left and the right hand because I'm writing.
I can discern the difference. I'm being facetious.
Yeah, the left hand I'm writing backwards, so it's giving a lot of people strokes.
I can't tell left from right.
And hello, Noodles Bowl. But you can't tell left from right there, but you can just read backwards easily.
Yeah. Da Vinci got nothing on me, man.
Yeah. But yes, yes, I am a calligrapher. I am doing some pretty lightweight stuff right now. I'm working on my letter forms in Insular, and I am joined by Nyanomancer.
Hello. I sound like ass.
Yes, Nyanomancer is doing the most based form of streaming possible, which is not on his own channel and while he is at his day job.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredibly based of him. So, I am just kind of working on my left-hand mirror script at the moment. Yes, Psycho Gamer 21, thank you for the follow. This is a lot of what I do on my streams. I do a lot of painting and mostly calligraphy. Calligraphy is my main art form by far. I do some lettering practice of other types, and I chat a lot.
And he yaps.
And I yap a lot, and I'm pretty freaking political, but if you came in here with Vine, I am sure that is not surprising to you at all.
He wags his jaw quite a bit. Wags his tongue and shakes his jaw.
Yeah. But yes.
Indeed.
But yeah, Vine is cool. They are doing they're running a charity fundraiser for the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. So.
Oh, let's go.
Hell yeah. Extremely worthy cause. Extremely worthy cause. But yes. Now we're here. Now we are here. I don't really know why I'm practicing ends. The ends aren't really bothering me too much. It's my L's and my P's. And my A's. And my X's. A lot of the letter forms, actually. That's a pretty large chunk of the alphabet that I'm not enjoying. Where the hell were we?
I think we were off in the weeds.
I think we're talking about something Final Fantasy 14 related. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's move on.
Oh, it was Final Fantasy 14, and why would somebody think a what? Okay.
Okay, never mind. Continue.
Yeah, well, why would somebody think somebody who is 5 foot nothing and 100 pounds is a femdom? That was actually where we were at when Vine rated in.
It's true.
And yeah, Tone. You were curious. I didn't even name you. You could have slipped by on that one.
You could have slipped by. The shadows, the raiders would have never known. But through your foolishness, you have revealed your hand.
Well, I mean, the good news is, Ion, is that like getting it out there means that fewer people will ask you. Also, Noodles, you uninstalled War Thunder. What the hell?
Let's fucking go.
You were playing it like
you will
today.
Never again.
You were playing that like
never
today.
Again. You will never again post state secrets. Let's go. I'm proud of you.
What led to it? What led to this?
The state secrets.
No, I mean the state led to state secrets. Like that's obvious. I mean, I thought the whole point, Blue, was that she doesn't want to do that. The game was just that bad today. Mikks was running out of the premium subservice of the game. Okay. Understandable.
You could pilot submarines in that game?
I don't know. Can you? I would believe you. Like if somebody was like, "Oh yeah, you can do a submarine," and I just like,
yeah, I don't have a clue. I'm just pontificating. I'm just screaming.
War Thunder is a very odd game to me in that it definitely is like part of a game type that like does not make sense to me, where like so much of the game is just about like progressing through a tree to unlock things, but it's also like a multiplayer skill-based game, and it's just so strange to me. It like doesn't make sense to me at a very fundamental level.
I think it's fun you keep on mispronouncing it.
Which one?
War Thunder. It's actually War Thunder.
What about War Thunder?
No, it's War Thunder.
What about War
Haven't I told you the story?
I've heard that many times.
What, War Thunder?
Aeon telling on herself again. Wart Hunter.
No, it's War Thunder.
Aeon, I'm sorry. This is too much fun. Far too much fun to tease this.
It's okay, Aeon. Just say you just follow it up with a nay, and you're okay. You're just a zoomer, but you're okay. Man, I wish my laptop would just stay connected to the internet so I could read chat.
War Thunder and War Thunder. I can, unfortunately, I can understand why War Thunder would support the invasion of the Ukraine, which is to sell more War Thunders and more state secrets. And hello, Yumi. How are you doing, Yumi?
Dude, I would totally. This is going to ruin my chance of ever getting a security clearance. But if I had access to state secrets, I totally would leak them. The lights turned off right as I said that. Oh God.
You're This is okay. I guess my collabmate's dead. I guess my collabmate has died. Has been black bagged.
I could never work in a nuclear facility. Oh man. Of course, by state, I mean the individual states and not the federal government. I'd leak the secrets of Nebraska.
I absolutely have more loyalty to New York City than I do to the United States.
That's fair. I think I have more never mind, no.
Were you about to say you have more loyalty to Final Fantasy XIV than you do to the United States?
I was going to say McDonald's. Like McDonald's.
I do not have a positive opinion of any fast food in this country. Unless you count Xi'an's Famous Foods as a form of fast food, in which case I have a very high opinion of Xi'an's Famous Foods. Xi'an's is very good.
I mean, I've never had Xi'an's Famous fast food, so...
I would, if you ever come to New York, it's like my #1 recommendation.
I would like to visit one day.
I don't think it's actually the best Chinese food in New York, but it is, like... Han Dynasty is better, but it's not as, like, unique and unusual.
I had to do, like, a pizza walk where I could visit all the pizza places.
That's just silly.
I will gain 400,000 pounds in a single day.
It's like, that's like actually somehow manages to be sillier than trying to check out every falafel place in the city.
I would never do that.
You should at least check out some of the falafel places in New York.
Oh no, you know what'll happen if I start checking out falafel places? If I go to like if I go to the same one twice, they're going to start calling me boss man.
They call you Habibi.
And then they'll call me boss man.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, oh no, I got to keep coming back, don't I?
Yeah.
I feel obligated.
Aeon, you are this lady. She is stressing out.
Yeah.
Brenda.
It was all above board. It was all above board.
The crash out is very funny.
I love it when a chatter crashes out. It's beautiful.
This has probably been the funniest crash out I've seen one of my chatters do.
You just need to get like a really stupid person.
Okay.
Like a really stupid person.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And then I would crash out.
Stupid in what sense?
Stupid in stupid in that the two of us would have to have incompatible values.
So some of you disagreed with enough.
In particular with art and AI.
Okay, if you said if you just said art alone, I was really loading it in the canon to say okay, so Nagi.
Oh no, Nagi and I agree quite a bit.
Trying to provoke fights between my friends and just failing.
No, Nagi's very good at it though.
Yeah, Nagi's actually really good at starting fights. Never dressing up as Catwoman because people would never let it go. Understandable.
Are we talking like Holly Berry, or are we talking about like, an actual good Catwoman? Consider Kitty Pryde.
Michelle Pfeiffer. All right.
Who the fuck is Michelle Pfeiffer?
Zoomer.
Oh. I think it's really funny. I think it's extremely funny whenever people say that something's iconic, and I just stare at them like a fish in a tub.
Oh, so hello, Vine. You're becoming soup. Excellent. A good choice. I was.
What flavor?
I was. Bunny, presumably.
It better be broccoli cheddar.
I was. Yeah, Vine. While you were running, I was praising your taste in both charities and in YouTube short form videos. I like Vine a lot. I think they're super cool.
Rabbit stew. Oh.
Rabbit stew, yeah.
I've never actually eaten a rabbit.
Oddly, I think I have, but I don't remember.
I'm too afraid of rabbit starvation.
You have to eat so many, man.
I know.
It's also not unique to rabbits.
What?
It's not unique to rabbit. This was actually a serious concern in the Comanche Empire. This was a big thing that Pekka Hamalainen and other historians of the Comanche have talked about, that the Comanche diet was so heavily buffalo that they had to trade. Hello, Inks Cauldron. Thank you for the follow. That they had to maintain trading relationships with particularly the Apache in order to get corn into their food system, because otherwise they would start rabbit starvation off of eating too much buffalo.
This would be buffalo starvation, then.
It's still called rabbit starvation.
That's stupid.
Sorry, buddy. I mean, the actual answer is basically just protein poisoning.
Protein poisoning would be a fantastic name for a band.
Protein poisoning is a fantastic name for a band, especially if it's like a vegan punk band.
Now you're just going a little bit too far.
Sorry, buddy. He's my little buddy. Look at him. Look at him.
Listen, just because you happen to be 6'37", and I am 1.5 feet at the shoulder.
Yeah, big cat.
Does not mean. See, there we go. There we go. You get it. You get it. We're cool again. We're cool again. It's that easy.
A friend of mine who, like an IRL friend of mine who watches my streams and watches some other streamers, was asking me about like what some of the streamers look like, and I was like, I'm not going to tell you some of them, and like a lot of them I don't know, like how they look compared to their models, and I relayed one of my favorite ones, which is like that you look shockingly like your model.
Oh Lord,
it's true. Which is mostly a testament to your rigger doing an incredible job. Or just your face acting being really good.
My face acting is really good. We don't speak of the rigger anymore.
Fair enough. But it's true. It's very surprising that like some of those facial expressions that Nyano makes, like those are just real. Those are just him.
It's true. It's very true.
You think that they're cartoon facial expressions. It turns out that he's just a cartoon IRL.
Yeah. I'm a pretty two-dimensional person. There's not a lot of depth to me.
It's true. Nyano's got a very... Nyano has like a very simple kind of like flow chart going on. The main one is like, sees woman with sword, goes awooga.
Yep, that's column A.
Yeah. Very central to the Nyanomancer.
Column B is, if I see clanker art, I get very upset. What? What?
I think she's judging you.
What? What's an ellipsis for?
I heard woman with sword and came running back. See, I knew that you'd like her. I knew it. Yeah, I knew that you and Vine would get along. I don't think you should be concerned. It's just just very strong 2B appreciation.
What?
Ion was asking if she should be concerned. I don't think so. I don't think so.
About me? No. Only I can be concerned for me.
Okay, my L's are... These are inconsistent.
Okay, no, I do want to see some swords. I do want to see what swords you've made. Because that sounds cool.
As I've said before, I am...
Al, you need a sword.
What for?
What do you mean, what for?
What for?
Because your landlords don't like them? You see, this is just further evidence that landlording is genuinely evil. A woman can't even keep cool swords. Actually, that's something I need to consider with my...
Literally 1848.
Literally 1848.
I think swords were banned. I think the sword ban was 1886.
In what?
Japan.
Oh, no.
There was a couple layers of the sword banning, but I'm thinking about the Meiji sword ban.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It definitely wasn't 48 because they were definitely still very much a thing in 1861.
Oh, landlords don't like it if you have swords. Oh, but if you have a full armory in the back of your truck, it's A-okay. Oh.
I make better swords than the ones I get from guys anyway. Aeon, that was a pretty funny double entendre.
Hey!
I knew she wouldn't get it. I knew she wouldn't get it. I knew that half of chat gets it and she doesn't.
What? Oh. Aren't you supposed to be a gentleman?
Sometimes. It's fun to...
Like every good gentleman, the facade has to drop every once in a while. I see.
I just gotta... if somebody's teasable
Prop
enough...
swords? Prop swords? Movie sword? Woman, you gotta filter these dudes. Actually, no, that is a really good filter if they get you a prop sword. Yeah, just kill them.
You're a good guy? Oh no. Oh no.
You good look. Or they could have honestly, for just a little bit more, gotten you a genuine, pretty okay practice sword. Like, Jesus Christ.
Hold on, there's an essay from a couple of years ago. I'm gonna go find it. I'm gonna go find it right now. Post with this Veyhander? That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I know. That's why they're cool. Dude, I'd propose... Actually, no, I wouldn't propose to this Veyhander, actually.
I did have this article out there ready.
I don't know what I would propose with, actually. That's something... I should plan that.
This article is a pretty good article.
Or guys are a thing and I've had sex. Wait, I'm gonna ask some work internet.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can see that URL. You can read that URL, my friend.
Yep. I don't care.
This man's basement room is just littered with weapons. Instead of turning around and walking away like many people would go when faced with a bunch of privately owned weapons, I go, is that a Klingon Batleth?
What a Chad.
She's very Chad. It's a very Chad article. It's a great article. I do have to admit, though, like this article.
I do have to admit, though, that I am overly offended by like prop swords and stuff like that. Overly offended by them.
I am not a swords guy. I'm not a weapons guy of any kind.
Listen, I am perfectly fine with there being wacky sword designs, because wacky sword designs have existed throughout all of history. But they were all functional. Frostmourne is not functional in any stretch by any stretch of the imagination. It's just not. I'm sorry. That thing will snap as soon as it hits someone. Right at the hilt too. Snap right off. There's not enough material there. Pisses me off. And it's also unbalanced. You gotta have good balance. Actually, no, it depends on the sword, actually, if you want it to be balanced or not. It depends on whether or not, you're going for like a more like chopping action, or if you're going for a more, precision sort of maneuver. But anyway, that's beside the point.
Have you heard of the Order of the Sword?
No, what's that?
It's in the Air Force.
Oh my God, yes.
You know about this? Yeah, the
See, I'm fine with those because those are silly.
Okay, that's what I was going for. I think these are
like
funny,
deliberately silly. No one uses those.
Well, where I was kind of going with that also is like not every sword is intended to be used.
Yeah, I know. But whenever I see video game guy with cool sword, I'm like, okay, well, it should probably be pretty functional, right? Machete swords are nice. Machetes are a tool.
Warframe has trained.
Sword has a specific.
Warframe has trained me to think of machetes as completely separate as their own category of thing.
Well, I think that's true because they're not really. They are more designed to be like chopping. Oh, I hate that weapon, but I love it.
It's so funny.
I hate it, but I love it.
It's so funny.
Dude, I can absolutely see that being used in like Warcraft.
Yeah,
that is a Warcraft ass weapon. Some
honestly,
fuck ass orc would use it.
I know. I can. I have stronger opinions about Warcraft armor being silly. Oh, okay. Rifters DC. There's actually a reason. The edge is dusty and chipped. Okay, the reason is actually pretty straightforward, which is that the Order of the Sword is a Air Force award, right? It's in the USAF, and it's an award for merit of some kind. I don't really know what you get it for, but it's like it's part of your career. The thing is that you may have intuited from the fact that it's called the Air Force. The Air Force doesn't actually use swords for anything, and so it's kind of more a comedy that it's the Order of the Sword, and the Air Force tends to be a little bit happy with pranking each other. Air Force pilot names are never cool. This is like the biggest lie in Top Gun. That's like the most inaccurate part of Top Gun is that they have names like Maverick and Iceman instead of like Mr. Poopy Pants
Skipper.
And stuff like that. Yeah, Skipper and Poopy Pants and stuff like that. Those are like actual Air Force pilot names.
Skipper and Shitstain.
So yeah, Shitstain's a classic one. And so this is it's a joke, is what it is. That's the reason why it's shaped like that, is that it's a joke. Yeah, Air Force guys get nicknames for dumb stuff they've done. Exactly. Exactly. They do not get nicknames for being cool. They get nicknames for being embarrassing. Also, I'm going
Which
to
honestly,
yeah.
that keeps your your ego from getting too big.
Haroon put out a video about manpower constraints, and one of the ones that like I didn't really recognize before is that training an F-22 pilot is like $14 million
Yes.
of training fees. Like,
yes. Maintenance time,
Well,
like actual education, and
the biggest thing is the flight time. The biggest thing is like you have to be inside an F-22 at some point, and that just costs so much money.
Well, of course they're so damn smug about it. I'd be smug too if I could fly an aircraft. That's the coolest shit imaginable. I can't because I'm colorblind, and it really upsets me every hour of every day.
Yeah, they are.
That was my dream
nerds.
whenever I was an itty bitty kid. Was like, I want to be a pilot.
I'm gonna let you be mad
Nope,
about this
can't.
because I need to use the bathroom again. So I'll be back. I'll
Yeah.
let you be mad.
Yeah, I'm still so fucking mad about it. The one thing that I want to do, like the one real thing that I wanted to do in life, I am just completely and utterly just, I cannot do it. I can't do it. Pisses me off. I do have watched this pre-run video. Air pilot advantage at minimum 2 engineering degrees, and that they keep going if they want to be a test pilot or astronaut. Dude, test pilots aren't okay. They are not okay people. There is something deeply, fundamentally wrong with them. Astronauts, there's something deeply and fundamentally wrong with astronauts too. Astronauts are just like a different kind of caliber of person, I swear to God. I wanted to be an astronaut, but I do not. I never had the discipline for it. Also, the mental illness has kind of prevented me too. But you know what? That's beside the point. Because they don't let the mentally ill into space for concerns about isolation and a less than normal stimulating environment. They're insane, and I hate that they have a shared. Yep. I was more of a train guy, though. I do like trains quite a bit. Oh, fuck, I didn't take my medicine. It's them and grandmas that know they can bully me and I hate it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Aeon Omnishka. I incredibly quickly pegged you as somebody I could bully pretty easily.
It's over. It's the multiple degrees, isn't it? See, that's the secret. You had to have at least 2 degrees, and you need to understand and be able to quote in detail all the first 20 seasons of The Simpsons. That's when you're funny. That's when you're funny.
That's where humor is stored. Humor is stored in the Simpsons quote.
Also, the 2 degrees.
The 2 degrees, yeah.
It's got to be 2 degrees.
There's a couple different ways that you can be funny, but most of them involve The Simpsons. The one that doesn't involve any particular college education is having a real eye for people's psychological weaknesses.
Thank goodness I don't have that power.
I'm just not funny, so.
Yeah, but you watch The Simpsons. How can you not be funny?
It's a talent.
You have watched The Simpsons, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously not all of it.
I've only ever seen 1 episode of The Simpsons.
Which one was it?
We've spoken about this. I'm gonna get it wrong. It's Sideshow Bob escapes from prison or is released on like parole or whatever. Then tries to kill Bart.
Yeah, that one's a good one. That was a good one.
Steps on a rake, goes,
Oh, that's Cape Fear. That one's good.
Yeah, Cape Fear.
That was a good one. We should watch more Simpsons.
Voice critical is that okay? You know what? I'm gonna accept it as a compliment. But no, I am not voice critical. I do. My hair is about as long as his though, so that's pretty cool.
Me, I am very not voice critical. I don't think.
No.
Vine wants to know what their weakness is. I don't know. Like I said, I don't have an eye for weakness. I'm not good at it.
What's up, everybody? It's Neantical here. And today we're going to discuss the situation. It's crazy what's going on right now. I am slipping in a puddle of my own piss. Just raring to tell you this bullshit.
So one of those signs that I am not online in particular ways is the first time I heard Moist Critical's voice.
Yeah.
Was through the Undertale fandom.
What?
Yep.
Why did they just put his voice on Sans or something?
Yeah, they put his voice on Sans.
All right, that's pretty good.
I can see it, Vilberg. I can see it. Also, welcome in, Vilberg Liege.
Oh, geez.
I can see it.
Not me. Oh,
pain.
There I go. My self-centeredness and egoism destroying me yet again.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be worse.
No, there's nothing worse than this.
What, that sounded like Moist Critical?
No. Dude, I wish I could be that monotonous. That's like a power.
It's pretty impressive, yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so my downstrokes are actually getting a lot better. That's good. But some of the rest of my ladder foreign is getting worse. I mean, things like Moist Critical.
Your downstrokes, eh?
Yeah. My downstrokes.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think we have to. He's got like fucking V cards or whatever that GamerSubs game is. I should know that. I'm sponsored by them. You'd never know that though.
Well, because you're sponsored by them on your stream, not my stream. When you're on my stream more often than your own.
Well, even on my stream, I rarely talk about them. Well, mostly because I haven't streamed in a while, but also they stopped sending me free stuff, so I'm kind of like,
Are we still sponsored? Have I been ghosted? Have I been ghosted by my sponsor?
You know, I've actually never accepted a payment from them in like 2 years.
Doesn't sound like you're sponsored. It just sounds like you're adjacent to them.
No, I have like $200 like waiting for me. I've just never like approved it to be sent to me for some reason. I don't know why.
I told Iron Mouse he has no interest in becoming one. Understandable. Disappointing, but understandable.
Yeah, I think everybody should be a VTuber, so you never have to see their ugly mugs. Actually, no, the opposite is true for Charlie. That man kind of looks a little bit too good. I don't like it.
I didn't mention this last night when we were talking about Steve MRE, but I am actually pretty upset that he's that attractive.
Dude, I know, right?
It's upsetting. Like,
it really is.
Yes, I am writing down the alphabet with my left hand. Well, not the alphabet, I'm just practicing. I can't write down the alphabet with my left hand.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It'll summon a demon.
It'll summon a discotheque.
It'll summon John Calligrapher.
Yeah, I'm doing calligraphy with my left hand because my right hand has been bugging me a little bit. It's actually largely fine at this point. It's been a couple weeks of me not really doing my right hand very much. And I've gotten better with my left hand.
Dude.
And we're working on insular right now because I haven't touched my insular very much lately, and I don't want to forget the letter forms.
When was Insular created?
Insular's old. Insular's really old. Insular's from like the 600s. Oh, because I'm writing backwards. That's why. I'm writing backwards.
That's okay, I'll fix it.
I've disabled
Wait, no, I can't. The redeems are off.
Not all of them.
No!
But that one I disabled. I disabled all the OBS redeems because I'm having trouble with
OBS.
I
know.
And, yeah.
I still can't believe that Streamerbot did that. That's so fucking pathetic.
Very annoying. Yeah. I guess that's my schedule for tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm writing backwards. I can reverse it, but just to like confirm, like this. Oh,
right, my medicine.
Damn it! Shh. I need to set up a timer for that.
I took it. We're good. But actually, I've been taking my medicine about an hour later because I've noticed that like if I wait until like an hour after I wake up, the medication works better.
Mm.
Even
because it would have been because Blue, it would have been really funny if I had managed to enable the redeem in time and we could have spammed the redeem.
It's true. This man spends 3 seconds trying to warm up. Oh shit! It's 4:15.
Yeah, buddy.
Where's the time gone? Why don't these data processing jobs finish up on time?
I mean, in fairness, Blue, it's my fault as much as anybody else's, or more than anybody else's, because I could have. But yeah, Vilberg, this is what it looks like forward. This is normal handwriting.
Don't listen to him. He's holding it back. He's holding it behind the camera, so it appears as though it is
behind
regular.
The camera, yeah. Yeah, behind the camera.
I'm using a prism.
Yeah, we're working. This one's Insular's old as dirt. This is because it's an Irish Catholic script from the early medieval ages. It's a bit of a derivative from
Was Insular used to write that one book, the Book of Kells?
I think so. I think it's used in there. Book of Kells, I think it will not surprise you to learn, uses multiple scripts.
Well, yeah, it was like written over like a pretty long period of time, right?
I don't remember. I don't know that much about the history of it. But I can tell you that most medieval manuscripts will be written with multiple scripts.
Dare I ask why?
Well, for one thing, a couple of scripts just like don't have certain features that you might think you would want. So, for example, there is no such thing as a lowercase Lombardic.
Lowercase Lombardic.
Yeah, Lombardic script does not have any lowercases. It's only capitals. And they're really annoying to write. And similarly, Insular and Uncial do not have any capitals.
Really?
Yep. If I do capitals while using Insular, I will typically use a Lombardic capital as the display capital. But it's all lowercase.
Is that usually the case with old medieval manuscripts?
Well, what I was going to say was like, no, I mean, it's the case of the script, and the scripts are used in a lot of manuscripts, but fairly typically the way a script will look on the first page will be the first letter will be in a very elaborate display capital, often Lombardic, not always, and then the first line or two will be in Gothic or another relatively high prestige script like Insular Majuscule, and then much of the rest of it will be in Uncial or Secretary, which are much faster to write.
I see. So, in other words, it is an ancient form of window advertising.
Yeah, a bit. Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's like, ooh, I bet this looks nice. Second page. Aw. Are you better yet? You'd be like, get a load of this. The king will never read past the first page.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The king's right there behind me, isn't he? Oh, yeah. He's right behind you.
It depends a lot on the particular manuscript and whatnot. Like a lot of like Book of Hours will be done like all in Gothic, which is actually a pretty high prestige script. But like, and like if you read like ledgers and stuff, they pretty much will never have like any prestige writing. It'll just like all be Secretary the whole way through. Because again, I like to tell people this over and over again. Gothic is beautiful. Gothic is really hard to read.
Oh, damn. Secretary looks really good, though.
I love Secretary.
It's very pretty.
It's like actually my favorite. I actually prefer that over Gothic. And there's obviously like many Secretary hands because it's you know, individual people had their own writing because it's.
I'm looking at William Shakespeare's Will.
Hell yeah.
I cannot read it. Oh, I see life.
Willie's Will.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, I can't read this at all. Yeah, that'd be really funny. You know, some literate guy, you know, the 21st century or whatever, goes back in time to like the 15th century or 16th century, and they just can't fucking read.
Yeah. under discussed isekai problem.
You see, I just really hate how like almost every single isekai, everyone just magically knows the exact same languages. Pisses me off. Pisses me off. Could have a really good arc about, you know, learning the local tongue. But no, they don't. They never do it.
It's
It probably would be kind of boring though.
It doesn't have to be, but well, actually, no. You know what's the bigger thing there, buddy?
Yeah, what?
It was going to be boring anyway.
True. True. Can't deny that.
Oh.
There are only two good isekais, and both of them are villainous mangas.
I was thinking about how the fact that there's only two true Almantas streams, and one of them is Mr. Rogers, and the other one is Statler and Waldorf.
What?
Tech Priesta. What variant of Gothic is my favorite? Ancient prints are also fine as an answer. Variant of Gothic. I like Quadrato. I like Quadrato the most. Admittedly, like the thing is, like there's like I don't think calligraphers are actually in agreement about a true typology of Gothic scripts. I have read a couple of typologies of Gothic scripts, and they are not unanimous in how they divide things up and what features they like. I will say that I unsurprisingly kind of lean towards the English variations over the German variations. I do like Fraktur, but I haven't really spent a lot of time learning it. And again, like, do we count? Hello, Ice Tea fan. Hello. Yes, we are calligraphing. And I guess it depends quite a bit on like what we're allowing to qualify as part of the variants, because like the way that I do Bastard Secretary, some people would consider that a type of Gothic, and I don't tend to think of it that way. And I'll be doing a sentence in that in just a moment, because it's my favorite script and I just like it a lot. But in terms of things that like actually are variations within Gothic, I kind of prefer, again, I prefer quadrata. I prefer doing the H that draws through the line, which is actually more common in Prestis than in quadrata, but I still like it and I still keep doing it. I'm trying to think what are the other variations. Oh, I don't like the more traditional Y. I prefer the more modern Y over the more traditional Y. I do not exclusively stream calligraphy, but it's a pretty large percentage of all of my streams are calligraphy.
It's true.
I think I haven't done a non-calligraphy stream on my own channel in a couple of weeks. Like, at all.
You know what I think you should do? I think you should have a baking stream where you write in calligraphy on top of the cookies.
That sounds challenging.
It sounds like it would be the perfect challenge for you.
I feel like I'd need some more tools, because I don't think I've got the right type of icing guns for that. But yeah, calligraphy is definitely my main art form.
Okay, put the right icing tips. Put them on your throne.
I need to go through and Yeah, I've done origami. I haven't done it in a minute. I've done origami. I like origami. Do a light bulb changing stream. Every light in your house. I do need to change one of the light bulbs in my house, and I changed it like a month ago, so I think I might just have the wrong light bulbs for the light socket. Modern light bulbs should not burn out in like 3 months.
It's true. Also, I'm afraid I must go. My ears are beginning to hurt from these headphones.
Mr. Mancer, have a lovely, lovely night. Thank you for stopping by and keeping me company. This has been
Thank you.
Nyanomancer.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give the shout out to
And
Mr.
everyone,
Mancer.
it was good to see you. Remember.
Nyano has to actually do his job for half an hour before he leaves.
Yeah, pretty much. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. But yeah, I am largely working on my ambient dexterity right now. For me, it is 4:30 a.m. I'm a New Yorker. Hold up, let's rotate this around a little bit. Sorry, you guys are going to go for a journey for a second, so if you are prone to motion sickness, really glad that my armature is oriented that way. Yeah, aren't you? You're Australian, right, Tech Beast? Guys are going on a little bit of a journey here. Jawohl. Yeah, I am Americano. Or as I like to say it, gringo. I know they're non-gringo Americans, but I am very gringo American. All right. Let's do secretary here. Move around the light a little bit. Oh, I gotta move my camera. Ooh, forgot about this part. The camera looking into my ear. Too much Company of Heroes. Which one? 2 and 3. Do I ever use a big crystal? No. For markers, I'm using these Edding series. But my main tool that I prefer to use is Pilot Parallels. I really like the Pilot Parallel, and if I want to use dip pens, which I don't typically, because I find dip pens to be kind of a pain in the neck, though I might for a little bit tonight, I use a Speedball C series. But I don't tend to actually bother with dips that often. I might tonight, I might not, I don't know. Dip? Yeah, oof. I've only actually ever played Company of Heroes 1. I haven't played any others. It's been a long time. I don't remember a lot about it. Here's one of my favorite letter forms. So I don't play it. Oh, okay. Now, another letter form that I really enjoy. I like that V a lot. I really like this D. You can see I like this D enough that I basically just did this for the... It's a quote. It's supposed to be for quotes by me. It's supposed to be if I say something funny. If I say something funny or memorable. I put it into a channel point redeem because I thought that would encourage people to use it more often, and it hasn't really done anything. think I might just not be that quotable. So it goes. Oh, geez, that's actually one of those things I'm gonna have to. Not all of them. A couple of them are not China. A couple of them are not China. Most of them are China, though. I know that at least one of them references the Treaty of Westphalia. They do bias towards early China because I set the channel points in like a rough range. I try when I set the channel point cost, I set them in like about what I thought was reasonable. And then I came up with a historic event that was like plus or minus like 50 years from then. Still thinking about this, sorry, buddy. I am very uncle-coded. I did like the movie Uncle Buck, but I haven't seen it in a very long time. I have not seen Uncle Buck in it's like, I think I saw it at least once after it was in theaters, but I might not have. I might have not seen it since it was in theaters. But yeah, this is my right-handed calligraphy. You can definitely see a difference between the two, right? Cracking the knuckles a little bit there. It's your second favorite movie. Oh, wow, that's high praise. I don't think any of my top favorite movies are comedies. My favorite movie is probably... well, I guess it is kind of a comedy. The Lobster. Yeah, the camera flip redeem should be disabled. Because it doesn't work super well. I need to fix Streamerbot or Sammy, but I can't get... Streamerbot is not connecting to OBS, so I just disabled all the OBS-centric redeems. So... Bad bot. Poor Saribot. Poor Saribot. Saribot out here catching strays. I will say I do still find the marker to be harder to work with. The uppercase B's from the lowercase M's. BMMBBM. Hold on. BMMBBMBW. Yeah, it depends a lot on the script, right? It depends a lot on the script. So certain scripts will have harder letters to distinguish than others. Traditional Gothic is the worst one for this, among the scripts that I know how to write. tend to make a goth girls joke. I mean, go for it. Go for it. I might not understand. And hello, Kyra Kylowski. Oh, also this. Thank you for the sock monsters. I forgot to do this the last time. Forgot to do this the last time. That's one of my favorite little things. The sock monsters is real. I always love this little guy. Definitely like one of my favorite VTubing artifacts that I own. I don't know if we could make merch of it. Because like this was handmade, right? This was like fully handmade. Individually handmade by Lady Saffron. So I don't know if I genuinely don't know if we could scale it up. But it does exist. Yeah, I could make a keychain or a pin. Yeah, but I'm talking about like the socks, like the physical socks. I mean, I'm sure that you could. I'm sure I could. But I would need to like get that made up somehow. A keychain or pin wouldn't be that bad. Hold up. I'm doing a demonstration of... Well, that was pretty bad right there. I missed a line. So in case anybody is wondering why Gothic became less popular, other than the fact that it takes a lot longer to write, you must Oogie Boogie? Alright. The what? Yeah, go Tech Priesta. Tech Priesta is really cool. Tech Priest is a really cool dude. And Kairu must also leave. Yes, that's fair. Ice-T fan, that's crazy. I don't know how you would write a book that only uses the letters M and O and get a lot done. I've read the closest thing I've ever heard of to that, which is Avoid by Georges Perec. Avoid is really good. I actually really like Avoid. And I find it very easy to recommend to people. Hold on, I did not mean to do that. Actually, I disabled the camera entirely unintentionally. Huh, that was strange. But yeah, I really liked Avoid. So if you could write a book, I like experimental fiction. I would probably go with the book, partially because I just like books a lot. Admittedly, if it's an unpleasant experience, I may as well just go with the song, right? Because then I don't have to worry about it ever again. Like, I only get to listen to it once, so it's just, unless it's a really long song, I'll get through that a lot faster than I get through a book. Let's start. Oh, hold on a second. Come on. Okay, there we go. That's what I was expecting. I think I am going to pull this bad boy up. I think it's time for Lightbox Coon. Let's, Ice Tea Fan, these are very strange questions, but I don't hate them. Built only with words said in the debut episode of Flintstones. Again, you are proposing some very strange experimental fiction, which is something that I'm just generally not opposed to. So, like, these are not, like, particularly negative things to me. The only problem is that, like, I'd have to... is, like, reading a... like, I'm behind on the books I'm already trying to read. I'm working... I'm still... It's really funny to me with Inked, where I read, like, 70 pages in, like, one sitting, and then I just slowed to a crawl with it. Inked is really good. Inked is a really cool book, but I just, like... I don't know, I just, like... particularly, I guess, like, this weekend I was, like, sick. It was non-trivia part of it. Okay, let's try... That, and... I can do some Chinese calligraphy. I am going to be... I did pull this out to actually write something intentional. So I am going to work on that first. But yeah, I mean, I can pull that out. I can show that. But yeah, I can do some Chinese calligraphy. My Chinese calligraphy is not, like, that good. I should say Japanese calligraphy. There's a slight distinction between them. Like, I mean, this has basically just been me practicing my Japanese, my kanji. So this is just a kanji practice sheet. Don't worry if you can't. If you can read Chinese and you're looking at, or Japanese and you're looking at this and you're just, like, having a stroke, like, don't worry about it. That's normal. You're like I do. Also, yes, hello, Ramui. You had the same color and width as Ice Tea Fans. I have to, like, think pretty hard to, like, distinguish. It took me a second to distinguish who was whomst. Let's see. Here's a character that's... I like this character, and it'll probably take... I can do it in 3 lines, I think. I say as I make a stroke order mistake. I like this character. I'm just kind of doing random, arbitrary characters. No real rhyme or reason to them. Favorite character in Japanese? Just freehand according to relative size. Yeah, this is not good paper. Like, this is I shouldn't even say it's bad paper, because it's not really the question, but, like, this paper is very thin and very lightweight, and so it tends to ink tends to spread on it very quickly. Oh, Ice Tea Fan, thank you for the follow. I do have some washi. I do have some traditional washi, but I also don't have, like, a good brush right now. I learned on Eastern Calligraphy first, actually. I don't think I'm as good at Eastern Calligraphy at this point, because I haven't practiced as much. But I do like it. That's fine, Ice Tea Fan. That was cute of you to do so. Yeah. This paper is just, like, this is just the cheapest paper I've got. It's what I use for, like, really basic practice. It legitimately does not work with quite a few of my pens. Like a lot of my pens, if I try to use them on here, it just kills it immediately. It just absolutely kills it immediately. Thank you. Very cute behavior on both of your parts. You guys don't need to change on my account. Just think I need to pay attention to. It's on me. I am the one responsible. See, I think I'm okay. I think I am okay at shoulder. Bad balance there. I hit my wrist on something, so it's I terminated the letter before I should have. And wrong stroke order for Japanese, but correct stroke order for Chinese. I'm pretty good at this character. I like this one. I've just also like not focused on it as much in the last couple of years. And I only really ever learned, like, block and semi-block. I never learned how to do, grass script. Like, if you ask me to do something in grass script, I just absolutely cannot do it. There's also a lot of Western calligraphy I just, like, cannot do because I never learned it. I only know how to do, I only know how to do... What is wrong with my brain here? Broad. I only know how to do broad. I don't know how to do, I have no capabilities with doing, pointed script. They are completely beyond me. So let's get in here and... Don't worry about that dark spot. It's on the underlying paper. It's not on the paper I'm writing on. I'm rotating a little bit too much. Pick up Cinderin quickly. I have not picked up a conlang ever. Arabic calligraphy is super cool. Arabic calligraphy is super duper cool. I am still feel like I am struggling with learning just Japanese. So I am not in a rush to learn any conlangs. I know that some of the fantasy author fans here are sobbing, but My language acquisition skills are just not there. Yeah, Elvish is where the money's at. Sire Vire, thank you for the follow. All right, Ice-T fan, have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you. Right now I'm doing something that I like to do at the end of stream, or for after stream, I should say. But I may as well do it while I'm live. Oh, Lodi, thank you for the follow. Which is to make a little thank you message for the folks who rated me. So I've got that pulled up, the list of folks. I like the capital C in bastard. So Cider Martin is our first raid of the night. Now, is the M capital or not? The M is capital. Cider Martin, and then it was Skyrish. CharlottXBear. And then my dear friend Karatsun. I think that makes it look a little bit better. How far are we from Oods? Oh, Oogie. Okay, I have to snooze. We are going into ads in like 2 minutes. Oogie. Holy moly. I was literally writing up ad gratitudes while you're doing that. Hold on, let me catch up here. Hello raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. I am currently a VTuber. I do mostly calligraphy. I do occasionally paint models. I do. Let me make sure I get the right number of I's in your name here, Uji, because I've gotten it wrong before. Ads just... Yeah, you clutched it. Yeah. I try to run my ads roughly on the hour. But welcome in, Uji. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome into Lokiawa, One Hit Pony, Jabby hold on. Jabby X3, there we go. Jabby X3, Homicidal Ducks, good to see you, Homicidal. Homicidal is always good to remember to shout me out. Iradine, Waper34, Zomboy212, Kalikna, Keith599, Space Gloop, and hello. How, yeah, the J's and the I's, you're doing tricks, Uji. You are doing tricks. But yes, I am... What were you doing? Were you doing Lies of P? I'm just kind of assuming you're doing Lies of P. It just feels like a Lies of P night for Uji. Expedition 33, XP33. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, I was... My first guess for you is... my first guess for Uji is going to be a Souls-like, particularly... Yeah, a parry game, and then my second guess is going to be art, and then Clair Obscure. Clair Obscure would have been actually number 3. I would have guessed an art stream before I would have guessed Clair Obscure. How was it going? How was the French game going? You actually caught me while I was writing thank yous to the people who have rated me tonight, so that was actually really good timing. Unlike these other folks, you will probably actually see me write this out because I know Kara is asleep, so she's not seeing this right now. She'll see it on Twitter when she wakes up. But yes. Obviously, if you need to raid and run, please do so. Taking care of your health is more important than my silly little streams. Yes, it's a pilot parallel. Yes, I'm using a pilot parallel. This is my preferred tool. Yeah, I'm on American time, right? I'm on American time. I'm like 12, 13 hours off from you. So we are pretty far apart. You've got to go? All right, Homicidal Ducks. All right. Have a good night. And yes, Space Gloop, I enjoyed a lot. I really enjoy working with the tools, is a lot of it. How do I want to do this person's name? There's a lot of ways to do capital V's in calligraphy. This script, by the way, for anybody wondering, this is a early modern or late medieval, depending on where you draw your boundaries, French variation of Gothic, known as Bastard. I probably do most of my work in Gothic. I probably do most of my work in Gothic because people like Gothic. If I'm being honest, that is fundamentally what it comes down to. Gothic is simply very popular. And so it's hard to argue with doing that a whole bunch. I gotta clip this so that it doesn't wander too much. I'm okay with being a little bit goofy with the spacing as long as it's parallel. But yeah, this is a 16th century script is where I learned this from. And I don't know, I just like it a lot. It's the curves, the waviness. Yes, I used to teach sociology. Yes, I used to be a sociologist. Yeah, the other really popular Gothic is probably the most popular script, or Copperplate. Copperplate is a pointed script. I cannot do Copperplate at all. I have no Copperplate capabilities whatsoever. Let me just make sure I get the right number of lines here. Okay, this is the line I want. So here's your name, Uji. I am writing it as it is written on your Twitch. I'm actually really fortunate I decided to do it in this script, because there's a lot of scripts where my X's are very dubious. Ujix. Ujiji. Ujiji. Reverse italic script. Cursive. Interesting. Oh yeah. Keith, that's actually very funny that you mentioned that. Because I have been, my right hand's been bugging me a little bit since off-Kai. So I have actually been working on my left hand a lot lately. And I have been writing in mirror scripts. Today I was doing mirror scripted, insular. Today was mirror scripted insular. I've mostly been working on mirror scripted Gothic. So here's from a couple of days ago. Here's some mirror scripted Gothic. And I've also been doing a lot of Chinese practice, a lot of Japanese practice. On the same notebook. This notebook is a mess. This notebook is all over the place. This notebook is chaos. Regular mirror. Some insular, some Gothic, some random Chinese. Yeah, we may not have been treated as genius. I mean, this is Space Gloop. I mean, you're going to get me being random Hansa. Yep. Me just practicing backwards S's a whole bunch, because the backwards capital S in Gothic has been giving me conniptions. It has been really struggling. Oh, we're in ads. Keith9599, thank you for the follow. I need to use the bathroom very, very badly. I will be back momentarily. So if for those of you who can see through the ads, I'll be back in just a minute. But enjoy the fan art. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Ads might still be going for folks. But yes. Now you're added up. All good, Space Gloop. All good, Space Gloop. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I just appreciate anybody who takes the moment to stop by and spend any amount of time listening to me, right? Spend any amount of time listening to me. But yes, welcome back from the ads, folks. Welcome back from the ads. But yes, Space Gloop, you actually hit on something that is like fundamental. I'm gonna get like super political here for a second. A sort of like fundamental major political thing to me, which is that so many people on this planet have had so much to offer and we're not able to give us their art and their beauty and their science because they lived in political systems that would not let them do so. And I think that's really frustrating. I think that that's really frustrating and awful. The line from Gould, a biologist, was that I am not nearly so interested in the folds and masses of Einstein's brain as I am in the millions of unnamed of equal genius who toiled away their whole lives in fields and factories. I think about that one a lot. I think about that one a lot. I might even do that one right now. Let me grab my keyboard. I need to clean up my room. My room's not looking. My room is let me use a smaller pen. This is kind of a lengthy one. What do I have inked up in the purple? Purple's a good color. Purple is a good color. Also, hold on. It's Inari. How are you doing, Inari? How are you doing, Inari? How is your afternoon going? Inari is a dear friend. Inari is a dear friend. I adore her quite a bit. She is she's a very wonderful streamer. She's actually one of my favorite streamers. I think she's a talent to look out for. I always enjoy her work. Very funny, very clever, very stressed out. Michan 8, hello. Why what? Why what? Why what? Why what? I adore you. Yeah, and I'm just an old man. I like this purple. It is spreading quite a bit. I do wonder if I need to start storing my art paper in like a desiccator. A new garden. Excellent. That sounds like a beautiful time, Space Glove, to get some trees out there. I wonder if the 3.8 would have been good for this. 3.8... I know I couldn't do this with the 6. The 6 would just eat this entire page. You miss having a garden? I am looking forward to moving somewhere where I can have more of a garden. That would be much appreciated. I haven't been able to have one in a very long time. I'm not a particularly good gardener, to be honest, though, so I don't know how much that's going to really matter. Because I think I might just completely faceplant and ruin my garden if I do get one. But it's a nice thought, right? The only plants that I have actual luck with are scallions, which is... they're scallions. And crotons. Crotons I've done pretty well with growing, but crotons are purely decorative. I've managed to kill mint plants before, which is really rough. I tend to overwater as well. Yeah, overwatering is definitely my main sin. Tomatoes and basil I might be able to grow pretty well. You'll see in a moment, but I am somehow less interested in the weight and convolution of Einstein's brain than the near certainty that people of equal talent have lived and died in cotton fields and sweatshops. Fucked up my birch with overwatering. Yeah, Space Gloop, I've managed to pull it off. I don't think I've ever... I mean, the basils eventually die after just like regular harvesting. Like, it's just... I feel less bad about that. I love this W. It's like legitimately like my favorite letter form in all of calligraphy is the bastard W. Yeah, I'm a pretty bad gardener. Space Gloop, I understand where you're coming from. I edit things like that a lot, but I'm going to say that from a communication standpoint, keep it a little bit simpler. I would like to grow a bonsai. That's like a thing I've thought about quite a bit, but it feels very much like the sort of thing that I would have. Like a little Japanese maple or something like that. Double check to make sure I'm okay. There's a couple ways to do V's in the scripts. That one, that's just a straight up italic V. I just like literally got the wrong script. I just really like V's. All right, minis. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Yeah, that's a definite problem, right? Like, even just like I tend to only grow things like inside my apartment, which like really limits you. Really limits you to like low sunlight tropicals. Transparent and engaging, so talking about be key rather than censorship. Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that. I mean, gardens are not something you really should try to hide. Doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. We did recently watch on the Discord server Master Gardener. And it was pretty interesting to contextualize gardening in that story as a question of control. It's kind of what I think the metaphor they were going for with gardening was like well, because you know that's like the traditional like thing about like classical French gardening, is that classical French gardening is very much about displaying the mastery of science over nature. And this is true, right? This is very much a thing about the colonial era, right? This is why there's like a lot of colonial era royal symbols that are things like pineapples, right? Like pineapples are both a symbol of mastery over nature, but also mastery over the world. That pineapples are so exotic and far-ranging that having access to pineapples is a display of your imperial mastery. And yeah, no, people think about the about these metaphors. People do think about these metaphors. They do think quite strongly about them. And obviously this is not the only way that you can think about gardening, because obviously gardening is a much older practice than colonialism. And there's, you know, it feels a little bit ridiculous to talk about somebody growing some fennel in their yard so that they can have tastier soup as like trying to demonstrate their domination and yada 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 yada. But formal gardening is its own kind of practice. And then this has always been a tension, right? Is like, how much should we be trying to do that, and what are we trying to communicate with what types of gardens we make, right? This is like a fundamental part of the nature of all like thoughts around gardening as an art form in multiple traditions, right? That, you know, this is a classical part of a lot of gardening traditions, is displaying not the domination over nature, but the connection to nature. And that itself is its own kind of question, right? Like, I think it's hard to divorce that out and to make a clear break in that. You know, is nature something that you are controlling and you are demonstrating your control just by the fact that you have a garden in your house? Or is nature something that you are surrendering to and allowing your house to participate in? What are you communicating with this? Tricky, right? Tricky. And I think in both cases, you're kind of fooling yourself, right? This is the folly of, not just of trying to control nature, but I would say the folly of thinking that you can actually communicate a fundamental truth about the world, or that you can be confident that other people are perceiving you in the way that you wish to be perceived. You know, this is something I think about a lot as a VTuber, right? That I am, by using a two-dimensional avatar, I am exerting a degree of control over my appearance that I lack over my flesh sona. And I would generally say that what you guys see on this screen is a more realistic understanding of who I am than what you would see if you could see my flesh and blood body. But at the same time, people are going to truck in their own assumptions about what a person who looks like this is going to be like, and who I am based on things that might not even occur to me. Right? This has happened quite a bit. That neither me nor my artist intended me to be particularly owl-like. Did not occur to us, either of us. But people tend to gravitate towards that. Space Gloop, I'll give me a second. Give me a second. Framework like this needs to create a communication protocol. Yes. Overarching security framework. So far, so anarchist. I mean, this is the traditional question of, you're okay. I'm literally a nonfiction editor at my other job. I can read very fast. It might be a trouble for the other people in chat, but it was pretty quick for me. Yeah, this is like a traditional thing that comes up in discussions around anarchism as a philosophy, is the distinction between anarchism as an absence of rules versus as an absence of unjustified hierarchy, which is how most anarchists tend to understand what anarchy is as a principle. Is that people... That if there is hierarchy, it needs to be justified, examined, and rescindable, as opposed to just continuous. But there is also an interpretation that anarchy means a complete absence of rules. I mean, it sounds very anarchist to me, Space Gloop. I don't think I'm coming in particularly from a set of assumptions. It's just, it does sound very similar to anarchists that I have talked to. And I talked to quite a few of them because, you know, I'm a vegan in Brooklyn. So it comes with my territory. So it sounded very familiar to me. Like I said, the folly of assuming that you can actually, that you can be confident that other people are going to understand you in the lens that you wish to be understood. And hello, Tilted Over. Hello, Tilted Over. Is that a... what is getting crushed in that, what is getting squished? Back to sleep. Have a good night. Have a good night. I don't think I'm assuming a lot of random unsated stuff, to be honest. I am reflecting on the arguments that I've encountered in my life, and that is pretty close. But obviously I have to be making a bunch of shorthand assumptions because I am not reading an entire manifesto right now, right? This is not a... I don't really understand you as a person. I understand you as a chatter. Who I've seen only a few messages from. And so I have to make certain assumptions in order to parse through what you're saying with any speed. You hate the word manifesto because I'm not a Marxist and not reinventing or revolutionizing? Fair enough, fair enough. Manifesto is a funny word, to be honest. It's not my favorite word. I don't think I've ever written anything I would describe as a manifesto. Do wonder if is there a diminutive form of manifesto? Because that's funny. Manifestet. Manifestie. Manifestien. In cotton fields and sweatshops. The invocation of cotton fields and sweatshops here is pretty interesting. I hope people are noticing that Mr. Gould here is being pretty deliberate with this word choice by not just saying fields and factories, which is how I remembered it. I forgot that it was specifically cotton fields and sweatshops. Yeah, pamphlets. Yeah, pamphlet. Yeah, it's very low bandwidth communication. Chat is generally not the best place to get across really complicated ideas. I am sorry to say, Space Gloop. I apologize if I made you feel like you were being like I was being deliberately obtuse or frustrating. I certainly hope I didn't come across as condescending. I really do not try. I really try not to be condescending towards folks. But yeah, this is a low bandwidth and it's and imprecise, right? A stream is an imprecise place to communicate complicated ideas. Particularly from the chatter's perspective. I have learned to my chagrin that it's pretty challenging for me as the streamer to get across any particularly complicated ideas to the stream. Because of the part where people kind of just drop in and drop out at their leisure. Normally a strength, right? Normally a strength of the format. But in the case of actually trying to teach anything in a dedicated way, like I've done lectures here. I have done lectures here on topics like, mostly on colonialism, particularly Spanish colonialism. but also on like what I was like as a sociology professor and a couple of other topics. And I kind of don't do them very often because it's just really a struggle to catch people up on a complicated topic in the middle of stream over and over again in a way that I think works better for a pre-recorded format. And I also really hate doing video editing, so I never do any pre-recorded formats. And hello, Miss Inari. I actually saw you several minutes ago, but I want to finish my thoughts and I thought it would be funny.
I wanted to stay quiet until you finished your thoughts.
Hold on, let me change the streaming category to, not the streaming category, the stream title to include you in it. How are you doing, Miss Reiju?
I am doing good, Mr. Almantas.
I find his streams I can like sometimes roll the L, but not usually. Yeah, the tall fox woman. The tall fox lady.
Tall fox lady.
Yeah,
My goodness.
Very tall, very tall. One of my few
That's
streamer
very
friends
true.
is taller than me.
Hi.
Uh,
My model is taller. Not IRL.
Shh. Trick people into believing that you're 6'5" IRL.
Yeah, it's really funny. People actually think I'm like, they thought I was like a much taller person in person, and I'm like, they're like, oh yeah, you have very tall vibes, and I was like, I don't understand what that means.
I understand. I know people who have taller and shorter vibes. The one that kind of amused me was somehow capable Mabel seems like substantially shorter than you in person, even though I'm pretty sure she's got 2 or 3 inches up on you.
I see.
Like she just feels so tiny as a person. The one that was the funniest to me as a person in person was Soya, who is like, I only met her at MAG, and she has like the most commanding presence. She's like a completely amazingly commanding presence, and she's like probably like 75 pounds.
Dear Lord.
like she is tiny, but she just like fills the room. Like it's a matter of like vibe and energy.
Yeah, no, I get that.
And yeah, no, you got some of that. You got some of that. You got more than you credit yourself with. I have definitely met people who are smaller than you, Ion Omnitia. I think dual leveling's like they're like 4'10".
Dear Lord.
Yeah, Koki is so short that when she gets her knives from her kitchen, she has to climb onto her kitchen counter.
Oh dear. I saw her at Offkai and I was like, she's quite short.
She's tiny. I've actually
tiny.
missed her. I missed her at Offkai.
Ah.
I didn't see the only person from that sector that I met was Bodega, of course. Hello, Weeb with coffee. Hello. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I do calligraphy.
Wonderful calligraphy. Yes.
Sweet of you to say. Thank you. Doing it with my right hand, I feel much more willing to accept compliments. I do feel a little bit crazy when people are like, wow, it looks so neat and smooth. And I'm like, I am shaking like a leaf.
No, that's like, because that's when you were using your left hand, correct?
Yeah, when I'm using my left hand and people are like, oh, this is so good. And I'm like, I'm like, thank you.
Yeah, it's like when an artist basically sees their art and they're just like, this is not perfect. And other people are just like, this looks nice. It's like, no, I can see all the, the flaws in here and there.
I've had this conversation with you on your end where
yes.
You are much less confident in several parts of your art than I feel.
Oh, absolutely.
So like this goes for everybody. And I think not infrequently about Nagi, who, is an artist, can make a lot of art, did not make her own VTuber model, even though she probably could have, because she was like, then I will notice every little flaw in it and I'll go insane.
Understandable. I mean, that's basically having the eye of an artist, and you'll like forever see flaws where it needs to be, you know, fixed, and you'll forever think, I need to fix this. It can't be perfect, you know. So.
Oh, Meetchan8, thank you for the follow. The curse of the artist, well, and the curse of the self-critic, right? The curse of self-criticism, and you know, I know that for myself, I tend to be very, very picky about the work that I show the world. You guys are lucky that you are mostly just seeing me do calligraphy and you are not seeing me like edit my own essays. I am a infuriating writer to work with as a rule. I am amazed that any of my editors work with me more than once. Because it is not unusual for me to spend like literal hours on individual sentences. That is quite common for me.
Yeah, I can see why.
Yeah, I'm very, very picky. And
does that come from being an editor for quite some time?
There's definitely that, but I think like even before I was doing any writing or editing, I think I've always had a perfectionistic streak.
You are a perfectionist.
Yeah.
Very much so. Not a bad thing.
Not sometimes it is. Sometimes it's good. It's a trait. It's a trait. It comes with its strengths and weaknesses, right?
I think it does, because it's basically you're your own self-critic, right? So,
yeah, I'm very much my own self-critic, and I mean, there's a really good phrase, you know, done is better than good, and good is better than perfect, right? Like done is the best state for a piece of art to be in. Done and published is way more important than anything else it can be.
Right.
And you know, it's just like such a different mindset I have when I'm doing my own work of like I am responsible for all of this quality, whereas if I'm consuming somebody else's work, you know, it's just like, oh, this is like, it was cool how they did this, etc., etc., etc. I'm never expecting perfection from anybody other than myself. That's actually part of the reason why I like streaming as an art form. Streaming and cooking are the two art forms I actually really like the most. Even though like you see me doing calligraphy, I get paid to write and edit. I really like these art forms because they're done. Like there's like real limits on you that are placed. There's really harsh limits that are placed on you to make sure that you actually just get things done. And so it creates a kind of, and you wind up with a relatively disposable art form, which is something that I quite like. Yeah, cooking is great because you can eat the evidence. Ion gets me.
That is very true. Yes.
Ion gets me. I am somehow less interested in the weight and convolutions of Einstein's brain than in the near certainty that people of equal talents have lived and died in cotton fields and sweatshops. Stephen J. Gould. I like this quote. I like this quote a lot.
That is a nice quote.
Is a nice quote. Gould's been dead for a while. He was an evolutionary biologist. I like his philosophical writings on this. His philosophy of religion I found dumb. But
how so?
His philosophy of religion was to talk about religion and science as non-overlapping compatible spheres, that these are things that are not strictly speaking contradictory to one another, which I think is mostly dumb just because I think it's trivial.
That is trivial.
Yeah, it's just this. He's been dead. He died in the 90s. I forget when exactly he died, but I think he died in the 90s. And so this conceit that physical science contradicts certain religious doctrines is a pretty uniquely 20th century American consideration. And I think most religious people in most times and places think that's asinine.
I would think the same, yeah.
Yeah. They think that's just dumb. Because the question is like, how much do you care about the literal, direct truth of the biblical story of how the earth was created? And the answer for almost all Christians in the whole world and in all of human history is like, yeah. Like, the Catholic Church got over it, like, completely. Like, the Catholic Church does not give a shit. They completely don't care.
Right.
And, like, that's, like, one of the most conservative institutions on the planet. It's like a pretty specific sect of American Christians care very deeply about it. You know, I mean, you're Japanese, and
right.
I don't really think that there's a contingent of Japanese people who are, forgive me if I'm wrong on this one, there might be somebody who's taking this very seriously, but I've never heard of anybody taking very seriously, like, trying to do genetic testing on the royal family to isolate the Amaterasu genes.
Nope, never heard of that. I'm pretty sure
fascinating.
there somewhere someone might have like theorized that, but in reality there isn't really like proof, and there's really not a thing for that.
Yeah,
maybe
like,
somewhere outside of Japan people have theorized that, but I feel like because it's the royal family and because it's people that you can't really touch, at the end of the day, it's not a theory that would probably come up in Japan, So
I just think it's like not, if you're a very devout
right
Shinto, like you believe that the emperor is descended directly from Amaterasu, but like how much do you care about the genetic evidence of that?
At this point, like I've expressed this before, and I know it's a controversial take. I feel, and I've said this to you before, like as much as there are devout, like Shintoists probably in Japan, I feel that there's not a lot of them that would probably be like, oh, with, the emperor, the Amaterasu, it doesn't really go through someone's mind these days. Yeah. If anything, the emperor, the royal family is a royal family, but they're basically puppets at the end of the day to, for the people, and that's about, to be a front for the government itself at the end of the day. So who is going to think about, oh yeah, they're the descendants of Amaterasu, and what's the ties? That's not really something that I feel people would think about, because at the end of the day, Shintoism to me is not really a religion per se. It is a religion, but in Japan, it has been so diluted that it is not really regarded as a religion. Buddhism, yes, but Shintoism, not really anymore. It's just part of daily life.
I mean, that's a thing that is like an interesting way of talking about religiosity that is often misunderstood, and I think fantasy settings often do very badly. That like there are people who will, if you are in the right parts of America, you will meet people who are like, Christianity isn't a religion, it's just like a true fact about the world, and that's pretty strange, to be honest. That's pretty strange. But if you're talking about like the way that, like you said, the way that Shinto people understand and interact with Shintoism, and the way that modern Hindus interact with Hinduism, and the way that a classical Roman or classical Greek would have interacted with the Greek and Roman religions, it's just kind of a part of the tapestry of your world. You like, why do you care about Juno Moneta? And it's like, well, because money continues to work in the way that we think it should, therefore Juno Moneta is like doing something. So, or like, you do a little sacrifice or a little propitiation towards Poseidon if you're worried about earthquakes or you're about to go out to sea, because like, in the same way that like you might knock on wood or do something else that's like a little good luck ceremony, or avoid being too close to mirrors that are being transported around or something like that. It's just kind of part of the tapestry of your life and your expectations about both your social and in some way, to some extent, your physical world, depending on how seriously you take specific parts of it. But like, it like the way that it works in fantasy universes where people like proselytizing for their individual gods within a pantheon is confusing. It's not like how it works. Like I don't think Shinto priests at one temple are trying to tear down like a rival temple that much.
Oh,
They
absolutely
might be
not.
yeah, like, it's like confusing. That's like a bizarre thing to do.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's just weird. Like what are you talking about? Like these are like there's a relationship here, but it doesn't like work like that.
No.
Yeah, we're not renaming a ship because it's bad luck. In Judaism, there's the thing about not naming people after living relatives.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Do you know about this one? This one's interesting to me.
No.
Especially because it's like a trend that we know has changed over history, right? This is a thing that has changed over history because in older parts of Judaism, we know that it was like fathers were always named after sons. You know, very much so like the firstborn son is always named after the father. But in modern Judaism, in modern American Judaism, this is what my Jewish friends have told me, that naming a person after a still living relative is kind of implying that that still living relative is dead to you.
Oh.
Yeah. That's because like the tradition is like you name people after dead relatives. So if you name them after a living relative in bucking of that tradition, it's kind of like rude and kind of bad luck.
Right. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yes.
Yeah.
yes.
I think it's actually a perfectly reasonable folkloric belief. It's perfectly coherent. But it is not one of those things. It's like a deep, profound, like major religious belief. I don't really know too many even Jews who would say that that's like a key pillar of the religion. And hello, Sybil the Moth. And a lot of religions are kind of just composed of like a series of these folkloric beliefs without like a philosophy underneath it. And I think in the case of Shintoism, are you okay with getting like a little like spicy?
I don't mind.
Speaking, I didn't think so, but I feel like I should clear it with you first.
No, I'm
there is an element of what happens with Shintoism where, you know, the Shinto religion was really implicated in World War II.
Yeah.
That's the conceit where Shintoism is like a really major part of state operations and is really critical to the operations of the state and to Japanese nationalism and Japanese pride. Those are non-trivially results of, you know, early Showa era reforms.
Yeah.
And if there's a phrase that will make Japanese people uncomfortable, it tends to be early Showa era reforms.
It's very true, because that's the time when they were trying to foster ultra-nationalism and things like that. So that's understandable.
That's when you've got stuff like government by assassination and stuff like that.
Yep.
It's not a time that Japanese people tend to look on. Most Japanese people some do, but most Japanese people, in my experience, tend to feel, I think uneasy is probably the best word for it. It's entirely possible that part of the reason that like non-trivially, I would understand, like, oh, this fucking Hawk-Gene, asking me these really these fucking like really personal political questions. Fuck off. But yeah, it's understandable, right? Why it would be an uncomfortable one, right? Like it's like Americans don't tend to feel particularly comfortable with questions about like, you know, segregation,
right?
You know. And if there are Americans who feel comfortable bringing up topics like slavery, it tends to be people like me who are using it as an excuse to talk about how much we like John Brown. So it's understandable why people would not particularly like that. And because the Shinto priesthood and the Shinto religion were so implicated in that process, it's understandable why Japanese people would kind of want to leave Shintoism as a just kind of a part of your geography.
Yeah,
Just kind of like a background detail
unfortunately,
of your life.
yeah, unfortunately, it's not. Like,
Unfortunately.
one of the main problems that keep on happening that I think connects a lot to Shintoism, and this does, like, you know, connect to, like, after Meiji Revolution, is kind of the Yasukuni Shrine issue.
Yeah.
Like, that is, like, one of the main things that probably is still connected to Shintoism to this day, and it's still a recurring problem.
It's true. Actually, there was an interesting. I saw a news article. I only caught a little bit of it, and I didn't catch the Japanese. Weed with coffee. Thank you for the follow. They have now begun using the word remorse again when talking about Yasukuni Shrine at the high levels of government, which is something that was dropped by Abe.
So yeah. Abe-san was okay. It's really weird to talk about him because of, you know.
Yeah, it's really weird to talk about him.
Abe, former Prime Minister Abe, right, was very much at the forefront of a lot of these political issues. So the word remorse is very understandable as to, you know, why it was brought up by him. Because he was very much, you know, he very much was, like, really good at talking and trying to negotiate things with other countries, other people who were not Japanese people. And as much as, you know, every government, every person is going to make a mistake along the way, I think out of everybody, I don't like being political, but out of every single prime minister we have had, I think he and his wife were probably, the first lady, was probably one of the best prime ministers we've ever had, and the first ladies we've ever had, from my perspective, just because of the certain, and also Koizumi Sori. That was
so
another.
Koizumi tends to get held up as a one that was, like, generally relatively considered competent.
Yes, him and I think Abe, former president, Prime Minister Abe, were very much at the forefront of things, but like, I feel like they were too early. They were very, very, like, forward for their time.
Well,
unfortunately.
Yeah,
is where I stand with that.
Okay, that's where you stand. I don't want to argue with you, and you are my guest here, so I won't be rude about it. I have a different perspective on Abe.
No. Wait. What is your perspective?
I think he was deeply conservative in some very troubling ways. I think he was very corrupt in ways that are kind of an interesting one to think about, because oftentimes when you've got very corrupt leadership, that tends to lead to them having a lot of negative effects on the broader economy. And the protections on the Japanese constitution against this kind of, not on the constitution, but their executive and their oversight is such that that was not actually quite possible in the same way that we have seen in, say, Venezuela or even the United States. You know, the limitations of what he was able to pull off were quite a bit smaller, right? Like the main one that I think about is Abe directing funds that were intended for public schools to private, extremely right-wing schools, which is, I mean, that's corruption. That's corruption.
That is corruption.
Yeah, that's straightforwardly corruption.
Again,
but it's also like millions of dollars, not billions of dollars.
Yeah,
it's a very different thing.
I feel like every single prime minister, though, or somebody in, you know, the left side or the right side, the right wing in Japan was corrupt anyways. So, like, sure, I feel like towards the end of his legacy, end of his time as prime minister, it got worse and worse. But, like, when it was a lot more at the start, I think it was a lot more better. But I think the whole, like, taking back Japan kind of, like, nationalist slogan kind of did irk me.
Yeah, I am not surprised. I am not surprised. Sure. I mean, I mean, he was very, very conservative in ways that, again, I find troubling when I see them in America, and I find troubling when I see them in other countries. You know, it's not like I am willing to be like, oh yeah, Abe-san was totally unreasonable, but George W. Bush was totally reasonable. Like,
Right,
I'm not
and
willing to do that. That would be very hypocritical of me.
But no, the nationalistic like ideal that he wanted, I could understand the conservative side of things, but I think in a way that kind of like was leaning towards helping Japanese citizens and protecting the country. I mean, like that's kind of like going backwards, but at the same time, at the time, I think Japan really needed that, especially because it was during COVID as well.
Yeah, it was during
even
COVID.
Before COVID. Like a lot of the things that he kind of implemented kind of like helped a lot as well. So
I haven't really kept track of the prime ministers since, because again, I'm not like
the current one.
Has it only been one since then? I thought there were two since then.
There's two. There was two.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one before was very bad.
Yeah, I did understand that he was deeply unpopular. I did get that impression.
Yeah.
I did understand that. That was pretty easy to pick up on. He definitely did
doesn't
not
exist. We don't talk about it.
Yeah, and it's hard to give him too much personal blame or credit for the involvement with the Moonies. But that's a more dramatic form of corruption.
Yes.
For folks who might not know about this, I'll give you a little bit of breathing room here and just talk about some simple facts of the matter. What's the formal name for that church?
Yeah,
there's a formal name for it in English. The Moonies is the informal name of it because it's named after the Reverend Moon, who is Korean, as you might guess from the name. And the Moonies were a semi-Christian evangelical church founded in Korea by the Reverend Moon.
There we go.
They are a fascinating organization. Like a very fascinating and strange organization.
The Unification Church, yeah.
Unification Church.
There we go. Yeah.
Thank you. The Unification Church. And they have been heavily involved in organized crime in South Korea and the United States and a lot of Latin America and Japan. And this was one of those things that winds up being one of the like kind of oddest stories of the last decade or so, is that is the reason why Abe was assassinated.
Yep.
It was not for his nationalism. It was not for his like other parts of his corruption. It was specifically for his involvement with the Unification Church.
Yep.
And kind of insanely, the response from the Japanese government, this is insane to me as an American because I know my government would not respond like this at all, was to clean house.
Yep. That was it.
Oh yeah, maybe we shouldn't have a significant percentage of all of the power in our country be owned by a particularly strange group of Koreans.
Yep. That was in March 2025, if I remember. They disbanded the Unification Church in Japan, in the Japanese court.
Yeah, that's to me as an American, that's crazy because in America, like we would either literally like replace the Supreme Court with like, we would just like let the Church of the Unification just like pick the Supreme Court or something like that. Like we would do something goofy like that, or we would invade South Korea. Like it was like the two options we would have. Like,
I mean, Abe's reputation dropped. No, he's gone. He was gone.
He's gone. He was
gone.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't even about his reputation. It was gone. He was gone.
Yeah. And I actually don't. I mean, I actually haven't really like talked to somebody from Japan about this since the assassination. I talked to quite a few Japanese people about him before he was assassinated. And I don't think this will surprise you because of the types of people I hang out with and the types of politics I hold. Not popular. Not popular with the people I hang out with.
No.
And did he become more popular after his death? Okay.
He
Okay.
was the same, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because like this is a thing that happens quite a bit in America, right? That we've had a couple of major assassinations, right? And most of the people who got assassinated became kind of like sainted after their deaths.
I think what was going on, right? Because when that happened, when that incident happened, it was during election time, right? So for that to happen there, and for, you know, it was a gun, right? So that, I think, shook a lot of politics within Japan. So if anything, I feel like, and the Unification Church, you know, so on and so forth, right? Like, so religion and like gun safety and so on, I think were the biggest takeaways from that. So it wasn't really on Shinzo Abe as much. I know
that makes sense.
Probably half the world saw him as a martyr, maybe in the sense that Abe did keep a lot of peace with the US.
It's
like his
reputation in the US is interesting.
Yes, it is. And like, you know, whoever is in current, you know, government, you know, whatever, the president, right? I think with every interaction that he had with the US, he was able to maintain a certain kind of like wellness, I guess, like not in the sense of like a good balance between Japan and the US, unlike the you know, the one we had before the current prime minister, because that guy was selling out. I don't like saying that, but he was selling out Japan. Like that was like, that was very much there. It was very apparent, and that's the reason why a lot of people didn't like him. Abe, at least I know because that's the thing, right? He was conservative, but that's the reason why a lot of people liked him until like the latter half is when, you know, things didn't work out well. So that's the reason why. But like a huge part of why I feel like he was able to be who he was. By the way, we're in ads.
I will put us on. I'll put us in the break space for the moment, so people can enjoy my fan art, and I can get a little bit of a stretch and get some more water because I am dry. I'll see you on a few moments. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Are there rules to adding quotes? No, quotes are supposed to be like from me or my guests. those are not supposed to be like cool quotes. If you want to if you want me to do like a calligraphy of a quote, that's money. That's money. I charge for that one. But yeah, the quote bank is supposed to be like quotes from me. And I think I'm going to have to rebuild the entire dang thing.
Oh?
I've been using Streamerbot and it's... Oh, see, maybe Streamerbot's completely broken right now. Streamerbot has been busted. I'm actually going to go disable that right now. I'm going to just disable those. Add a quote and pull a quote. They put out an update that is bad. I'm going to have to switch over to Sammy.
Okay.
I'm very annoyed about this. I've been angry about it all stream because it was like the update was like yesterday, and it broke everything.
I see.
And when I talked to I messaged the devs about changing. They're like, no, no, this is just what it is now. I was like, well, I guess I'm on Sammy now.
No.
I don't like Sammy nearly as much, but they have removed the things that made it better than Sammy. So
I see.
But yeah. So when Americans talk about Japan as a political thing, it's almost entirely from like a business perspective and economics perspective. There's very little insight or thought into like what is happening between and betwixt Japanese people and any of their like emotions or like desires or forward-thinking progress, or as a friend against China. To a certain extent, yeah. It tends to be pretty minimal on that front.
I'm not gonna touch that.
Yeah.
You can't. I'm not.
Well, I'm just describing how American news talks about it.
That's true though.
Yeah, I'm just describing. I'm not really saying my own opinions on it. I might give a little bit of my own editorializing here, but usually America tends to take for granted that Japan will basically be a pretty steadfast ally, but also that doesn't matter because the JSDF is very small.
True.
Very
true.
Yeah, that tends to be kind of the way that Americans talk about it. And the extent to which America is like sincerely trying to curtail Japanese international politics is, I honestly find it mostly symbolic. The two economies are extremely intertwined. The two political classes are highly intertwined. Unless you're... I might alienate some people here on both the left and the right side with this one. China itself is very open about viewing itself as a regional power, not as a global power, not as a superpower contender. That is in line with all of the actions they take and with the actual demonstrated capabilities of their military and their economy. That taking over the world or replacing America's place in the world is not seem to be super interesting to them. And if it was, they would be behaving very differently. But in the case of how that relates with Japan, Japan is a very large economy. People sometimes forget this. Japan is a very, very large economy. And it is... Admittedly, Americans are, like, really messed up on this front. And, like, I'll occasionally see people talking about, like, oh, like, the American economy is, like, is like a small little shitty thing. I'm like, it's literally the biggest one. Like there isn't it is still is it fifth? I know it's in the top. It's because number one's America, number two is China. Is Japan not number three?
It's probably gone down.
I know it has gone down because a couple of other countries have been growing pretty quickly, but it might...
Fifth.
Fifth? Is it fifth? Okay.
Yes.
Number 3 is Germany. What's number 4?
Number 4. I don't know. What is number 4?
This is one of those things I should just like have memorized, but I'm actually really bad at like memorizing things, especially if I don't use them all the time. List of countries by GDP.
Yeah.
Yeah,
India.
yeah. The JPY is going kind of crazy.
India is 4th.
India's 4? Okay. Germany,
I think
India.
so.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. As of May 2025, yeah, it surpassed Japan.
Oh, so that's like really recent. Okay. That's really recent. Number 6 is the UK, and the UK is going down. So
Bye-bye!
yeah, so the UK is not doing well and doesn't have any plan for doing better. So oops.
It's true.
This is all the ones. This chart always messes with my head because it's like, okay, the US, yes, that makes sense. China, I hear about them a lot. Germany, of course, obviously. India, that's a lot of people. Japan, it's been one of the most sophisticated economies for a very long time. That makes sense. United Kingdom, I understand it. France, I can think about France as being a frequently underrated power. People tend to think French people work a lot fewer hours than they actually do. They have a high degree of automation, strong education system. This all makes sense to me. Number 8, Italy?
Italy?
You are really sustaining the 8th largest economy in the world off of like leather suitcases and fancy shoes?
That's crazy.
That's nuts. What the hell's happening here? And then number 9 is Canada.
Okay.
That one like really massively. Yeah, Italy's part of the G8. Italy's part of the G8. That
is crazy that Italy is an 8th.
Yeah, Italy is 8th. Yeah, no, it's Italy is number 8, Canada's number 9. That's the one that's like really? Like my hat? Like, my country's hat is number 9? Yeah, number 9 Spain is right below Russia and ahead of South Korea, which also is like very strange to me. There's a part of my brain that wants South Korea to have like a way bigger economy.
Yeah. But
Fiat is making electric cars. Yeah.
That's true too.
And of course, I don't know. It's just interesting. Russia is just above Spain. Yeah, Russia is number 11. It goes Canada, Brazil, Russia, Spain. And that's a far way to fall for Russia. That is I am still not used to that. I still have like Cold War brain.
I see.
Where I still kind of am I'm kind of used to the idea that like Russia is like the main rival to the United States. Italy probably needs an asterisk since they're about to. The thing about Italy is that Italy is always collapsing. That's not a change. It's just always collapsing. Italy's just weird. Italy's just so weird. Italy's just a very weird country.
Italy is weird. Yep.
Italy is very weird. The joke I remember from a few years ago was that every single conspiracy theory is true in Italy. It's just all true.
Yeah.
It's just all nonsense. I mean, Italy's got fits and starts. The 19th century went pretty well for Italy. 20th century, not so much.
Not so much.
Not so much. Kind of famously managing to be on the losing side of both world wars in both ways. But yeah. So the American perception of Japan tends to be filtered very much through like Japan as a pop culture exporter and as a technology leader,
which is surprising to me.
That's still considered a technology leader.
That and just pop culture, I guess.
I mean, you've been to Off-Road.
Sorry. I know. Yeah, I mean, I guess no, that's true though. I mean, I feel like because it's borrowing from so many other Asian cultures and things like that, it kind of grew a lot over the years. But yes, Japan is, yeah, you're right. Japan does export the most.
I mean, South Korea is catching up. South Korea is doing very well.
They are. I think in terms of like, well, specifically in terms of like music, you know.
Oh yes, South
especially
Korea's doing very well. Yeah.
K-pop Demon Hunters. That's not. I mean, that's not Korea, but you know, that's still something that was influenced by K-pop, right? So that being like a thing, I think, kind of says a lot about the current like pop idol, you know.
Oh yeah, I saw somebody talking about
Culture.
this. Cheyenne Lin on Blue Sky was talking about this a while ago. I was just kind of going through her old stuff because I only found out about her a couple days ago. That it's kind of interesting that K-pop has become such a phenomena to Westerners and has functionally like displaced the boy band in Western media consumption, because K-pop, like a lot of like Americans and Westerners tend to really like highly they tend to like their artists to be like rough and unvarnished and spontaneous.
That's the same with Japan, though.
Yeah. But K-pop is very non-spontaneous. It's very cultivated.
And I think like JP side's like idols are taking a lot from that, because a lot of the like idols that are coming out as of recent that are like males and females, boys and girls, they are very much like, I know there's AKB, but a lot of the groups that are coming out now are very much K-pop coded, even though they're JP.
Very, very like controlled and very
controlled, very like professional, as well as like they're not rough around the edges basically, and like they're very much like consisted of like different kinds of like people with like different languages, so on and so forth. So it's like a lot more polished in that way.
Yeah. That's something that's kind of interesting, right? And it's I think Americans are lying to themselves a little bit on this front. That Americans often I don't know who Otto is.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I know. Otto's a very famous singer.
Okay.
Yeah, she's been around for quite some time. She's like 20 something right now. She started when she was like 18, 17.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. She has a world concert going on right now. But yes, she does have an idol group.
Pop music is like a really high tier like subject for me to not know anything about. That's like really high on the list of subjects where I'm very, very unknowledgeable.
Yeah. The idol group that she produced is Phantom Sita. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
So she produced it. She's not a part of it. She's never shown her face before.
Oh,
so.
Damn! Good for her.
Yes. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. I mean that just kind of shows that maybe I should be shutting the hell off about talking about any sort of music trends or things. Americans tend to I think are lying to themselves about how much they like spontaneity and roughness and improvisation and innovation. I think that these are comforting lies that we tell ourselves about our national identity that are not sustainable by our actual behavior. That's the actual observed American behavior does involve, like all cultures, right? It does involve a certain amount of retreating to organization, and people like to have variety in their life. Right? They like to have variety in their life, and if you want entertainment that is spontaneous and unpolished and in those ways, this unprofessional, this spontaneous, this unpolished, you're on twitch.tv, baby. Right? Like that's what influencers are for. Why would you care about going to pop music for that? And so, I think that there's a certain amount of And like Americans can't pretend it's the 80s forever. We're working really hard on pretending it's the 80s forever, but we can't actually. It's like 50 years, man.
Yeah.
It is just kind of ridiculous at this point.
Really is.
Yeah, and again, I am absolutely part of this. As I mentioned, I still have this kind of like Cold War brain where like my brain wants Russia to be the second largest economy on the planet, which it's not. It's not.
It's not.
It's really not. F-14s go burr. I want to, I definitely miss when there was no internet. That's definitely a thing I totally miss, and I'm being completely sincere about. And it's, and again, actually, this is a kind of interesting one. I don't know how much you were aware of this, but a really kind of defining thing about the 80s in America was a deep paranoia that the United States would find itself completely replaced on the international stage by Japan.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is like a major feature of cyberpunk as a genre. And of the cyberpunk setting in particular, like Cyberpunk Red and Cyberpunk 2077. This is why it's Arasaka Corporation.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That there was a pretty sincerely held belief by many Americans that like the United States was going to become subservient to Japan. This didn't happen.
It did not.
Because Japan had a very dramatic real estate bubble in the 80s.
Yep.
Chasing Perspective 11, thank you for the follow. Real estate bubbles are extremely nasty. They are very nasty. Other financial bubbles tend to be relatively recoverable, but real estate bubbles tend to be really nasty.
Very much so.
Yeah. Financial bubbles are also fairly nasty. And then this is actually, again, I come actually more from like the economics and nonfiction side of things. And so for me, it's kind of hard not to notice that Japan had a really bad economy in the 90s. But actual quality of life drop is not generally held to be that crazy. South Sea Bubble is like legitimately one of my favorite stories in all of history, Keith. South Sea Bubble's incredible. South Sea Bubble is an insane, amazing story. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I tend to look at Japan actually as a real success story.
Yeah.
In terms of governance, for the last 30 years.
Yeah. Especially after like the bubble burst.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
They
especially after the
still
bubble burst.
they still came back up and ta-da. So like even with the current like yen and it's like weird going ups and downs, I feel like Japan will still be able to get out of that issue.
I think it's recoverable. It doesn't look like it's
I think so too.
The natural 20 charisma rolls that are required for South Sea Bubble. South Sea Bubble was also... have you ever heard of South Sea Bubble?
I have, yes.
Okay, yeah, probably from me. Because I talk about it with some frequency, but yeah. So we don't need to get too into the weeds on it. For anybody else...
Right?
Was that?
That's about the South Sea Company, right?
Yeah, about the South Sea Company.
Okay, got it.
The extremely fast TLDR for anybody in chat. South Sea was one of the first financial bubbles. It was a bubble in the 1700s. And the fundamental nature of the bubble was that a guy in... several guys, but a couple of guys in particular, I think Blunt was the one who wound up being the most critical and funny, this was the England before it was the United Kingdom, and then it became the United Kingdom in the middle of the bubble, so it gets confusing. they founded a company. This guy founded a company. Blunt founded a company with a couple of co-conspirators, where the premise was that they would open up trade between the United Kingdom and the Spanish Main, which is to say the Spanish Caribbean, because the Spanish Empire was still very intact at this time. And this would lead to untold wealth for the British people. And this required a lot of shenanigans. They absolutely were in no position to deliver on their promises at all. But what it did involve was it was the first company that was a speculative bubble on the British stock market. And this wound up being very important because it meant that a lot of people were mortgaging their houses in order to buy more stock in the South Sea Company. And again, South Sea Company had no capability to deliver anything resembling the type of wealth that they were talking about. Yeah, they were talking about being bigger than the East India Company, and there was just absolutely no possibility of that happening with the political situation that was involved between England and Spain at the time. There was absolutely no way in hell this was going to happen. And then when the bubble burst, it caused an economic collapse so severe that the British government was paying off debts as recently as like 2015. From, 1730s. And hello, Xanadu. Hello, X_A_N_A_D_U_. Love that name. But yeah, so bubbles can vary in how brutal they are. The Japanese bubble of the 80s, the Japanese real estate bubble was catastrophic. Still having hangover effects from that to today. Other countries that tend to have that kind of bubble, it tends to go a lot worse. As a rule. Very few countries are able to have that kind of bubble and not have, like, really, really high crime rates, or lots of violence, or like a complete collapse in living standards. Most countries do not have what Japan had, where just people just don't have as much money as they expected, but they still can go to the hospital. It's interesting to me, I should say. Got confirmation that you have in fact passed all your uni modules. Congratulations. Is this the end of your university education? Are you graduated? Are you doctor or bachelor or master Xanadu, or is this just is this for the semester? For the spring semester. Submitted work being vanished from the online submission box. Very stressful. That is in fact very stressful. That is unpleasant. It's for the semester. Yeah, I figured for the semester. By implication. So got 2 more years. Time for the fun part. I found the last 2 years of college much more fun than the first 2 years. I found it much more fun when I was taking, maybe I'm a psycho, but I found it much more fun when I was taking more challenging courses. And of course, I found graduate school much more fun than undergrad, because again, I'm a maniac.
Same. No,
yeah.
Same.
Hell
I felt like because it was, if I could focus a lot more on the things that I wanted to do, I felt like graduate school was a lot more fun than undergraduate for me. Although I appreciated my time in undergraduate.
For me, undergrad kind of felt like I was just kind of there.
Yeah, just there, just sitting there. I feel like, well, I did meet some of the most interesting professors, but I think that's because Asian studies in itself at that university that I went to was small. And so you kept on getting the same teachers as well as people who were actually really experienced. I had a teacher where he was only there for 1 year. but he was there because he was back in Hawaii,
Mhm.
and he just came back from this whole marketing business thing, basically. So the guests that he would bring in were all people who were already still working in the Asian business side of things. And he would talk about like marketing. He would talk about like import export of like things, but also like cultural reasons why some things don't sell. You know, obviously it's because of political things. And he was probably one of the most interesting people that I have ever met.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. He would talk a lot about his experiences working in the industry, and you rarely get to see those kinds of people, I feel like. In undergrad, not as a graduate, like in undergrad. I feel like. Well, for me, I don't know about other people, but for me it was like very different experience than somebody reading from a textbook, you know?
Yeah. And it's those courses are kind of wonderful when you get those courses where like those practical elements get married into the classwork.
Yes.
And
oh, absolutely.
I think, again, I talked, this came up when Nyano was on here, but I guess I get to do it again, and we've probably had some turnover since then. That the school is not about like getting you job skills. That is not actually the best way to teach people. That's not even the best way to teach people job skills. is to teach them job skills directly, and it's certainly not the best use of of higher education. You know, people will be like, oh, like what kind of utility do you have in like learning like this like gender and women's studies stuff is. Like, it turns out that's actually really useful. It turns out that is shockingly useful in a business environment, in a lot of different business environments. You'd be stunned. But the people saying that are people who actually don't have a lot of experience in business environments. They're weird cranks who have experience arguing on Twitter, and are mad that other people are better at it than them. And you know, so I don't know, I'm not sympathetic to that perspective.
No, I get it.
And the what was I going to say? It's really fun when a teacher gets the opportunity to pull in like their friends that they know from industry or from a field that you might not be familiar with, or just to get to see that kind of thing. But that's very different from just like teaching a vocational school.
Right.
Oh my goodness, I've crushed it a little bit here. If I'd drawn the U narrower, this would have all been avoided.
It's okay.
Well, I didn't space this one out before. I'm just going off the cuff.
Okay.
I'm just going off the cuff. Still, it annoys me when I misestimate. But this is also, as mentioned, you know, when you're used to your own art, you have a lot of sensibility about when you make mistakes. And of course, you know, I said I'm a perfectionist, but the truth is that what I really care about is improvements.
Right.
And improvement means constantly, deliberately looking at what you did wrong.
I see.
You know. Because
True.
that's where you find your improvement. That's where you find your space for improvement.
That is very true.
Yeah. I did not know that Spain once threw all of their platinum into the sea. That is pretty goofy.
What?
That is pretty goofy. Apparently people were using it to counterfeit gold.
What the heck? That's kind of a crazy thing.
Spain does not have a is not generally held up as a country with a history of good governance. Hello, Space. Hello, Space Circus. Hello, hello, hello. Good to see you here. Good to see you here. I am surprised that you wake up at this hour of the morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. It's almost 7 a.m. for me.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Almantas, please.
What?
Dear Lord.
What?
7 a.m.
This is my. I'm a nighttime streamer.
Been going on for nearly 9 hours. Holy crap.
Yeah. It's been a good stream. It's been a good stream. I've been feeling good.
That is
And
good.
this tends to be my long stream. You see, I didn't sleep. Oh no, Space. That's supposed to be my line. Admittedly, I slept
That's
like 20
not
hours
good.
yesterday. I slept like 20 hours yesterday. So like.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That you're awake. That you feel awake.
Yeah. I was kind of sick.
Oh no, that's not good.
Yeah. I got like 20 hours of sleep, so I'm feeling a lot better. Yeah, that's the thing about practice, right, Keith? Is like there's the only perfect practice creates perfection, right? Like just doodling and doing things is not going to create like the highest quality, although I do think it's still worth doing. But it's not the same as doing like really concentrated practice. No, it's really concentrated practice is something that, you know, takes a lot of mental effort.
True.
And it's something that I always kind of stress out about is because, like, how do I know it's good or bad? Yeah, it's simply maintenance, but maintenance is valuable. And you know, I actually have a better sensibility about it, or at least I feel more articulate about it when talking about running. Because in running it's actually pretty straightforward. Improvement is largely pretty straightforward, at least for long distance running, which is you basically just run until you run in a way that makes everything feel very smooth. And then once running in that manner becomes easy for the distances you're doing, then you start moving faster. Smooth, easy, fast. Never the other way around. Never start with fast. Always start with smooth. Make sure all the motions are smooth, and then once it gets easy, then you increase pace. Very slow, very deliberate process, and it means that you do end up doing quite a lot of runs where you're not really focusing that much on doing anything particularly right. You're just doing it, because building up the endurance is really important. And I do wonder about how that works in streaming as an art form, right? That, you know, streamer endurance it's not the most important asset, but it's definitely useful. As Mikks has said, nobody has made it particularly far in this space without streaming many hours. But how much does it really benefit you to stream beyond a certain point? What is it? Versus like spending time doing critique and studying what you did and working on your underlying techniques.
True.
No. I'm still working on this at a theoretical level. I think that we're still a very immature art form. And I think that there's still a lot of room left to improve.
A lot, I think. Yeah.
Time on the market is time on the marquee. What does that mean?
Marquee?
What does that mean?
Marquee?
What are you talking about?
Time on the market is time on the marquee? Marquee?
Marquee? Caffey Crazed 420. Thank you for the follow. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Ratmost. Ratmost is a dear friend, and Ratmost is going to be my raid target. Ratmost, what were you up to? Shout out Ratmost. You're playing Bloodlines. Bloodlines 1. How is the Bloodlines run going? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I'm a former professor of sociology. I am currently a VTuber. I'm an old man. I love old things. As you can see, I do lots of calligraphy. I turn off Lightbox Coon so it doesn't nuke me. I do lots of calligraphy. I paint miniatures. Cite the command from you. Sorry, Space. And I am... it's a delight to be back in Spooky Vampire Town. What type of run are you doing? I am joined today by my dear friend, Inari Reiju.
Hello! I'm just chilling here.
Yeah, I do paint minis. Mostly I've been painting Roman legionnaires. Hold on, let me get the hellos in for the folks who came in here. Hello Infinity Simplex, hello Harry_GRN, hello LT Bago, hello, of course, to Ratmost, hello to Ogre Daddy, and hello to all of the other raiders. And obviously, if you all need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Do not feel obligated to hang out with this old dude who has been talking about politics and history for hours and hours and hours. But yeah, let me go grab one. There's one over here. This one I think is just okay. I don't think this was my best work. Yeah, I've been painting little Roman legionnaires periodically. I'm painting little Roman legionnaires. I like painting minis. It's I'm not very good at it. I'm not very good at it, but it's also kind of good to do an art form that I'm not good at. You're playing Gangrel and engaging in malicious compliance for LaCroix. Okay. My favorite run that I did in VTMB was actually Nosferatu. I actually really like doing a Nos run. I think overall, in terms of the vampire clans, Nos is actually my favorite.
Nos is also my favorite.
Hell yeah!
Let's go.
I think one of my favorite RPG characters I ever played was a Nos in Requiem.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Playing Nos, it changes the game immensely. It changes the game very, very enormously to be like completely unable to do the social roles. And it was kind of interesting to me, like when I've talked with Mikks about it. Mikks points it as a huge, from his perspective, it's a very important criticism of the game that like being like a totally social character that doesn't do combat at all is like not really an option in Masquerade Bloodlines. In tabletop, it's extremely an option. But in Bloodlines, it's just not, because the last part of the game is just a total combat sprint. So like you can't. But if you're playing Nosferatu, like you don't really give a crap because you can't social your way out of most problems.
Exactly.
You've I don't know. I think it was very cool to like then the game turns really into like a series of sewer tunnels more than anything else. You're spending so much time in the sewers. And right now, I am doing calligraphy of a quote from The Dispossessed by Ursula K. Le Guin. Oh, and if I didn't say enough for my own people, Rotmost is a friend. I think that they are a dear. they're a typical raid target for me. We tend to raid each other back and forth. Usually I think I get them before they get me. We've played Deep Rock together over on their channel. We talked about doing it again and we just never got around to it again. But yes, they are a dear friend. They have a cute gimmick around Rat Facts magazine.
That's cute.
It's cute. I like the way that Ratmost's headpat works. The way that Ratmost's headpat works is that instead of it being like an actual like the traditional like animations of headpatting, it's a chain of infinite hands scrolling.
Oh, that's actually cute.
It's cute. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. It's very cute. But yes, obviously, yes, if you all need to raid and run, please take the time to do so. Soon? What is soon? What is soon?
Soon?
What is soon, Ratmost? Soon dancing.
That's not ominous at all.
Soon. It's very ominous, which I appreciate. I appreciate ominosity. Yeah, me and Inari had been talking a little bit about intercultural perceptions between the U.S. and Japan.
Yes.
And you know, in no small part, how the U.S. is functionally still kind of trapped in the 80s. Oh, Deep Rock, yes. Yeah, this is Le Guin. I don't know if I'd say they're the author because that title belongs to Italo Calvino. I would say that Le Guin, I would confidently say, wrote the 2 best fantasy novels of all time.
Ooh.
Tombs of Atuan and Tehanu are incredibly good.
Okay.
The other books in the series are merely very good, but Tombs of Atuan and Tehanu are like the 2 best fantasy novels. This is from The Dispossessed, which I think is actually my favorite of her books, which is a really incredible sci-fi book.
I feel like I need to get recommendations from you for books.
Well, read The Dispossessed. There you go. There's a recommendation.
Will do.
I still need to... I picked up Dinner Table Mysteries, but I haven't actually cracked it open.
That's fine. That is
Yeah.
okay. I'm just super excited that you did.
I may be a moron because I did deliberately. I believe the copy of the set I got is in Japanese, and it will be my first time doing actual extended reading in Japanese.
Oh
so
boy!
I might be a moron. The conversations I have with you about it may not be the most educated or accurate.
That is fine.
I may misunderstand things.
I'm gonna be very interested in how you interpret the book.
It will probably be very slowly because I'll probably have a dictionary open a lot of the time.
That's fine. 大丈夫.
Let's see, I'm already, my Japanese is so poor I forgot how to say anxious.
Fuan?
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 Fuan? Fuan? Is it Fuan?
Fuan? Fuan.
Fuan ですね.
そうなんだ.
Or would it be better to say, would it be better in this case to say kawaii?
怖い. Ah, まあ kawaii is scary, so
Yeah.
怖い.
Yeah.
大丈夫. I trust in Almantas.
You trust in me? You trust in me?
Yes, yes, yes. 楽しみだな.
It is funny that I can tell that you are speaking more slowly for me. that you are. That is, I know that that's not how fast you speak Japanese normally.
Nope, because I'm from the Kansai region. We speak very fast. 楽しみだな.
That is not very fast.
No.
If you intend to be a potter, you must wet your hands with clay. True. Yeah, like the Gwyn's just absolutely phenomenal.
I need to pick up one of their books.
If you, well, what do you like? What do you like? I don't know enough about your literary taste.
I mean, I read mostly everything that's not boring. I don't know what.
Do you have a bias
hard.
towards any particular themes or? I'm not gonna give you like recommendations based on tropes because I don't give a shit. I don't respect that. I don't really respect that like mode of literary analysis.
No.
I know you don't either. I know enough about your taste to know that that's not how you think about things either.
That's difficult because like I like to dip my hands into a lot of things, but these days I've been more focusing on like if it's fictional, I've been recently, well, not recently, I've always picked up at least one mystery book.
Okay.
Like a month. But I already have my mystery book.
Okay.
For the month. Okay. So maybe like
okay, so the books I'm thinking about, Suze, I'll shut down, you're gonna tuck yourself in. Have a lovely night, Ratmos. Thank you for trusting your subscribers to Rat Facts magazines. With me, they are now instead getting Vegan Facts magazine. So welcome into that. But yes, Ratmos, please have a lovely night. I know it's probably about 6 a.m. for you. I think you're on, I don't know, for some reason I believe you're on Central Time. I don't know if I have any reason to believe that. Yes, have a lovely night.
Have a nice night.
So okay, so is there a recipe section? I should post some of my recipes. I have posted recipes in the past for friends, or I should say shared recipes with some friends, but I don't really do that here. Didn't realize this was a category. Yeah, hello Toby Honeybee. It's relatively recent. Reading and writing is a relatively recent addition. It's they've been expanding the like IRL and art categories a little bit,
which I think is great.
I'm grateful. I am grateful. I am grateful. Because, you know, it's not that I never play video games, but I don't play them that much.
No.
You want to steal my handwriting? Thank you, Mina Misaki. I think this is pretty good. I'm not going to boo-hoo people for this one. It's my best script and it's my dominant hand. I'm not.
It's great.
I'm not doing crazy stuff where I'm like reverse handwriting in scripts that I'm less comfortable with. Is it weird that your model reminds me now? You are not the first person to mention it. Me and my model artist did not intend that, but it's yeah.
Hootmantis.
Owlmantas. Owlmantas. Yeah, me and Sensational. The main inspiration was Uncle Iroh, but dressed for Knives Out.
That's so true, though.
He nailed it. He nailed it. Sensational. So
nailed
good.
it.
I love Sensational. I love Sensational. Does this work now? There we go. Worth that time. This would be called a broad nib. This would be called a broad nib pen. A calligrapher's pen. There are broad nibs and there are pointed nib pens. Absolutely, Toby Honeybee. Absolutely. Hold on a second. Let me because you eat. I probably should like put this somewhere. But where is this? I keep this one bookmarked, so let me just grab it. Yep. There. Reference. References. Oh yeah, I am a fountain pen enjoyer. My favorite is my Faber-Castell. I like my Faber-Castell. I probably end up using my Pirate Metropolitan the most. But yeah, I like my Faber-Castell. I like Faber-Castell and Pilot the most. I don't like Waterman super much, which is, I don't know, I shouldn't be such a negative Nancy. But that was my first pen ever. I didn't actually like it that much. Yes, Mina, I do use dip sometimes. I don't like using dip as much. There's a couple of things that dip is better for, but I find that hairlines are really a lot more difficult to do with a dip than with a fountain. And it's just kind of annoying. It's just kind of annoying. The fountains are like really smooth and clean for me to use. I do also use marker sometimes, but markers produce kind of miserable hairlines and are kind of difficult to get to keep the pressure very even. The steel I find much more agreeable. But I do use dips. I do use a dip pen sometimes. I've got a speedball set. People are asking me art questions. I'm sorry, that was like the priority. Oh yeah, you saw the third reference photo. Nice. Mina Misaki, thank you for the follow. Yeah. The peeled one.
My God.
I mean, you've heard this one before.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Parker Sailor. Parker's pretty good. Parker's pretty good. Yeah, I Pilot has been I've really developed a lot of affection for Pilot over the years. Oroshizoku and inks are so good. I love their ink brand. But yes, we're trying to come up with a book recommendation for you. That's okay. So you read mysteries.
Hi.
But let's think more about themes, because so Le Guin is mostly writing sci-fi and fantasy.
I like sci-fi.
You like sci-fi? You prefer sci-fi over fantasy? I didn't think you care that much, to be honest. I didn't get the impression that was super big.
I think it depends on what kind of sci-fi we're talking about.
Hold on, I heard them mention Lamy Safari, so I'm looking for. Where did I put my Safari? Oh, it's right over here. Yeah, here's my Safari. Yeah, every one of us has one of them.
Let's go.
All those sickos. Yeah, I'm very top heavy. Very chesty. So the books that tend to get recommended that are kind of like the easy recommendations are the Dispossessed, which for my money is the best one. And the Dispossessed is a meditation on utopia.
Okay.
And it is primarily the story of there's a moon that is orbiting a planet. And the moon and the planet have substantially different governments and systems of government. The moon is a anarchist commune, and the planet has a fairly traditional set of nation states with different political stances and yada yada yada.
Right.
And the opening of it is that a physicist from the moon is leaving for the planet. And the reason why he's doing this is because the moon does just not sustain enough people or enough people interested in physics for him to actually be part of a community of scientists.
Okay.
So he is going to the planet to meet with, actual scientists who are part of a scientific community and functionally defecting from this utopian area. And that's the first chapter is when he is going to the launch site. And there are protesters and so on and so forth. And so the story from there kind of works backwards and forwards in time out from that point, going into what led him to that decision, but also what he learns about the people who live on the planet from going there, and how their way of life differs so much from his own. And it's a lot of Le Guin kind of meditating on her own visions of utopianism and what she thinks a good lifestyle might look like, but also what she thinks the alternatives are like, and the limitations and shortcomings of what she thinks a good life looks like. It's very good. It's very, very good. I love it a lot.
That sounds like a very interesting book for me. Yeah.
The other one that it's part of a series of like 7 books, which are of very uneven quality because she started writing them very young when she was not as experienced. The other book from it that tends to get held up as really good is The Left Hand of Darkness. Which is, so like in Star Trek, the whole conceit of Starfleet and establishing contact with like less established species?
Yes.
Okay. So this is like the Starfleet contact officer kind of person going to a planet where all of the people on it, they're humans. They're humans, but they don't have a fixed gender.
Okay.
Their gender changes over like on a monthly basis. They will go from a kind of neutral body type to a masculine or feminine body type. And the ways in which a society changes, not just in response to that, but also in response to their extremely hostile environments. They live on a really shitty planet.
God.
They live on a shitty ice ball of a planet.
Dear Lord.
And it's this character from a much more human standard society coming to the society where humanity has diverged in a really radical way. And how he kind of notices the ways in which his ideas around gender are challenged by being around people who don't have a fixed standard gender. And hello, Nyanomancer. I am going to use the bathroom while we're on ads and get a little bit more water, and then I am going to answer Mina's question when I get back, because it's a pretty simple question. I may as well answer it. But give us a minute. Give us a minute. And we're back. So Mina Masaki asked a question about my name. How did I choose my VTuber name? And why did I choose it? The process was very typical of me. It was a very typical Almantas way of doing it, which was, thank you, Zero G Shade, for the follow. It was a very Almantas way of doing things, which is that I went to behind the name, and then I looked up names that had various virtues. And in particular, I looked for intelligence, because that was a thing that my early research before I was Almantas had told me that people appreciated about me. It was something that people liked about me. It's something that I'm personally actually a little bit uneasy about, but it did come up in focus in some of the research I did. You know, talking to people and interviewing people who knew me and interviewing people who had viewed me before and had either read my writings or consumed my content or listened to me as a public speaker. So I looked up names that had to do with intelligence, and then I made a spreadsheet of those names, a couple hundred, and then I went down them and started eliminating them based on not liking them for this, that, or the other reason. And then when I got down to a couple that were left, Almantas simply flowed the most nicely. It was the most melodious of those. That's how I did it. So that's how I did it. That's how I did it. Very, very me. Very, very me way to do things. To do it via spreadsheet and a process of elimination. Almantas is a Lithuanian name, meaning possessing of knowledge or possessing of wealth.
I did not know that until today.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's actually cool.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, I think it's very, yeah, like I said, very true to the way I do things. I will say that I did not know that there would be so many puns you could make with my name. That one did not occur to me at all. And then, so I'm not very good at puns. I am constantly surprised when people come up with new puns off of my name. They never occur to me in advance. I was going to say, did you just steal an individual honeybee? Well, I mean, yeah, science fiction as a genre is going to have a lot of mechanisms for dealing with philosophy, because the fundamental nature of science fiction as a genre is that it is about the basic formula for science fiction is you take a look at a tendency in society that is something you don't like, and then you try to extend it forward via a slippery slope argument. That's the core of it. Like fantasy as philosophy, just a pretty bad one most of the time. So true. So true. And I mean, this is Frankenstein, right? Is that's what Frankenstein is about, is that Mary Shelley was a romantic in the literary sense, and was critical of, thought that the development of chemistry and biology sciences, as she was seeing them in her current time in England, was ultimately deleterious to the human spirit. Zoomer Mary Shelley is a very funny conceit, Nyano. That's very funny. I think she would have been more stoked for years. Yeah, Mary Shelley's incredibly goth. Mary Shelley's super goth. Space Gloop, I would say no. I think that is an overextension of the relationship we have here at this point. Have you ever heard someone call you manta ray? Actually, that is the one thing that I thought people would talk about with me, and then it never happened. It never happened. Malibog Paglasong. Hold on, make sure I get that correct. Malibog _Paglasing. Is that correct? Yeah, Space Club. I just don't know you very well. So, if you hang around here for a while, I might change my mind. But let's going a little bit fast. Not a mouthful of bread in hunger. But yeah, so those are the two most famous of her sci-fi books. The other one that tends to come up pretty frequently is The Lathe of Heaven.
Okay.
The Lathe of Heaven is the premise of it is that it's a bit of a cyberpunk book. It's a bit of like a trippy 60s sci-fi kind of book. The core. Sorry, I'm skipping around here a little bit. There's a guy who, when he dreams things, they become reality. He has the power. He has like total reality control, but only while he's asleep.
Okay.
Which means he doesn't actually have control over it.
Oh, I see.
And he does not like this, right? He does not think anybody should have that kind of power. He thinks that that's a kind of like a horrible violation of the world and even of his own sense of consent in the world, that anybody has that kind of power and that he has that power in this way. He doesn't think anybody should have it, and he does not like that it is exerted in this way. And so he goes to a psychiatrist to try to get it treated.
Okay.
And the psychiatrist is one of the few people who, because the psychiatrist is treating him while he's like hypnotized, other people don't understand that he has changed the universe. Because he's changed the entire universe going backwards. Right? Like he's like rewriting all of history.
Right.
Everything, it's all of reality is conforming. So nobody else understands it. So the psychiatrist who has him, who like, puts him under via hypnosis, and like he can tell that this is happening. And so the psychiatrist's reaction to this is, instead of trying to end the power, why don't they just try to change the world to be better?
Oh.
Why don't they get rid of racism? Why don't they get rid of warfare? Why don't they get rid of overcrowding?
True. Not wrong.
And it's about the conflict between these two characters.
Okay. Okay.
Spoiler, which is not much of a spoiler, the phrase "the Lathe of Heaven," where the book gets its title from, is from the James Legge translation. Kitty Garden, thank you for the follow. It's from the James Legge translation of the Zhuangzi.
Okay.
The Zhuangzi. Oh, you should read the Zhuangzi. There's an easy book recommendation. The Zhuangzi. The Zhuangzi is the second book of Taoist philosophy after the Tao Te Ching.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, after the Way and the Powers, the Zhuangzi. The Zhuangzi is the one where the thing about butterflies comes from.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. The Zhuangzi is a beautiful book. Beautiful, amazing book. Yeah. What am I writing? This is a quote from The Dispossessed by Le Guin. I was talking. I'm trying to convince. Wizard of Earthsea is pretty good. I think that the second book in Wizard of Earthsea is insanely good. The Tombs of Atuan is like incredibly, amazingly good. I'm just kind of talking about books I like right now. I may as well talk about the Tombs of Atuan because it's one of those like real like fantasy inspiration stories that I really think people should read, and it's amazing. Wizard of Earthsea is about a wizard who becomes a wizard. Yeah, he's a young.
Love that book. Yeah.
You love Wizard of Earthsea?
Yes.
Oh, you've got to read Tombs of Atawan, man. If you haven't read
Okay,
Tombs of Atawan,
I will.
It's like
I
the
will.
best fantasy novel ever. It's so good.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm not gonna say anymore. It's the sequel to Wizard of Earthsea. It makes me want to cry, like thinking about how good it is. Blades of Heaven is very good, but it's I think in some ways kind of her least complicated. Of the big ones. Like it's definitely more complicated than like some of the early some of her earlier sci-fi books that are kind of like simple.
Okay.
Yeah. Your hair is harder to draw than I thought it would be. Oh, thank you. I don't actually. Is that thank you? I'm thank you that you were drawing me, I suppose. Yeah, Shadow Pring. I really like the Dispossessed. I really like the Dispossessed. I really admire Le Guin for making a story and taking a real serious examination of her own beliefs about what a utopian society would be like, but also like not abandoning that this is like worth improving the world. Because that's the thing that I see people do with some frequency is like, oh, like there would be these shortcomings and these drawbacks to like my vision of the world, so like I'm just fuck it, I'm not gonna bother. Which I understand the impulse, right? I understand the impulse. It's easy to create excuses to not want the world to be better, because that gives you an excuse to not put in work that would help other people. It's harder to say, well, it's still worth fighting for a better world. Because fighting for a better world is challenging.
Yep.
And I think that Le Guin did some very admirable and beautiful work in examining this. It's a book that has influenced me quite a bit. Of course, I'm also pretty biased towards having a lot of the same views as Le Guin. Even before I was reading any of her work, I did already have a lot of similar politics and spiritual beliefs as her.
I see. Okay.
Not quite as much. I mean, she's definitely more spiritual than I ever have been, but I do have a lot of affection for the Taoists, for the Taoist classics and the Taoist poets.
Okay. I see. Yeah, I would definitely be interested in that.
Yeah, Tombs of Atawan. I will be excited to hear how you respond to it.
I will go and read for sure.
Hell yeah. I still need to finish some of my nonfiction. Inked is so fascinating. I'm going through it so slowly. I think we talked about last time you were on here.
Yes.
Yeah, Inked rocks. I think I might just stop reading. I've been revisiting The Worms and the Cheese, and I think I might just stop, because it's been like over a month and I'm reading like a page like every couple of days, and I'm like I don't know how much I care anymore at this point. Like it's a really cool and good book, but I don't know how much I care about seeing the rest of the details of this. I think I kind of get it. Sure. I think I've gotten what I'm going to get out of it.
Understandable.
Yeah. All right. I love reading nonfiction. I'm not gonna lie. It's actually like I actually prefer reading nonfiction to reading fiction in general. Mostly because I really like to be surprised.
Okay.
And I find that pretty much nobody is willing to write fiction that is as believably strange as
Mm-hmm.
what you actually learn about how people lived in the past.
Oh, I see.
You know, I think I just what have I liked in nonfiction lately? I've really liked Inked. Inked is really, really good. It's a I read a lot of academic nonfiction. Like heads up. Some of the stuff that I read is really dense. And Inked is a history of tattoos in the Song Dynasty, and specifically the relationship between being sentenced to prison and being in the army in the Song Dynasty, which, spoiler, incredibly tightly intertwined institutions. Extremely intertwined institutions. A detail about it that I think is really necessary to note for people who might not be super familiar with Chinese history is that Confucianism is, like Judaism, a religion where your body is an inheritance from your ancestors, and so marring your body modification is spiritually polluting.
Mm-hmm.
And so this means that this is straight up part of the prison system, is that you tattoo criminals as not just to keep track of who is a criminal, but also that's the punishment. The punishment is that they are now spiritually polluted because their inheritance from their ancestors has been damaged by the state.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Song Dynasty would tattoo all of their soldiers, which meant that their soldiers were all permanently locked into lower levels of social attainment, and were spiritually damaged, which contributed to being a soldier being perceived as a degrading profession.
Mm.
It depends, Keith. It depends a bit on the era. In the Song Dynasty, it was facial tattoos. I have never heard of Judaism using tattooing as a punishment. That I've never heard of. I'm not super versed in Jewish history, but I've never heard of that.
Never heard of that either.
Yeah, that's one I've never.
That's a first.
Yeah, but definitely in the Song Dynasty, that dates back to like the Warring States era in China. That
Yeah.
like that's like a traditional part of the punishment system in China. And the Song Dynasty doing it for soldiers, though, does appear to be kind of a specialty of that dynasty. It certainly wasn't something the Tang Dynasty did. But the Song Dynasty represents a really big break where the status of soldiers was much, much lower than it was in previous or even later dynasties. Yeah, I found that to be really cool. At Offkai, I read Shattered Sword, which was really fantastic, and that was a very, very much a military history. Shattered Sword was a really, really detailed recounting of the Battle of Midway from the Japanese perspective, focusing on what the Japanese aircraft carriers were doing, and it's like down to the minutes type detailed. We are talking the kind of book that's like, here's how aviation gas was distributed. Here's how the arming of bombs worked on Japanese fighter bombers, etc., etc., etc. It's so detailed. It's incredibly detailed, and it's deeply, deeply funny that it's so detailed, because the actual conclusion of the entire work fundamentally is one Japanese admiral is a liar. All of it amounts to calling a guy named an admiral named Fuchida. They're just calling him a liar. That's like fundamentally the entire thing. Me and Inari are friends. No.
Yes.
Carving like so space
Please,
was carving
please,
like Almantas
please,
plus
please
Inari.
no.
Friend. No. We're just friends. We are just friends.
Please
we are
no.
dear friends, but not none of that. None of that. None of that. She there's actually a fair number of people who have the right to just drop in on voice with me while I'm doing these kinds of streams.
Yes.
It's actually something I rather like, to have this kind of be like a hangout space. This was not Inari is one of like 20. Hello Tayamichi.
Yes. Tayamichi.
Tayamichi. Hold on, let me give the quick little shout out for Tayamichi. Yeah. Oh, you're doing art. I'm used to Tayamichi mostly doing programming. Cuddle_Wolfie, thank you for the follow. But yeah. There we go. Hello, Arya. Schemy, what the heck? 3 of my streamer friends in like 5 seconds. You tempted a business card. Hell yeah. I didn't think you were being super serious. I just want to be clear. Arya. Everyone. It's mostly recovered. I can actually feel a little of tightness in it, but I don't think it's bad. Arya is one of my favorites. Oh, hold on. So, first of all, Toby, I have a Discord server. That's my Discord server. That is, people tend to post things there. There's both a fan art channel and a personal art channel, which is silly of me, and I should probably correct that. You can also post it on, if you looked at the reference sheet, I included the rules there, which is just, I have an art tag on Twitter, that I would like you to use if you post it on Twitter. And I would like you to post it on Twitter so I can retweet it later. So yeah, those are kind of the rules. And also once the cooldown's over, Arya's incredible. If you like my chill vibe, Arya has a very chill vibe. She streams. She's such a lovely streamer, and she has such a cute little snake. I love her little snake.
Aww.
Boris. Oh, Schemy's already gone. I was trying to @Schemy, and she's already out of here. Wait.
Pass.
No, she's still here. Snake friend. Yeah. It's so cute.
Snake friend.
Okay, I don't know why Chatterino thinks it's Schemy. There we go. He has a little hat. He does have a little hat. It's so good. Yeah, Arya tries to be a villain, but she's way too sweet.
Aww.
Okay. I'm being rate limited in my own chat.
Damn.
In my own chat. My own chat has rate limited me.
That sucks.
Yeah, owned. Schemy, and I'll get to shout out Schemy. Heck yeah.
Let's go.
Heck yeah. Schemy's very cute. Schemy plays a lot of mecha. She's very silly. She's very funny. She has some very good redeems that I have enjoyed quite a bit. It's really good whenever she's playing Fuga and I get to use the soul cannon. I get to soul cannon myself, is always fun. And she's a delight. I really love Schemy. I really enjoyed her. She got to play through. She had a very miraculous playthrough earlier this year of Robot Alchemical Overdrive, which is definitely one of those games that people need to know more about. Do you know Robot Alchemical Overdrive?
No.
Oh, okay.
What?
It's a mecha game where it's very much based on like a Sentai style mecha type of like kind of thing where like giant stompy monsters come to the city and start blowing up the city, and then you make a giant mech and you fight it and you blow up more of the city. And there's this incredible part of it where your character's like a high school, college age, teenager kind of guy, young man, and there's a girl that you're flirting with. And every single mission, you blow up her workplace. She's just constantly blowing up her workplace, and she has no idea what's going on.
What the frick?
It's so funny.
Dear
Blowing
Lord.
up the earth, but I work there.
That's crazy.
She's so funny.
What the heck?
It's such an insane game.
What the heck?
She gets so sad.
That's actually crazy.
It's so cute. I love it. Royal Chemical Overdrive is so funny.
God.
But yeah. I didn't catch your most recent stream, excuse me. The last one I caught of yours was you were playing that Gundam game. Oh yeah, Keith. Yes, I have occasionally talked to the guy who runs the USS Hornet, who owns an entire VTuber corporation of ship girls.
What?
So yeah, V-Fleet.
Oh,
V-Fleet
okay,
V-Fleet is affiliated with the USS Hornet.
That's crazy, actually.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Which was not one of the things I did while I was at Offkai, but I really should have like put in an effort to do that. Because it's more of it's apparently according to people who are smarter than me, or at least more invested in ships than me. It is much more of a museum ship than the other museum ships we've got. I've been on the USS Intrepid, which is it's just a museum that happens to be on an aircraft carrier. Like almost none of the things that made an aircraft carrier are still there. It's just,
I see.
It's just a floating museum, and so it didn't give you a lot of perspective on how it would have worked as a ship.
Okay.
I know about Contact. I know about Conical. I've heard of Azurlane. Yeah, I thought it was about Conical. I did think about Conical, but I decided to go in the VTuber direction. But yeah, I've heard of Conical. I am not a gacha gamer, Keith. I am. Inari has spent time around me in person, so she knows this. I experience acute physical pain at even the thought of spending money. So I am the type of person who bakes his own bread to save money.
That is so well that is.
I am such a depression baby. And the you can post it it's Almantas. It's Almantas. And so the idea of spending more money to play a game that I already have is exactly the sort of thing that causes me to get uninvested in a game. I get like pulls me away from the game. So I like the idea of playing gacha games is just like immediately unappealing to me. Just immediately. I'll take a look. This is really cute. This is really cute, honeybee. This is really cute. This is really cute. Let me pull it up on stream so that people can see. I know Concol's older. Concol's quite old.
Yeah, Concord is pretty old.
And okay, yep, that's the right one. Yeah, this is what Honeybee drew while we were on stream.
Kawaii! It's so
It's
cute.
super cute. I love it.
Oh,
I love it. I love the way you
yeah.
did my mouth. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I'm not trying to be mean here, Keith. It's just like very much not the style of game that I'm liable to play. I actually don't play a ton of games in general. I am
This is very
actually
true.
possibly like a horrible type of gamer from a game developer standpoint. My favorite game for the last like one of my favorite recent games is Mecha Break. And
Oh my god.
I actually haven't launched it in like weeks. like,
Dear Lord.
like I actually like literally have not launched it in weeks. like it's I am not like a very hardcore gamer at all. Partially driven by the fact that paradoxically I am like kind of like a huge sweatlord.
Aww.
So if I can't like get really like into a game and get like really sweaty about it, I'm like, well, what am I doing here? I like very rarely like just like casually play a game, but I also like care too much about studying and working out and reading and working on my calligraphy and my kanji to like actually devote the amount of time to a video game that would make me feel satisfied with what I'm doing. Sweaty, Aonomnishka, it's a term from competitive gaming for like trying to win really hard is basically what it is. Like I learned it from Apex, which was like the first PvP game I really played after a long break from not really gaming at all. And like in Apex, I'm never just like, okay, we're just gonna like have some fun and just go to some locations that I think are cool and like try to pick some fights. I'm like, no, like we need to do like this, and this, and like what's an optimal team comp and blah 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 blah. And it's my actual game skills cannot possibly live up to the like way I'm trying to play those games. It is incredibly unjustified on my part. It is not justified at all. Ooh, that's actually pretty cool. Keith, you did actually get to a pretty cool point. Thank you for your patience on continuing on that point. I thought you were trying to get me to try to play a game that I'm just like not very likely to play. It's not kind of my style of game on a couple of levels. Oh, Batwolf25, thank you for the follow. He did Prince Eugen, Bismarck, and Tirpitz. Oh, the Prince Eugen, the Bismarck, the Tirpitz, and the Akagi. Ah, the Akagi. Oddly, the ones I know the most about at this point. I don't know anything about the Prince Eugen. Thank you, Tovi Honeybee. Thank you very much. And hello, Batwolf. Yes. I used to have a way of doing these W's that I really enjoyed, and I've kind of lost the magic of it, and I don't know what to do about that. I don't really love these. I don't really love these. Absolutely, Toby Honeybee. I appreciate any fan art I get. I love getting fan art.
He does. He very does. He very much does.
It's an insane feeling that anybody does it. Did worse on those double L's than I did previously. We still need to get that art of the two of us together.
Us? Yeah, true.
Yeah. I feel dumb that I've like mentioned it. I've got like such a clear image of what it looks like in my head, and I'm just like I absolutely cannot execute it myself.
It's okay.
And just like I just keep on like punting. Still, there's always so many things to prep for, right? There's always so many things to prep for.
Exactly.
Still gotta prep for subathon.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I do.
I'm gonna
thank
be
you,
gone.
Was that? Yeah, you'll be gone. You'll be gone for a lot of it. Well, wait, hold on. When do you get back?
September 18th.
Yeah, it's like when I'm starting. So.
Oh!
Yeah.
I won't miss it then. Yatta.
Yeah. You'll because October 20th is my affiliate anniversary.
Early congratulations.
Yeah. So that's kind of the reason for the timing is like to try to hit that. Thank you, Bat. Well, I try to keep it cozy. my goal is to make a stream that is simultaneously cozy and intellectually stimulating. Those are
Yes.
that's what I try to do. I'm partially motivated by the fact that I spent a fair bit of time researching cozy games because people told me I was cozy and I could I was like, oh, maybe I should play cozy games. Before I realized that people actually like watching my handwriting. And occasionally slightly unhinged. It's true. It's true. I will not deny it. All of us are a little bit crazy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I was researching cozy games for a fair bit because they're not really my genre natively. I like co-op action games and strategy games and puzzle games. So I was looking into it, and then I kind of realized as I was looking at the subreddit and at how people in the cozy gaming community were interacting with their games, that a lot of cozy game devs don't respect their players. And it really bothered me. It really bothered me. There's quite a few cozy games that it became kind of clear to me that they're counting on the fact that since the people who play cozy games tend to play a cozy game for a fairly long period of time, but also tend to not actually have that many hours to play during a week, so they're not actually churning through a lot of different games. So if you just kind of take Stardew Valley and reskin it slightly,
right,
you can kind of get away with that. And
true,
that's not very respectful. I don't think that that's and so it kind of hit me that I was looking at how people were interacting with cozy games, that a lot of cozy game devs were just making boring games. And
I see.
It kind of hit me that that's a thing that you can really do. You can be cozy and boring,
right,
and get away with it. And I just respect everyone's time too much for that. So I've always kind of held that artists are often motivated by a certain amount of spite, and that's kind of a little bit of where that comes in for me. Strategy games was actually my first genre, and when I first started streaming, my original plan was to mostly stream strategy games, historical strategy games, like Europa Universalis and Victoria 3. Victoria 3 is still my most streamed video game.
Oh damn!
Yeah, I think it's still number one. I think Dark Souls competes. Dark Souls is up there. But that's a different experience.
Very much so.
But since I was talking about books that I have read recently that I loved, Infantry in Battle is also really good. Infantry in Battle is really good. I'll get that one out there as well. Infantry in Battle, which is about the social history of infantry in the 18th century. So from 1733 to 1783. Wonderful piece of social history. Beachon, I love automation games. I love Factorio. The only games I'm actually good at are Zachtronics games. I'm actually kind of good at Opus Magnum. I don't think I'm actually good at any other video games, but I will accept that I'm good at Opus Magnum. Aeon, I do the same thing. I very much do the same thing. But you need to knock that off, or they'll keep on trying to make you a healer. But yes. What have you been reading lately, dear Inari?
Well, it's the books that I gave you recommendation for.
True.
Yeah, you did.
True. I got one of them. I didn't get all of them. I did get one of them.
Yeah, you did say earlier that you got that one book. Yeah, the manga or the actual book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And non-zero, I got it because it was the easiest one to find, but also because you said it had furigana, which is going to be pretty helpful for me at my current level of Japanese.
Should have it, yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
I have it right next to me because I was showing it on stream yesterday.
It might slow me down a little bit on the language acquisition, not because of the furigana so much as like being able to use the visuals.
So
As
visuals?
a way to like make up for, well, because it's a comic, being able to use the visuals as a way to make up for my lack of understanding, might feel like
you got
a
the
cheat to
comic?
me. Was it no manga?
No, 違うよ. It's a novel. 漫画じゃないよ。謎解きのやつでしょ? The 謎解き one? That's not a manga. That's an actual novel.
Well, let me check what I actually got because I have the files. I haven't opened them up yet. Let me check. If it's a novel, that's actually kind of better as far as I'm concerned.
そうね. It's not a manga. あれ? There is a manga of it. Yes.
Yeah, that might have been what I wound up getting.
あ、そうなんだ. Yeah, you got the manga of it.
Well, you haven't seen what I got. You haven't seen what I got.
Oh, okay. Because there is a manga series of it.
Hold on.
Which was adapted into a anime later, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
But I have the novel version of it.
Hold on. Oh yeah. These are JPEGs.
You got the manga version.
I got the manga version.
That's good. At least you have visuals. You know.
At least I got the
so
visuals, which again might be a loss. Might be a hindrance to my actual goals.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Hold on, let me give you the shout out. Kitsune Kit En. You were just chatting. What were you chatting about? What was the just chatting topic? Hello, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, currently a VTuber. I'm an old man who loves old things. I am doing some calligraphy, which is my preferred art form. This is a quote from Dispossessed by Ursula K. Le Guin. I'm working with a pilot parallel. You're playing Metal Gear Solid before that. Okay. But thank you for trusting your community with me. I am joined today by a dear friend and just a delightful little gremlin, Inari Reiju.
Hello.
And we have just been hanging out and talking a little bit about books, talking a little bit about history, talking a little bit about Japanese-American relations.
Yes.
And was it MGS1 or was it MGS Delta or was it something else? Yes, I like working with the Parallel 2.4 is kind of my preferred tool. I actually kind of think the 3.8 produces better work a lot of the time, but it just eats up paper so fast. It just chews through paper incredibly fast. Oh, actually, hold on. For your Kitsune, I know you need to raid and run. I'm assuming you need to raid and run. Yes, this is my handwriting. This is my handwriting. Oh, not this one. The raid sheet. Where's the raid sheets? Oh, I might be out of space.
Oh no.
Oh, I think I can fit one more person in. But I do like to do a little sheet to thank the people who have rated me during the stream. Okay, I think I can squeeze in one. I can squeeze in one more person. No, I like to give equal space to everybody because I do not like to disrespect people for any sort of reason. And hello, Nyanomancer. Hello again. How are you doing, buddy? Did you get home safe? It is Nyano. It is Nyano. We love Nyano here.
It's a Nyanomancer.
It's Nyanomancer. He was on stream for hours. I do.
Not surprised.
I do disrespect him. I do disrespect him.
We love the Nyano.
We love Nyano. We love Nyano. Okay, let me make sure I get the capitalization on this all correct.
Am I hiding it? I feel bad.
Oh, okay, yes. Let me. The trouble is I have my desk is cluttered. I need to clean this nonsense.
Move me to
up.
the wall.
I need to clean this nonsense up. Let's see. So, yes. So yes, I will let you raid and run after I get this in.
He's keeping you hostage until he's done.
Yes. Because I don't usually I do this like towards the end of stream.
Yes.
And I kind of like try to catch up on people then, and so if people have like gone to bed, like Kara had gone to bed by the time I got around to even starting this.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is, you can see it. This is just what my handwriting is like. I shouldn't say this is just what my handwriting is like. This is what it's like when I do calligraphy.
Which is great.
My other handwriting, my more normal handwriting does not look like this. And let's get that E in here. Big ol' E.
E.
I like the E's in this script. Endo. How do I do the N's in this script? How do I do a capital N? I think I'm just literally just doing a random Gothic capital N. No, I'm not. Saved it.
Nice.
Saved it.
Let's go.
Oop, there we go. And let me say hello to the raiders who came in, because I didn't get the chance to say hello to you, because I am chaotic on this one. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm getting this name correct. That is 74th Mockingjay. Yes, 74th Mockingjay. Hello. And Noble Bunny Rin and Kitsune Kitan. And am I missing anybody else? Oh, all of the others. Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yes. Please get yourself some food. Please get yourself some food. Enjoy your time. I am glad that I got to do a little bit of calligraphy for you. And thank you for trusting your raiders with me. I do try to keep this a nice, chill place for folks to relax and learn a couple of history facts and maybe some literary theory or some philosophy. But, I try to keep it both chill and educational, right? I try to, and, if you like me or Inari, I'm sure we would appreciate the follows.
I am just here and chilling.
You are just here. You're just chilling. You are also calming down after work. If you need to go get dinner, don't let me keep you.
Oh, I'm okay.
All right. I'm
doing work in the background, so.
Fair enough. It's actually really kind of funny to me that I think a lot of people do like co-working with me when I stream, and like we're co-working functionally speaking.
Yes.
I think I'm interrupting you a lot. I think I'm distracting you a lot.
No.
But I am so horrible to co-work with in person. Awful.
What does that mean?
You've hung out with me in person.
Yeah,
right?
but like.
if I am in a physical space with another person, I feel like I need to like be entertaining them.
Like talking with them constantly.
Like 50s, I have like total 50s housewife brain. Like
that's crazy.
Like I like it is like if people are just sitting there like writing or reading, like I am failing. Is what it feels like. I feel like I am like I'm like failing as a human being by like letting them like do their own thing. I need to like, do they need some food? Do they need some water? What about some tea? Can I get you something? Can I get you a blanket? Blah blah blah. I can't do it. I'm so awful. I'm like the worst person at it.
You're just very very like なんだろうな。お世話係。すごいお世話したい。
Hospitality?
Yeah, hospitality. You want to like make sure that you're there for those people. Pretty much.
Yeah. Exactly. I
think it's funny. I can see how that would get in front of other people's work though.
yes, it's horrible for actually getting any work done. God, I hate it in the office.
Just constantly, oh, do you need this? Do you need that? It's like, no, Almantas, we don't need it. It's okay. Sit down.
Yeah. It's just so anxiety inducing.
I get it. I think I'm like a similar kind of like mind. So
yeah.
It's like
no. It's there's some. That with Moonshadow 70. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I've got a full set. That Wolf. I actually have multiple sets. I've got like, I think I have 9 or 10 total pilot parallels. I think I have 2 of each size plus an extra third in the 3.8. And then I've got a really weird one, which I never use. Which is this weird slant cut 6mm.
Ooh.
I never use it. I don't know what to do with it. There's 4 sizes of pilot parallel. Keith, there's a 1.5, a 2.4, a 3.8, and a 6.0. I think the 6.0 slant one is not made by Pilot. I think somebody took a Pilot and then did an aftermarket modification, and then I bought it. And then I used it for like a little bit. I'm like, what am I doing with this thing? I can't figure out any techniques that actually like feel good with it. And maybe if I was a more creative artist, because I'm not super creative, right? I'm following traditional methods and kind of working from the past. I'm kind of recreating more than I'm like doing.
I think that's still things. Art, though.
I'm not saying it's not art. I didn't say it wasn't art. It's just not super like.
Not creative. Like not original is what you mean?
Yeah, it doesn't feel super original. I don't feel. I am not super provoked by like, oh, I can do like all these cool new crazy things I can do. I'm not a person like that. I'm a very much a like craftsman type of person. And I made a spelling mistake. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. It's supposed to be starving. See, this is what happens. Yeah.
This is what happens when you say you're not original. Shush.
You got me with that one.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say this. That's what you get when you stream for 10 hours.
I mean that too, but like saying that you're not original, that's what happens, The ink gods have said no.
You got me. You got me, buddy. All right, we are getting hit by ads, folks. We're going to go over to the BRB screen. I will see you all in a few minutes.
Bye-bye.
But we'll be back. Hello. And also some people were mentioning a Lamey stub. Do I still have it? I still have it. Yes, I do. There it is. I've got a stub nib Lamey Safari. I don't actually like it very much. I don't actually like the Safaris in general very much, because my fingers are kind of curved, and so the triangular ergonomic grip is actually anti-ergonomic for me. Like this is where I wind up putting my forefinger naturally if I put my thumb on the grip, or I put my finger on the grip naturally and then the thumb is off of it. It's I find it very counter ergonomic. Weirdly works okay for my left hand. For my left hand, it's actually not as bad, because I end up holding like this with my left hand, and it's not nearly as bad.
Oh,
but for my right hand, I don't like the triangle grips at all. I never did. I remember in school they were coming into fashion when I was in school, and people would be like, "Oh yeah, you gotta get these triangle grips on your pencils and stuff like that." I'm like, this sucks. this is awful. This is dreadful. I don't like this at all. But yes. Where the hell were we? I'm looking for that. Have you seen those people with like every color of Safari? I understand where they're coming from. I mean, this was a collector's color. This was an unusual color. This is coral. This was an unusual color to get a Safari, and they don't generally make that. So I understand what those type of person are doing. I don't have a ton of space, and I don't like owning a ton of things. So it's deeply unappealing to me. Yeah, I got the coral. Yeah. If I was trying to do this as a presentation piece as opposed to just working on my writing, I would start over at this point. But I'm not, so... Hello, Onyx Tail. Hello, Onyx Tail. Yeah, it's 8 in the morning for me, so...
Jesus Christ.
It's feeling pretty good right now, even though I've been working with it for a few hours. I can still feel a little bit of a twinge in it, so I do kind of want to, like, immobilize it for the rest of the day. I know I'm streaming later today, about 14 hours from now, but I'll probably just stream something else. I'll probably stream surveys or maybe a video game. Or I did find that miniatures painting and there's something else I did with my right hand that was different enough. Brush calligraphy is not quite different enough for it to feel like it's healing up, but there's something I was doing with my right hand where it just like used different enough muscles that it didn't bother it very much. What was it? It may have been painting. I might have been thinking about painting. Oh, don't worry about it at all, Batwolf. Don't worry about it at all. A lot of folks here are just lurking. That is extremely acceptable, extremely cool. I appreciate it. Makes me happy that people find me to be a comforting presence.
You really are.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. See, that's a compliment I like.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. I'll just pretend that was on purpose. It's nice here, except when you're crashing out. Ion, I'm sorry, you're really fun to tease. You're really fun to tease. I'm sorry. There's a couple people who's just really fun to tease. For example, Inari. I am being nice today.
For now.
For now. Probably for the rest of the stream, because I don't think I got it in me to rally and start pushing your buttons.
Which is good. It's good for me.
Also, I think I've kind of worn down my voice a little bit too much. I don't think I can do any ASMR at the moment.
Please no.
Okay.
Please take care of your throat.
Oh, I thought you just didn't want to hear it.
What? No, I want to make sure that your throat is fine.
Let me make sure I've got those disabled, actually. I'm thinking about I should disable them.
Yeah, it's there.
Where's the... Yeah, those are
It is there.
disabled. Okay, they're disabled now.
It's on there.
Because I think my throat's a little bit tired for that at this juncture. Orientation tomorrow. You have to get up at like 6. Oof. Well. I hope that you're not in a U.S. time zone, because you have really done a number on your sleep schedule, if so.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, they're historic dates. Toby, they're historic dates. If you click on them, you'll see. With the exception of this, well, small and tall are disabled because I disabled all the OBS related ones. Yeah, they're historical dates. You're Hong Kong. Okay, you're basically 12 hours off then, so it's 8 p.m. for you. I can actually never remember what the GMT terms are for the US, but I can remember the relationship between the US and the Asian time zones.
Aww.
Terrible capital in there. Total misstep on my part.
It's okay.
I mean, it's worth acknowledging. I'm not beating myself up over it. I'm perfectly capable of beating myself up over plenty of other things. But minor art mistake. Yeah. Live and learn.
Live and learn.
Yeah, I remember the UK is 5 hours ahead of us. I guess I just don't internalize that as like GMT or whatever. Just I don't know, man. I think 9 o'clock's a pretty normal time to have college orientation.
I think so too.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. I had 8 a.m. classes all the time. Oh, sorry, I'm not actually looking at my own. Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm keeping that one in auto mod. Sorry, Ion. That one's sticking in the auto mod. Viewers is an important auto mod term to preserve. it was for viewers. That's an important one to keep under wraps. Because that's a when you get bot rated really badly, sometimes you'll get spammed really hard with that one.
Yeah, it will.
Best Buy viewers, blah 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 blah. I think a lot of them have figured out around it, so it's not as helpful, but I'm keeping that one around. Hello, Matthew. Welcome. Well, good morning, Matthew.
Good morning.
Matthew went to bed earlier on stream.
Oh my god. Good morning.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
It is actually hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, I have been the other end of that many times where I go to bed and I wake up and people are still streaming.
I've done that before.
Yeah. I've
like, you're still streaming?
The sometimes I do remember I think recently, like Grimmy, I fell asleep in Grimmy's stream, woke up, she was still streaming, fell asleep again, woke up, she was still streaming. This is less impressive when you keep in mind that I am like one of the worst sleepers on the planet.
Oh, buddy.
You heard me complaining about this all the time at Offguy, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did indeed hear that, yes.
Grimbut's legitimately one of my favorite people.
Oh.
She was probably the streamer I like look up to the most, which is funny because she's like 5'0". She's a short lady.
Indeed.
Paleontology conference that got bone censored. Yeah, that was very funny. That was very, very funny. I am still thinking about a time that somebody got auto-modded on my stream for the word Gary.
Huh?
Just, the white guy name, Gary. I think they thought it was somebody trying to slip past gay.
Huh?
And I do remember I was watching Mako Fukusame, and she said something that was pretty bisexual. Because she's pretty bisexual. This is true. And I said, that's pretty bisexual, Shark. And the phrase pretty bisexual shark as one phrase together got auto-modded. And it stunned Mako for like half an hour. She was so baffled.
That's actually crazy.
That one was pretty funny to me. That one really stuck in my head because that was absolute goofball.
That is funny. It's very funny.
Yeah. Mako is a very shark name. I like Mako's great. Mako's great. Very, very goofy lady. Very, very goofy lady. But those are the two that I really remember. The proud city of Gary, Indiana. Yeah. For the non-Americans around here, Gary, Indiana is a kind of famously not great city.
Oof.
It is not a. There's kind of a couple of different paths that you can take as an American city, and the core ones that the two big ones are turning into New York, turning into Brooklyn specifically, being gentrified as hell. And the other major pathway that cities tend to take is Rust Belt. Where is it on the Cleveland-Detroit scale? It's on the other side. It is past Detroit. It is about 1.5 Detroits. Gary is rough. Gary is a very rough city. There are not very many cities in the U.S. that I would say are worse. I'm not even sure I'd say Camden at this point. I don't actually hate going to Camden anymore. Yeah, no, it's not pleasant. Detroit's not an unreasonable comparison. I would say it's done considerably worse than Detroit. Murder rate's certainly quite a bit higher. All right. All right. Okay, we don't have enough space on the page for the next sentence in this quote. Which, again, this is actually a quote I really like. So I do kind of wish I could do the full thing. Detroit is always recovering and then not recovering. It's definitely better than it's been in the past. I know people in Detroit. I know people who've been living in Detroit for like 50 years.
Long time.
Yeah. And it's... There are worse off cities, and it's not a city that I am particularly... I don't know. It's not a city I would like to live in. I'll say that, even though I've got some roots in there. But, you know, within the scale of Midwestern cities, I'd rather be in Ann Arbor or Madison or St. Paul. St. Paul's lovely. Though honestly, it's kind of hard for me to want to live anywhere other than New York.
That's understandable.
New York is actually really lovely. Oh, Indianapolis is actually pretty nice, which is crazy. Indianapolis doesn't feel like it should be nice, but it's a bit of a hipster haven these days.
Is it now?
Yeah.
Huh.
That looks so weird to you with the huge lanes. That's fair. That's fair. Car-centric development is crazy. All right. This is a quote that I really like. For we each of us deserve everything, every luxury that was ever piled in the tombs of the dead kings. And we each of us deserve nothing, not a mouthful of bread in hunger. Have we not eaten, while another starved? Will you punish us for that? Will you reward us for the virtue of starving, while others ate? No man earns punishment. No man earns reward. And it's something that is a bit of a useful mantra if you happen to be in the content creator field, that is still hard to think about, right? Like your brain wants there to be justice. Your brain wants there to be things that make sense. Your brain wants there to be a story where you did something and then you were either rewarded or punished. That when bad things happen to you, they happen to you for a reason. That when good things happen to you, they happen to you because of the work you put in. And content creation is such a chaotic world that is not really a reasonable thing to believe in. So like you just have to kind of accept to you get things and they're good or bad, and you kind of have to enjoy the good moments and figure out how to survive the bad moments. Again, Ursula Le Guin is a Taoist. Well, was a Taoist. She's quite dead. And this is a very classical Taoist approach to the world, right? Mm-hmm. And this is why I play Balatro. I understand everything's a gamble. Fair. I do like Balatro, but I'm not very good at it. I don't think I've gotten past Gold Stake. I think that might be my first. Yeah.
Same.
Yeah. Yeah. You and I have a lot in common, Inari. Like not being all that good at Balatro. Seattle's not a bad city. I've spent some time in Seattle. It's not a city that I love. Again, I love New York. New York is like the only city in this country that you can live in without a goddamn car. So
It's so true.
This country is not
Dear
nice to
Lord.
people who don't have car, and I can drive, I just don't like to. It's just not my favorite thing to do on the planet. Okay. I would love to keep going, but we are 10.5 hours in, and I'm planning on streaming again this same calendar day.
This man needs sleep.
I need sleep. I need a real meal.
Eat.
Let me put away the droid cam so you can see. Tomorrow at 10 p.m. is my next regular stream. I don't know what I'm doing. I genuinely don't know what I'm doing. I probably won't do calligraphy. I might paint a miniature. I might do some surveys. I might actually play a freaking video game. What do I even have installed? I guess I got Vicky 3 installed. But I am a sociologist, so I do like to... I have done some streams where we talked about surveys. Yeah, stream in 13 hours.
Dear Lord.
Unless I'm, like, too tired. I might end up being too tired. Well, I've got Terra Nil and Valhalla. Could do those. Or Tactical Breach Wizards. I love Tactical Breach Wizards. King of Dragon Pass is actually not a bad idea. I love King of Dragon Pass. King of Dragon Pass is so good, folks. Movie nights on the Discord on Wednesday. There's the Discord. There's the Discord. The movie night. I like to do themed movie nights. This movie night, I like to do a themed double feature. This one is going to be Name of the Rose and The Little Hours. Name of the Rose is a Sean Connery movie about based on an Umberto Eco novel that is about this functionally a murder mystery at a Spanish, I believe, monastery. The Little Hours is directed by Aubrey Plaza, starring Aubrey Plaza, and it is a sex comedy set in a 13th century Italian convent. It is about nuns trying to get laid.
Interesting.
It's very funny. It's very funny. Aubrey Plaza kills it in that one. Thursday, I'm doing another handcam and Zaptodon. Saturday, I'm just doing another whatever day. Yeah, Keith, you heard me. It's a sex comedy set in a 13th and medieval convent. I don't know what else to tell you, man. That's what it's about. It's very funny. I like it a lot. I really like The Little Hours. This has been Inari Reiju. I am open to hearing raid suggestions, including from you, Inari. I know so few people who are live right now. I am usually done by quite a bit at this point. So I don't know nobody who's live.
I know a few that are live, but I don't know if it's aligned with your stuff, I guess.
I mean, as long as it's like reasonably chill. So like I could send everybody to Mirabelle. Oh, she's playing off rocks. But Mirabelle's
Off rocks. Let's go there.
Off does rock. A bunch of people are playing off.
Everybody's going back to off. I was planning on playing off when I come back, so.
I could go to deer sightings.
We're good.
God, I'm so indecisive. Sarian's playing Story of Seasons. I might actually go with Mirabelle. I like Mirabelle a lot. She's a lot more exciting than I am. I think she's delightful. If you happen to be a German speaker, she spreche de Deutsch. So let's. And Inari, would you like to come up with a raid message? Would you like to help me craft a raid message?
Sure, we can do that.
You are one of the few streamers that's older than me.
What the heck?
You're 3,000 years old.
No, I'm not. I'm 1,001 years old. What the heck?
Okay, that's still older than me.
Old man raid. Old man raid. Old man raid.
Just old man raid? You just want old man raid?
Yeah, old man raid.
Okay. Hold on. So if you don't happen to have my emotes, we'll do geezer raid. I like the word geezer.
Geezer raid.
If you do happen to have my emotes, no, hold on. Wow. I'm tired. I beefed it on that on my own. But yes, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for Vine, you're still here?
Oh my god.
What the fuck, Vine? Sorry, what the hell, Vine? We are going to Mirabelle. Mirabelle is a friend. We actually share a mod in Mikks. Mikks is one of her mods and one of my mods. She is a delight. I think she's very, very funny. She is so curious about the game she plays. She is so curious. She's so interested. She's so... I adore her quite a bit. But thank you all for being here with me all this time. It was a very, very lovely time. I hope to see many of you later today. And if not, well, I'll... Oh, hello, Irenu. Good to see you. And if not, I hope that you just have a lovely time and create some art that you can be proud of. And remember that, you know, this world can be beautiful and you can be a part of making this world more beautiful. So thank you for joining. Yeah, I can tell that you're here, Irenu, the whole time. All right. Say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.